He's not.
He's fun.
No. Yeah.
The way he
I'll tell you after.
the way it's I love that. All right.
Obviously, I give this
Comedy money should be good now.
He's about to be so sick.
Big Netflix.
Yeah.
It's working out.
Money is good.
And I saw you with Bud Light. He didn't take you for one of those. But what's going
Glad
on?
you asked.
What's going on there?
Bud Light rules. Bud Light's bad.
Is it? How's it back? All right.
Alright, that's enough. So that was from 2 weeks ago, don't forget, but there's not everyone's convinced. Even on Shane's Instagram, where he announced his new partnership after a tour of Bud Light, not everyone was happy. Along with all the messages of support, and people were saying stuff like, Bud Light trying so hard not to be Shane Gillis is trans. Your daily reminder, folks, everyone is for something like that one. Paying people that we like doesn't cover up for their sellout. And I had no idea who you were. Never waste a minute of my life watching. Wow. So some people made up their mind about Bud Light and cannot be swayed otherwise. But this was easily my favorite. Remember that Bud Light, Daddy? That cracks me up every time. I'm a grilled cheese sandwich than a Bud Light. But anyway, on this week's appearance on JRE, Shane's new Bud Light sponsorship came up a few times, and it was literally the very first thing that they discussed. Hey, salute. Hey, Bud Light, Jamie Water. They came all the way back. There's no way responsibly. There's no way you're driving. This is true. For some reason, you can do it, though. I don't understand. I've never seen anybody consume beer the way you can drink beer. Bud Light came all the way back. UFC, Shane Gillis. Let's go. For the bros now. I mean, that's a good move. Like, that guy, Matt, the CEO, yeah, he's got it. Like, you're the CEO now. Just a career accident. I'm so happy about this. Listen, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. They just made so dumb. You never bailed on it. So a couple of interesting the first 2 minutes of the podcast. Obviously, Rogan's happy for Shane. It's a day for his buddy, and anyone who's been for minutes knows that he's a legit Bud Light ambassador. But I found it curious that Rogan said that he will, and then Shane said it would have happened without this, presumably in reference to Joe's podcast. I think either Rogan met the CEO through the UFC partnership, the deal, and get Shane on board. And I think Shane thanking Joe in a massive part means that Bud Light obviously likes the fact that Shane drinks 20 of Mark's episodes. Maybe that's how they discovered that Shane was a Bud Light guy. Either way, it's clear that Joe played a role in getting, I think, is fantastic. Good luck to him, he deserves it. But then it kept coming up again and again and again. And I started to get the sense that there's a bit of competition going on. Let me show you what I mean. Okay, almost an hour into the podcast, Shane tells the story of how he went to Bud Light and he brings up their beast horses called Clydesdales, but Rogan, being the animal lover that he is, quickly became obsessed with just you. Please hand me the Bud Light. Absolutely, responsibly. Absolutely. Wow, what a beer, dude. Clydesdales. Get your I had to meet some horses. They're responsible. It was in New Orleans. I got extremely responsible. Around the horses. Around the horses. And I called my dad, and he didn't answer. It was late. And I was like, oh, man, horses. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Distracting. Let's distract it. There it is. Wow, that thing's huge. Yeah. Look at the size of that horse. It's like maybe people need to recognize it. How tall are you? I'm 6'3". Look how big that horse is. Yeah, that horse is bad. Yeah, that's insane. It's crazy. What's a regular horse? So then after Rogan's done frothing over the horses, he actually cracks a pretty funny joke. But now that Shane's a company man, well, he didn't like it so much.
Why are they so bad? They get a lot of attention. There's a lot of money.
I love it.
Subject, of course.
Yeah, I mean, like, what they must have selected freedom. That's part of the business. They keep shooting any of them after everything went south. They would never shoot horses. That's what happens. People go poor. Yeah, they shoot horses. They're not my company. They fired like a lot of people. I was wondering if they shot horses. They own the rights to these engines. I know. It's funny. It's such an expensive joke. But you okay, I'm going to come back to why this is a problem for Shane in a moment, but I want to show you guys this next where Shane gives it back to Rogan when he owns sponsors. You know, use a VPN? You should use a VPN. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. That's a good idea. It's a VPN, easy, yeah? One click, it's sponsored. Do you think I could use it to bet somewhere else? I don't know. I know that. Oh, this is your sponsor. I'm going to use it to bet somewhere else. To collect Pokemons. I think there are sponsors too. Hello. Somewhere else. So they're obviously just having a laugh, but Shane was definitely giving his jab about shooting the horses, and the fact that ExpressVPN also sponsor Matt and Shane just makes the whole thing even funnier. But here's the thing, you could probably tell that Shane's frustrated, but I don't actually think he was frustrated at Rogan. See, most of these guys have all these sponsors, and because they're not really media trained, they're just comedians, right? And I think Shane's quickly realizing that this sponsorship with Bud Light is going to be a little bit different and more difficult than he thought it would. He clearly just wanted the Xbox, but now he's got to act like a responsible drinker. He can't take jabs at his corporate partner anymore, and when someone like Rogan cracks a joke about them laying off staff and shooting horses to survive, he can't laugh along and join in because they're paying him to make them look good. So, for someone who just wants to hang with his buddies, have a drink, talk trash, do some podcasts, and work on his stand-up comedy, having to bow down to this corporate sponsor like this could become a problem. The cuff these kinds of conversations can be, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem right now. He's obviously still getting used to having such a big brand deal, which I reckon is probably worth over $10 million a year, but obviously I don't know. However, if he does get another couple of other industries, that's when I think he could start to really screw himself over, because all of a sudden he black spots that he can't joke about anymore. Tell just from watching those clips, just the fact that he's always representing the company now. I mean, he's effectively an ambassador, right? So my view is, I think it's great that Shane's monetized. He's a legitimate fan of Bud Light, but if he's not careful, he could find himself slowly turning into Toilet Bird, who shield everything under the sun in corporate mode. Shane's whole vibe is laid back and carefree, so hopefully he doesn't end up selling out completely and end up like his buddies who are basically clowns for sale. Now, that isn't the source of the growing tension between Rogan and Shane. We saw a little glimpse of it with the horses joke and the Express minutes later, but that's just friends joking around and having a laugh. I think there is something a little bit deeper going on here, and I've spoken. It's this idea that Shane's profile is growing so quickly and to such extraordinary heights that Rogan almost needs more than Shane is. And I think it's starting to buzz Rogan. For some reason, people seem to think that Joe is this really humble guy who's down to earth, but nothing could be further from the truth. Joe has an ego the size of an elephant. Manages to hide it well because he's been over a decade now. Don't get me wrong though, I think he definitely wants his friends to succeed and he helps them out wherever he can. No arguments there, but I've noticed that the way he does it is always so they remain under his wing. He wants to be known as the guy who helps out his buddies, just as long as they bend and kiss the ring. When have you ever seen any of the Brogan comedy brats go on JRE and actually challenge him? Never. They all go on there, they plug their latest grift, they praise for the community, and they pretend he's the smartest guy they know. Shane threatens that ecosystem because he's now achieving what none of those other. Think about it. None of Rogan's close buddies have hosted SNL. And I'm not talking about Chappelle, Bill Burr, and Louis C.K. I'm talking about Schultz, Tom, that inner comedy brat circle. Shane not only got fired from SNL before he's a couple of weeks away from hosting it again. Even SNL on his popularity at the moment. I know you have a lot of friends who work at Saturday Night Live. Would you ever be interested in hosting a show? I've said before, I'll give up. I have a TV show that when we get back, I'll give it all up, and I'll be a guest, a cast member for a year for the experience. I'll get some numbers for them. I mean, I don't care, but like, I would love the experience. Guest hosting terrifies me. Like, I know you have to do it if they offer it to you, but that terrifies me. I'd rather swim with water for television than go out and have to deliver a mud. You don't have to pay me. I'll come out one season, be a cast member. I'd love it. And I'll work my ass off, and I won't go down my drinking, or I'll open up whatever you want. Yeah. So in my opinion, that 100% threatens Rogan. Remember, he has an ongoing bitterness to Watchmen for turning their backs on him, and even though SNL is based out of
Dude, how do you live in camp?
Establishment, what Rogan has managed to do quite successfully is carve out his own little area in the. That's what the comedy mothership was always about. It was meant to be the foundation for an independent comedy scene, away from the prime lights of Hollywood, where who were rejected by the establishment make their own comedy ecosystem, and is successful the status quo and created something out of nothing.
Zoot, what in the fuck?
What's up?
Come back.
Why are we on problem?
Because you have absolutely no fucking patience. Literally, you came in. I was just adjusting one of my computers, and I go, "Hey, what's going on?" And then you leave. Get your ass back in here.
John Mack talks to the children before the Zimbabwe. What was his? I'm sure this is part of what you're talking about. Like, what was his initial reaction?
Then you have Shane Gillis. He's comedy pie at the moment. He's back in with SNL.
Yo, moment. I am fucking here. Just one moment.
And now he's got this new brand deal with corporation. He is living the dream that Rogan always wanted. Shane is the comedian, and there are still people out there that have no idea that Joe Rogan is actually a comedian. Now, at the beginning of the video, I said I'd show you a clip that proves just how far apart Matt and Shane are from Rogan's other comedy context first.
What you doing, Zoot? Zoot, what's your body fat?
I'm putting them muscle now.
Okay, well, your body fat should be reduced. Did you go to the gym today? Did you go to the gym today? Zoot, I'm asking you questions. Zoot, did you go to the gym today? Zoot. You're muted. Yo, Zoot. You're muted.
Hang on. I'm on a tram right now.
All right.
We'll get back.
All right. All right. Sounds good. Peace, buddy.
get a disproportionate amount of failure. I get like a control study of the population, pharmaceutical study. You have a bunch of old people, a bunch of young people, different walks of life. You got to do it right. You do with a bunch of biological variability. They're wanting to comment negatively online. It's like you can find those people. It's a nonsense way to communicate. You don't know who they are. You don't know what their background is. You don't know whether their opinion is valid. You're accepting negativity and human being propensity to look towards negative things because your brain is rooters and dangerous things.
So with that in mind, let's take a look at how you handle the exact sensation.
This bro's a bomb for 10 straight years. Yeah, that's not good. There's a lot of fighters like that too that just always get knocked out.
Yeah, that's not good.
You should find another thing to do.
Yeah, true.
Or you're just not going to be good at anything. That's also possible. There's certain people that just never get good at anything. They're really good at leaving comments on YouTube. Like that. I'll tell you what, those work at you. Those are effective.
Yeah, those dudes will absolutely shred.
Go weak up for me.
Yeah. I just where I'm like, I understand your feeling. In my head, I'm like, he's just very upset right now. It's not a thing. It's bad. Although they're like a part of the whole YouTube ecosystem. Catch enough bad ones, sometimes you go, wait a minute. Oh, that's like, I don't think about something. You know, I don't know. It's tough because you don't want to be like, nobody can tell me shit. And sometimes you'll read them and you're like, I don't have to deal with this right now. It's my children.
You could be talking to the biggest. You could be talking to the biggest. Of course. And it's just like you're like, oh,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
it's just a waste of time.
Geez, man, what's wrong with working at 7-Eleven? Seriously, Rogan's got to be careful. I'll tell you what, he's obsessed with crapping on working class people with an opinion. And he's starting to sound more like the Hollywood elites that he's been bagging for the last. But did you see how different Matt and Shane's comments was? See, these guys get it. Matt nailed it when he said that it's all part of the YouTube ecosystem, and if you have comments over and over again, then maybe it should make you stop and think. And Shane agreed with that. This video, how Matt and Shane are aware of what happened to Brendan Schaub and the sense of hating him, here's a really quick recap for you.
I watched that whole incel doc.
The guy that made that a documentary about.
Yeah, so I know exactly what's going on in that subreddit. So I watched that doc. Whoa, dude, there's like a whole thing. We just added this whole subculture. There's like a small city where
14,000. Yeah.
a small rural town where the people are dedicated towards like watching your every move. The sin they're punishing him for is taking that towards his fan base. It's kind of like you guys are losers. I'm killing it. They're like, dude, leave mine, make fun of you. It's like, dude, I would instantly cave. Yeah. I'm like, so I'll quit. You guys just.
This is the major difference between and guys like Tom, Burke, and Schultz. They have this whole backlash can be, and if you don't listen to the feedback, I mean, look at what's happening right now with Tom and Burke's vodka announcement video. They must be absolutely gutted by the negative response to their new baby, especially after it was supposedly 4 years in the making. It's honestly wild how out of touch they are compared to offered up a clinic on how to deal with haters without coming off as, oh, there's a lot to digest there, but there's just so much going on at the moment. I can't wait for the Super Bowl and also if Bud Light put out an ad with Gillis in it. He's going to be a very, very busy man. Anyway, episode 2098 of JRE with Matt and Shane. I hope you enjoyed it. Big shout out to my guests. You guys always turn up for me. So if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get warm right there in your. From me, I'll catch you in the next one.
So you ever do the pizza oven thing? I worked at a restaurant. We were doing that. I'm not good at it. But now you have a nice yard. Like maybe you get a little pizza oven would be nice. Yeah, gotcha. I'm not doing anything. I can see a little ladle, sauce, French mozzarella. I'm never gonna change. I've accepted who I am. I'm gonna play Xbox and DoorDash all day, and then go to the show.
Well, that's
That's
not
what I
show
do
every day.
That's a solid
That
hour.
is, the show's in 8 hours.
So soon I have this cutting into all my doing nothing. If you guys signed, what's the number for you guys? 40 million? 300 million. 300? Not it's anything. 300?
Yeah, 9 figures.
Welcome back to the channel, guys. Thanks for joining me. $250 million Spotify deal, and straight off the bat, it is a very different deal to his previous one. It's reportedly worth around the same as the old one. This time around, the whole $250 million teed, whereas previously it was. So stick around because I'm going to make it crystal clear for all of you what have failed. But first, a massive shout out to my 106,000 subscribers, even after we hit 100 strong. So if you haven't on board yet, now is the time to do it. You don't want to miss out on my uploads. There's usually a few every week, so hit the subscribe button and become a regular viewer. I also just want to link.
Android TV and any device that is moving it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the barbershop about who is the best shooter, who has the best energy of all time. Well, now imagine one of your buddies is left your bed in the NBA's best and has a backstory about it. I'm Seth Curry. The art for the show is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, greatest of the era. I'm Trevon Evans. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We'll break down who is the greatest of the era and all the kids you care about, like clutch shooter and one-on-one scorer. Listen to GOAT, G-O-T, greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new Break It Down.
Marriage, raising kids, working through trauma, and figuring out who we are in this next phase of life. Marriage isn't always easy, but it's worth it. But it's just figuring out how to survive being 30-something parents.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down podcasts. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free app.
AM 6 Talk.
It's conference marked at 4 p.m. There's a brand new kids are stealing your car. We'll tell you at 4 o'clock.
That she was getting that. And when the other girl looked at the eyes, I think she got this whole thing about the environment. It seemed like they had two different narratives, or two different experiences. The physical experience was the same, they saw it the same. It was different things. I thought that was, yeah.
Depending on where the person was. It was very from whatever perspective they had. I think the technology thing was centered more. I love the way she says it. Like it came into my conscience.
Yeah.
Listen to your show. First, very long.
About telepathy or anything like that. That's what she was describing. But they were talking in a way, like it wasn't like just about several were about
supposed to be arrested in criminal. Spoiler alert, Mo.
like
Anyone who crosses our border illegally is a criminal. And the ban has always been to deal with those illegals who have increased.
Commentary I've seen on this new Spotify deal so far is a whole bunch of sheep saying how Joe Rogan beat the white mob, cancel him. People are trashing the activist employees who tried to have JRE pushed off Spotify. Look, that's fine. I'm there for that too. Massive gaping hole when it comes to original thoughts and coverage of these topics. So this, not that. I'm actually going to take you through the deal and give you my thoughts and opinions on why this deal isn't a good deal, why Spotify did it, and why Rogan pretty much had to accept it.
Now it's oversaturated, especially in the past year. Not Rogan, they saved it. They're lucky they signed Joseph Lilly. Rogan and I will argue about this on your own. He got underpaid. You look at their stock, how much that company's worth now because they didn't sign Rogan. I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid. You should have paid a lot more. All that. That's his thing. I think that's look how much that company is evaluated. The Obamas, and so forth. Prince Harry, Markle. You look at all these shows. Shows that should help fans. So I won't say them. They've all lost their except for Joe. They could have taken that one and just put it towards him because his deal's up soon. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I think
Let's start by recapping Rogan's previous Spotify deals so that we're all on the same page. That one was a straight up exclusivity contract, which simply meant Spotify was in total over 4 years for the exclusive rights to his podcast. I covered this in detail in a previous video titled Should, so go and check that out for the full breakdown, but in a nutshell, under that deal, Rogan produced JRE episodes and upload them to Spotify, and he would be advertising and ad reads, all that stuff. Maybe a better way of looking at it is Spotify was paying Rogan $200 million over 4 years not to publish his podcast anywhere else. Exclusive means. Sure, he's still got his YouTube channel with over 16 million subscribers where he posts, those shorter clips from each episode to send traffic over to Spotify, but I'll go over to Spotify to see a full episode. I should mention that last year, when he had Elon Musk on the podcast with the Cybertruck, that episode was uploaded to X as well, and people were speculating that Rogan was going to move over to X after his Spotify deal ended, and that was sort of like a test run. But as I suggested at the time, that didn't happen. Now, with that, the reasons why just yet my action old Spotify deal was way better than this one is. I mean, dang. But we'll get there because my regulars know I like to put all the pieces of the puzzle together first. That then, what is this new deal all about? Well, there are two main features. Firstly, JRE will no longer be exclusive to Spotify once it starts. JRE episodes will be available in full across Apple Podcasts, Amazon, and on YouTube as well. Second, like his previous deal, not guaranteed the $250 million in this new deal. He'll get a minimum guarantee up front, but the rest of the revenue sharing arrangement based on ad sales. Now, only one on this new type of contract with Spotify. The second biggest Spotify exclusive podcast, Call Her, has also switched over to the same deal, although it's probably not worth $250 million, as you can imagine. So some of okay, cool, Rogan, so you deal with Spotify, who cares? Well, this is true. But what if I told you that this is the old one because both Spotify and Rogan failed? Let me explain. Steven Crowder and Daily Wire had that public falling out over deal negotiations to run with Crowder over to their platform. The deal was basically the same as this one, just with smaller numbers. Daily Wire would pay Crowder $50 million over 4 years to produce his show, so that's $12.5 million per year. And he would cover the production costs out of his cut, manage the distribution, ad sales, and all of the business side. But Crowder turned it because of the money, but because of a little clause that he didn't like. It said episodes were demonetized by YouTube, for example. Then Daily Wire would not have to pay him for those episodes for free, much like if he owned his own show and was monetizing it himself. And this is where things get interesting for Rogan. But I'm going to come back to that because I want to explain Rogan and Spotify did this new deal in the first place.
that in Spotify. Because Spotify's firing people like crazy. So that you think they invested all the money in terms of market share, and they're like, okay, we don't need to invest as much in private.
They do a little bit more content, but I think at this point, they're just trying to find ways to make revenue. Right? I think that new thing, because now they're the number one in podcast listening, they're going to probably try to incite and offer to people who they don't have to pay exclusive contracts to. But like, hey, listen, we have a monetization strategy where you can do ads for us.
So just like YouTube, they're trying to compete.
First thing that stands out is the non-exclusive distribution platforms. That tells me two things. Number one, Rogan lost a whole bunch of listeners when he left YouTube for Spotify. And two, Spotify wasn't making enough money off of JRE to justify giving him another exclusivity contract. Think about it. The only reason why Spotify and Rogan would agree to distribute is because they wanted to reach a broader audience. If the bulk of the podcasting audience around the world distribute to other platforms, but they obviously need to now because they're not making enough ad Spotify alone to justify such a big contract with Joe Rogan. And that's also partly Rogan's fault too. He obviously wasn't able to migrate his audience over to Spotify and keep it growing. And what I suspect has happened is that both Joe and Spotify podcasting in general has reached a point, and the numbers are starting to go backwards. Therefore, to maintain their relationship, they both had to agree to reach a broader audience. Spotify failed, Rogan failed. My other question is, who owns the IP in JRE, or is it Spotify? Because remember, as part of this new deal, Spotify is responsible for distributing the podcast and selling ad space. So I suspect Rogan will just license Spotify with a whole bunch of conditions. So this here, I'm sure Rogan's got some decent lawyers doing all of this for him, and it's not just him and Jamie fumbling their way through the contract with a dictionary and Google. But don't be mistaken, Joe has basically given control of his podcast to Spotify for a fee. I mean, Spotify has basically become a podcast network now, right? Why? Why don't they just stick to music and do that? Now they're doing exactly what Podcast One does, for example, and look how it's turned out for them so far. And so, hoping the question, well, you know what? Rogan could just do all of this himself, right? I mean, why does he need Spotify to do all that for him? I mean, everything's digital. The old Hollywood system where the big studios own the movie theaters and controlled every aspect of production, marketing, and distribution. It would literally be Jamie uploading each episode onto a podcast feed, spitting out the podcast to all of the platforms. I mean, that's how everyone else does it. So why do this with Spotify? Just so he can make this minimum upfront, which he would have made 10 times over by just doing it himself. I think, honestly, he left Spotify the perception would be that he failed. The relationship soured, have been in overdrive. Imagine how happy CNN and the New York Times, Washington Post, all of those establishment hack publishers would be if Rogan to go on his own again. The headlines would be, cancels Joe Rogan. The reality would be, Joe just said, screw you guys, I'm going home. I'm just going to do this on my own again. But I also think it's more than that. You see, Rogan wants to be the guy with the deal. If you look at Tom, Bert, Schultz, Shane, etc., none of Joe have big deals with a major platform. Rogan was the guy who got the deal. I think he likes that. I think he likes dipping his toes in the mainstream pool while still maintaining his independent facade. And don't forget how much Rogan used to look up to Howard Stern. I mean, when it comes to broadcasting deals, nobody comes close to Howard Stern's $500 million multi-year deal. The guy's been earning $100 million a year for like 15 years. It's insane. And we know Rogan's very competitive. Forget Howard Stern thinks podcasts are losers. There's definitely there, even though they're old friends. Joe has never spoken badly of Stern in regard, and I think that plays a big part in Joe's thinking when it comes to making these comes to be known as the deal guy of podcasting, just like Howard Stern is the deal guy of broadcasting.
You're upset with Howard Stern. That's the new thing I'm upset with Howard Stern over. It just shows how much he's lost touch. Like, that's not the way radio DJ. Start wants to become a radio DJ who's doing podcasts. That's not our end goal. Podcast and listen to Howard Stern. Just so you know, Howard Stern called you a loser for listening to podcasts as well.
I hear that from Tyler. He's too clever.
I think he was too clever. I think he's probably out. I don't know.
So then let's take a step back and look at this from a big picture perspective for a moment. Because here is my hot take. Okay, Rogan, he doesn't need Spotify. They tried to use his podcast as the breeding ground for a podcaster, and they failed. We know the deals they cancelled with Prince Harry and the Obamas. They overpaid podcasters, and they weren't able to recoup their losses. So now they're basically taking JRE and Call Her Daddy and monetizing them everywhere. That's seriously put it like that. It sounds stupid, right? And you could say, but doing it yourself would require more stability and more risk. But that's what Rogan's been doing up until now anyway. He's the one with the relationships with all of the sponsors that he does on Spotify. So now they're actually making the real change because Spotify will now take over all of those relationships and manage all of the ads across all platforms. And similar to it will come when Rogan's content gets demonetized by one or more of the platforms it distributes to.
You did it so long yourself, and then Spotify's on the top. Like, did they delete some of your episodes?
That, and they also were some guests that I had on, and there was, a lot of pressure from advertisers. There was a lot of pressure from different people.
So where does that lead to? Well, it leads to the inevitable conversation with Spotify where they sit Joe down and give him talk. This is how it goes. On advertising because of the things you're saying on the podcast, and some of it, if we can't make money off the show, then it's just not worth it for us. They're not building their podcasting audience anymore. All that's gone out the window. Now they're just trying to make money, and in this space, money is all about. So if you can't advertise, Spotify will inevitably turn to Joe and say, hey, I thought you were a numbers guy, B. What are you doing here? We're going to have to start approving each episode and censoring anything that isn't in one swift stroke of the pen. Everything Rogan stood for just went out the window. But let's just see what happened. That all the deleted episodes after the end were removed at Rogan's request. He is known for shaking their head at censorship. But now it's different. Now in the driver's seat. Having said all of that, he didn't address this pretty soon in one of his podcasts. He never really shies away from this stuff, and he's always been pretty open and honest about his relationship and dealing. But yeah, everyone's happy until they start losing money, right? Anyway, Rogan's new Spotify deal. I hope you enjoyed it because all I've seen, like I said at the beginning, is commentary on how Rogan is still the man and how he beat the woke mob, he's uncancelable, etc. I haven't seen anyone make a serious attempt to go over the actual details and consider why this deal is just so different. So make sure you guys drop a comment below about all of this.
Yes.
Maybe I missed something I said. But remember, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get all my uploads in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
Crazy. At the beginning when we first started doing that, it was like, what the fuck are you doing? We tried a few different versions of the idea that we could just stream and have fun. It was just because it was all just fun. Like no one ever thought that it was going to be a business. Oh, what are you gonna do, Martin? No. That's why you need some big ball. I legit just retched. I almost lost. Stop it, man. Stop. You're really in the face.
welcome back to the channel. It's been a few days since you've heard from me, and what better way to break the silence than with my full breakdown of JRE 2093 with the Sober October crew. I took my time with this one because I really wanted to do it. And what I found was three guys who have complete audience and themselves. And at the front of the pack is Rogan himself, who is basically holding Tom and Bert's hand and walking them. So I'm going to deal with them one by one to exactly what's going on, and I'll make some brief comments about Ari Shafir along the way as well. But just quickly, I'm sure you've already heard, Joe Rogan has signed a new multi-year $250 million deal with Spotify. Apparently, JRE will soon be available on all big podcasting platforms and return to YouTube as well, ending Spotify's exclusivity with the little guy. So instead of this video, I'll be doing a separate dedicated video explaining all of those details because the nature of this deal just confirms everything I've been saying for months. So make sure you subscribe, otherwise you might lose all of my other regular uploads. Now, in my previous short's retirement from touring his clown show, I mentioned that there would be a crossover between that video. What I meant by that is, Rogan has attended buddies without fully understanding how powerful they are, and in turn causing an irreparable amount of damage to their lives. We've seen what it did to Brendan. He went all in on podcasting and stand-up to quit fighting 10 years ago, and now he's pulling back his stand-up comedy commitments, and his main podcast, The Fighter and the Kid, is struggling to use per episode. In fact, I just noticed that he's now Brian Callen as a live stream golden hour because he's obviously not traveling as much and he can put more time into podcasting. And Brendan is probably the most extreme example of the Rogan effect, which is something I've... But as for Tom and Bert, in this episode of JRE, David Goggins came up in conversation, and Bert mentioned that he knows Goggins reads his comments and uses them for motivation. And that was a common thing. Bert brought up reading comments several times throughout the 3.5-hour conversation, so it's obviously something that's been on his mind lately.
Can I tell you the most thing about him? Is that he reads negative comments. Like when you see that he gets... He listens to them when he runs. That's where I connect with the guy where I go, whatever, David Goggins. That guy's nothing but inspiration. You gotta let that go. There's people that are gonna hate on everything that has ever existed. Not an honest perspective. It's flavored by their own inadequacies. It's flavored by their own disastrous life.
So that was just a short section of the reading comments. Rogan gave Uber advice not to read comments, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. I mean, some people hate rich, famous, and successful people just because they've had a bad life or haven't been able to live the life they've always wanted to. With Rogan, is that he takes it a step further, going back to the people who attack on social media, are mentally ill and need help.
When I read bad comments though on, second some like I've risen right into the thing that is like it's attention. Right? It's not personal. You know what I was saying? Don't read it. Yeah, don't read it. Yeah. You don't read it. Yeah. I don't read articles about me. But if you read it, would it hurt your feelings? It could. I'm a sensitive guy. We're all sensitive. I'm sensitive too. That's why they're lashing out. It's because they know what hurts them. A happy person wouldn't be writing things about you. They're doing it because they're entitled to expression. Hurt people hurt. They're doing this on social media all day long. We know that ill people. I don't need to name any names here. Severely that are just liars. They're insane. They're foolish. They're on medication and therapy, lashing out at other people's feelings. To be a good person also means to be nice to everybody. It doesn't. Just because someone has a different view on something, you can't demon a non-view.
Did you notice just at the end there how he said we shouldn't demonize people with a difference of opinion and turn them into a non-view? Well, that's exactly what it is. He's saying people who are nice to everyone are mentally ill shit people. I don't know, man. That sounds like demonize his critics. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of crazy people get off over saying mean things and trolling public figures, etc. But what Rogan's trying to do is lump all of his haters into the same pile so that he can discredit criticism by going at their character and intentions rather than actual criticism itself. This is a social abuse. And if you don't know what I mean, stick around. So then, going back to episode 293, like I said at first, I didn't much of his views on the comments. He talks about it in every second or third episode these days. But then Bert mentioned how happy he is for Ari because he was able to turn his career around after everyone's thrown out. I've discussed this in a previous video, and most of you already know what happened, so here's version. When Kobe Bryant made a video basically celebrating his death and how it didn't come soon enough, the backlash was wild. The comedy club cancelled his show after receiving threats about hosting it. A representative for the club said we're no longer working, and his agent dropped him as a client. So, Bert was saying how proud he is for Arnold around after people one of Rogan's "Why can't everybody all get along" rants.
I was thinking a little buzz from Derek. I was thinking how cool is it in your career where everyone's like, write that guy off. I mean, you're killing it. I'm telling you what. I love that there's forgiveness in this world. I love that he's killing it right now.
People that don't go, that are actively trying to be better people are bad people.
Yes. Yes.
And there's a negative aspect to this non-forgiveness mindset that is inescapable. It's not good for the person that perpetuates it. It's definitely not good for the people that receive it. If you're not getting it, we're all human. And I believe your intention. Give me a hug. Let's work this out. If you can't do that, you're the problem. The problem is you have at least charitable perspective on every person you run into because you think that somehow or another that elevates you, but it doesn't.
See, I actually agree with what Rogan's saying for the most part, but where I disagree with him, he simplifies these sometimes complex situations with overly emotional and sentimental one-liners, like, if you can't forgive a problem, and then Bert repeats it after him as if it's gospel. But what he's basically saying is, if you don't like what Ari said about Kobe, and if you don't people's drinks without telling them, and whatever else you don't like about Nick, beating up little Asian boys is another one. So because he sought to make amends with the people he's hurt, if you don't like him again, then you're the problem. Bro, what? That's some whacked out logic. For me personally, I don't mind Ari.
I love it. Would agree. That was a great song.
I don't think he's that funny, but I think harmless person who just does weird stuff to get attention and stay relevant. But I love that he's pulled back on the exposure, he cancelled his stand-up in JRE, killed Tony, etc. So he's not suffering from overexposure. But if you choose to hold that doesn't make you the problem. You a bad person. Rogan can't force everyone to like his buddies just because they said sorry and lost a bunch of money from cancelled shows. And it didn't stop there. After the third hour, things got even more interesting. Retelling the story about the time he went on a radio years ago, and the hosts were arrogant and didn't want to engage. They just wanted him to talk and carry the show himself.
I just remember this is the best radio. You ever have somebody in the sit here and they're doing a thing. You're just like, wait, come in. Yeah, just waiting. And the guy less interested is like reading the paper.
What radio station?
So he's it's in the morning, but he goes, all right, we'll be back from the break in 30 seconds. Okay, he goes to just take over.
Let's just take over. And I go, it's just your show. You have shows this weekend. Just do what I do. And I go, well, I'm not going to do anything. And then it's like 10 seconds. He's like, what do you mean you're not going to do anything? I go, if you don't ask me something, I'm not going to say a single word.
And so Bert relished about how bad his younger brother is because apparently Tom just doesn't care. He lives in the moment, says what he wants, and doesn't want any regard for the consequences.
I look up this thing about you is that you really don't give up. That is nice. It's so cool to not give up. When you give up, it's a little sad sometimes. I don't think I give up. Sorry, you don't give up. Right, but when you don't give up, Tom, I really read the comments. You do not give up. You're the perfect amount of. Yeah, I think it's like a balance. No, it's the right balance. No, it's detrimental. To what? To him. Read his comments. I'd be like, start giving up. Yeah, but who's writing those comments? I do.
And right on cue, Rogan gets triggered and pipes up stupid and irrelevant commenters' opinions.
The people that are writing them, you get a disproportionate. If you're trying to get like a control study of the population, general population, if you're doing a pharmaceutical study, you have a bunch of old people, a bunch of young people, different walks of life. You're going to do it right. You do logical variability. The variability of people that are wanting to comment negatively, you can find those people. You don't have to people with busyness. Our kids ignore them. Communicate. You don't know who they are. You don't know what their background is. You don't know whether their opinion is valid. You're accepting negativity, and human beings have a negative things because your brain is programmed to look for intruders. Dangerous thing.
Okay, I said it before and I'll say it again. Rogan isn't wrong, but what Bert was trying to say about Tom's comments point. So let me show you what. If you go to the most recent episode of Two Bears, One Cave titled "Does Cat Williams Hate Us?" These are the top comments. Not saying sorry to break it to you, you are undoubtedly, unequivocally, and without question, one of Cat Williams' Rogan's 6. That's actually the top comment with over 2,500 likes. I really love how. Props to Bart for actually letting Tom talk about Japan for 2 minutes. For being self-aware enough to know that for the other ballers like me who have jobs to do instead of listening to all of this is the part you're looking for. Timestamp 36:53. And yeah, that named the episode for because the rest of it is about Fancy Bert not being an algo. Bert name-dropping Shane Gillis just to compliment himself through Shane is wild. Shane top 5 hangs of all time. Now, some of the comments, but they are overwhelmingly negative. The whole comment cast in social media are always taking shots at them. Now, that is not, they should not be ignoring it. Different people trolling in the comments understand. I actually have a larger point that I want to make about all of this, but to get there, let's dealing with all the negative comments surrounding his Machine movie last year.
I was getting a lot of negative. I texted Tommy. I was like, "Can you just take a look at it, see if it's real?" You know, because I can't look at it. It fucks me up. So I just stopped someone to do it for me. But I don't trust them. I mean, no, just monitor them, and then Tommy read them, and he was like, "That's actually kind of sweet." You're like, I was like, "Oh, for real?" And he was like, "Yeah, I love it." We were talking in the green room the other night. I was talking about this person or this. They were talking about all-time great guitarist. And they said Hendrix was mostly. That is the craziest thing ever. It's like, no, you like you just don't like it as much as everyone else does. No, it's a contrarian perspective. I think it's fun sometimes just. Yeah, it is. No, me. Definitely you are. It's fun. Yeah, you're number one at that. Just like, let me get a rise. Yeah, it's a fun way to initiate a conversation. Yeah. No, I cruise by. Try to keep my head down.
Wow, imagine a bunch of comedians complaining about opinions. Seriously, the stuff these guys come up with, at least are pointed out the hypocrisy of them about people stirring the pot. These guys have built a career off of doing. It was only recently where Rogan found himself going up against the establishment narrative during the pandemic and carving himself out a bigger audience based on his pushback against that mainstream narrative. That's okay, that's fine. That's what he calls wholesome debate. But if he's made more noise than music, yeah, nah, that's a crazy opinion. But truly one of your best, and I'm a massive Hendrix fan. And speaking of double standards, let's turn our attention. Remember how Bert was bricking up over Tom's bad boy attitude and not caring about anything? This is big lie, and I've been rooting for him lately, butcherating this fake persona. And as long as he keeps it up, I'm just going to keep calling him kidding. Tom's got a whole team that's walking around. Everything he does carefully curated and scripted for exposure.
Like, I go to Tom's. If you've been to Tom's Towers, they have a real production staff. Yeah. There's all these people running around with clipboards, and it's like, Bert's house, people behind computers, just typing away with the media. Crazy. Promoting arena shows. Everyone's going nuts.
Does Tom really expect us to believe that he's an off-the-cuff warrior? Even his friends are calling him out for being overly produced. We all know about his deleted tweets from October of last year after his airport meltdown go full Mitch McConnell when he was asked about his car collection recently. And how can we forget his ongoing obsession with fans and pretending it's just a bit. Everything's a bit until he decides it's not, and he gets serious or angry. Nobody is more aware of his public image than Tom Segura. He literally has staff monitoring all of his comments to gauge public opinion, and why wouldn't he? It's one of the best free data sources to get a feel for how people are perceiving him. That's why he's made such a massive attempt to clean up his image recently. He's got a streaming show coming out this year that he's yet to announce. He's eating up his specials, and he makes it internationally. Tom says as any other Hollywood guy's a full-blown psycho. Just look into his eyes; they never lie. So when he has a
Yo, what up, pimp?
PR teams to fix it, and that's how.
Cool, man. Ego world. How you living, big man? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good.
10:29 p.m.
Oh, that's 1:30 for me.
All right, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm doing so since the pandemic. More than 3.5 years content. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I'm also live on Rumble, Twitch, you name it. I'm basically live on it. And I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, like, of course, ending world war, use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter of Amasonic Teninu. You know.
That says it. I'm fucking up.
All right, that's fine, Doug. You won't live forever.
How we get humble Tom on JRE and in various. You guys cannot tell me you haven't noticed he's toned it down recently, even to bears.
Within reason.
So for him to feed the whole bad boy comedian narrative that it's trying to push, yeah, I don't believe it for a second. Out of all the rats, he's the most engaged with his public image. And then this bird. Oh man, why do I do this to myself? Let's back up a little bit because I want to pick up on this video where Rogan's holding their hands and walking them into a burning building due to his low IQ and tendency to blindly follow anything Rogan tells him to do. But what I can't seem to get my head around is how so clearly annoys me, yet he still continues to tell Bert, and I don't mean just two friends riffing. I mean Bert full-on gets under Rogan's skin. It's as obvious as daylight, and even Rogan says it himself.
The only thing I think that would be great if I could do my podcast with AI. Yo, can you take all the annoying parts of me out of, like when I talk over you or I talk like I would love
Not talk over people. Hey,
you know,
it's a robot.
it's kind of tough.
You don't need a robot.
I told you I bought it in '93. The year before '92 was a deep cover. I bought that, and you're still snooze. It's crazy. It's 30 whatever years.
Yeah, he's got the best longevity.
And so I go, I just admire that. You know, he says everything cool.
Yeah.
Wait. Try to guess what else.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
On the one hand, I get it. They have been friends for a long time, they have a history there, and Bert knows Joe. Nobody's denying that, but on the other hand, you can clearly see that Bert has some serious, maybe even borderline personality disorder. Who knows what else? I'm not a health professional. I'm not trying to diagnose. Just going off what we see of him publicly and his own comments.
Nobody cries more about not me anymore.
He cries.
I regret a couple cries. Schultz's, I regret that one. Did you cry on Schultz's podcast? Of course.
What'd you cry about?
Nothing. Bambi. He brought out a clown and some balloons and it.
Clown and balloons made you cry.
No. It gave me a panic attack.
What?
Yeah, I don't like clowns. You're shaking out.
Hold the for real?
Opportunity to not. Don't play it.
Okay. No, you have a real issue with clowns?
And then you became one? Yeah. Aubrey Marcus.
Right.
Is, I think, stores.
Right.
And it says.
Listen, you got a great friend in Thompson. You have a great Hey, listen, get in here. Slide on. Who loves you so much? I've never seen look this uncomfortable. I'm Tom. I said, Tom, what would be something fun to do with because, he hates balloons and he hates clowns.
You can't smell that. You can't smell that. Balloons, you can't smell that. I mean, that's your thing, so.
Smell a balloon.
They're gonna start popping, dude. They're gonna start popping. I'm gonna have to leave. I'm serious. I'm gonna leave.
Stand at that door. Stand at that door. Okay.
They're gonna start popping.
Listen, well, can't leave one balloon?
Give me the beer.
Drink more. Let's show. Yeah, we gotta show.
They're really gonna pop. They really are, because they're really lights.
No, those aren't even hot lights.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen if they pop? It's just gonna make a noise.
Oh, dude, what is that? That little screen? Okay, it's not.
Can you smell that?
What is it?
You being serious right now? Like shaking.
Why are you crying? Let's just drink, bro.
You can have this too if you
Listen,
need. This will calm your nerves.
Here, I'll drink with you. I'll take yours. Cheers. The clown has been removed from the room. Let's have a cheers.
Real.
Okay.
I'm shaking. I'm like shaking.
Hold your hand.
I'm fucking they're in here. Like, it's gonna happen again.
That was dumb.
I don't know how it.
So you have a fear of clowns?
Clowns and balloons.
And why balloons?
I don't know. I have no idea. Hey, just do me a favor. for real, promise me it's not going to
It's not going to
It's sweating.
And why clown?
Can't trust them. Watching this right now, who knows someone personally who suffers anxiety will recognize that immediately, and I'm one of those people. Watching that honestly brings up bad memories where everyone thinks people with same issues are funny. I mean, Bert straight up just had a panic attack right there. He wasn't acting. Bert's a terrible actor. Everyone else who was involved with that are complete psychos if they think that it's funny to bully someone with anxiety just for the views. Now, anxiety isn't the end of the world. Bert's obviously drinking. He's quite open about his different claims. That's why he prefers to tour with. But Rogan is so ordinary society at this point that he interprets sunglasses. It's like a grandfather with his granddaughter sitting on his lap, and she's saying how she keeps getting bullied at school, and her grandfather is blown away why anyone would be mean to his little princess, and tells her she's amazing and beautiful and all of that warm and fuzzy stuff. He tells her, anyone who doesn't think you're amazing is just crazy. It's a them problem. Meanwhile, the little girl is an absolute classmates talking over and just being an antisocial brat. When Rothschild is telling him not to read comments, the criticism, and just keep moving, what he fails to understand, there is a ton of legitimate feedback in their comments they should be taking on board. And when someone like Rothschild is the last person to be able to understand what it's like, Bert fan on social media, or when he inflates their egos and gasses them up like that, all it does is give them an artificial sense of self-worth that fuels their continued behavior, further alienating them from their fans, the very people carry wealth and fame. I mean, if Rogan thinks we're cool, we must be doing something right. Meanwhile, Rogan is sitting in his ivory tower with absolutely no clue as to what the actual... I was chatting to one of my buddies about this, and he mentioned this thing called survivorship bias. I'll pull up a little image for you guys. Individual and very rare success has given him the false impression that anyone can replicate his success, but the reason why they don't is because they're jealous haters or they're lazy no-hopers. I think Tom has that mindset too. Meanwhile, he's because he's the 0.1% of podcasting who made it to the top. We don't hear from the 99.9% who's failed. Well, they're gone. And that's why he sees oversimplified one-liners, like when he says, if you can't forgive someone, then you're the problem. He sees buddies like Brendan Shaw, Tom, and Bert thinking that they deserve all of the fame and fortune, and then getting confused when they get all this hate and pushback from their fans. And instead of taking the feedback on board and snapping back to reality, they continue on that trajectory completely unaware that they're becoming delusional losers. It's not normal to have a that is normally negative. That means there might be a few crackpots in there, but for Rogan to dismiss all of the hate and all of the criticism as being hurt people, or they're mentally ill and need to take meds, or the action out of you, that's just full blown elitism. It's Hollywood all over again. Like some of Rogan's buddies are the ones who need to be taking the meds, and that they are the culture, and that gives them the moral authority to say it's doing what they want. And even when it's not funny or just straight up boring and out of date, we're supposed to eat it up and beg for more, because we are too stupid to know it for ourselves. Deep down within this strong sense of entitlement, everything they do, they think that everything is significant simply by virtue of its existence. The source of the conflict of their peers and their social elitism, where they do the talking, we do the listening, and if we just us haters. But when the shoe's on the other foot, they kick and scream about free speech. Now, I've been dying to bring this next thing up with you guys, but I've been waiting, so here we go. First of all,
I'll put my hand up and admit that I've said this before, ready to correct myself. It's the whole theory that JRE is just Joe and Jamie jamming and it's a small, lean operation with a clipboard opinions sitting behind social media. Rogan's podcast, Fortress, he's got high-end former military guys doing security. He's very tight-lipped about all this, but we saw a glimpse of it when Elon brought Cybertruck into Joe's studio and they went down to shoot it with a bow and arrow. He's also got this booking guy who helped find potential guests for the podcast, and perhaps that group are all of the editors that work around the clock to get his podcast out. See, I don't think Jamie supports the full podcast episodes. We've heard Joe talk about this where he'll say something like, "Don't worry, we can get to that effect." A lot. How much figure? Once every day. Much now. He did it. She just went secret time. She just went to million people. Good luck. Yeah. Do I edit that out? Nope. Wow. No, because I like what Way Too Well's doing. I do. Yeah, they're awesome. And they got her on testosterone progesterone. I'll share that because I think she's safe. Definitely a team of editors out there who only work on JRE content, working around the clock to get these massive several-hour episodes out there, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It just comes with the territory, right? But when you all the fact that Joe has a company called and managing all of his content, making copyright claims, trying to build every single sensible, all of a sudden, when you put all of this together, it sounds like a bit of it. Joe Rogan has more staff than Tom, who just uses them for different things compared to them, and they sit more behind the scenes, and the impression that it's just him and Jamie. When it comes to the actual content and producing the show, sure, it's just Joe and Jamie, but when you look at his whole there's a big team behind him to make it. That way, Joe can sit in the sauna all morning, jump in the ice bath, and do some kettlebell swings before jumping in the hot seat, show, and then head on over to the comedy mothership every night to hang out in the green room soaking up. But let me give you one more quick example of Rogan's blatant hypocrisy. Before I end this rant, I really enjoyed the first 20 or so minutes of this podcast around, reacting to clips that Jamie was pulling up, all sorts of weird and wacky stuff. And all throughout the podcast, Jamie always pulling stuff up, various clips and articles, literally a meme named after Jamie pulled that up. And it reminded me of some copyright claims and strikes for other people using their content, and they steal other creators' their podcasts or taking down videos that are critical of them. They need to stop and look in the mirror, because a lot of it is reacting to other people's work. The only difference is when they do it, they try the culture, but when we do it, apparently we're stealing and leeching off their content. They do it both ways. Fair use is fair use, just like free speech for the elite podcast class. Anyway, that's my breakdown of episode 2093 with the Sober October crew. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Big shout out to all regulars, and you guys are the best. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping loads right there in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
Against Tony Hitch.
No. It's coming. Not really. I never.
Twitter, Reddit, and even
why would you believe
podcasts?
Don't you think?
Well, David Lucas
You
has been
think we're the same? So simple. That's
taking jokes from Twitter and
his content. Oh, okay. These little robes are like these. Is it stealing? Welcome back to another video, and here we are yet again with our boy Bobby Lee. He's finally had his first appearance on JRE after years of anticipation. All of his buddies have been on there. I mean, for those of you who don't know, it's co-host Andrew
Santino has been going on JRE back in 2017, and now she's racked up over a dozen appearances on there. Really is one of the last ones in the circle of LA comics to on the Joe Rogan Experience, and the irony is that he's 51 years old without a comedy special to his name. I'm going to talk about that in a lot more detail because they actually discussed this in his first appearance, which hit 100,000 subscribers. I know there's a lot of you who watch my videos but haven't subscribed yet. Make sure you get on board as we. If you're new here, feel free to go ahead and become a regular by subscribing. Some of you may have noticed that over the years when people ask Bobby why he hasn't gone on JRE yet, he always says, "Oh, I didn't know how to get on a call. What do I do to get on?"
Meet and here, and it's just a blessing. Let me fix this. Years people on the internet were like, "Why don't you do it?" And I'm here now, and I just feel so present, and I feel full. This would be a great one. Anyway, thanks for having me here. You too, man.
For those in the background, he basically came at the same time that Rogan did through the Comedy Store in LA. They're only a few years apart in friends from back when. Remember the whole joke stealing controversy at the Comedy Store 2007, where Rogan confronted Carlos Mencia? Bobby was adjacent to all of that. There's even this interaction that was caught on camera at the time.
Well, I'm doing some of my material. I'm gonna say it, so I'm talking about myself. Is he ever stolen from me? I'm so small. Yeah. My dad would have to get on my shoulders. Literally. I can't still making this video. It's reality.
David showed up on the recent Kill
Anyway,
TV
good to see you.
episode.
So Rogan and Bobby have been friends for a long time. They go way back, and even more recently during various controversies, we know from both Rogan and Bobby that they have each other's phone numbers and they reach out to each other. Rogan's previously reached out to Bobby by calling him and texting him to let him know that he has Rogan's support. But even going way back to 1995, the two of them had history where Rogan supposedly from being attacked by some gang in LA.
So we talked about doing it 1,000 times. Yeah.
David
And
Lucas
people thought they like we have a problem with each other, so we know.
and recycling
In fact, here's the deal,
he
you
really
know.
can't handle losing a roast. That's supposed
Not
to
only do we not have a problem with each other, right? You've been a really big asset to me over the years. On the phone, like when I'm in trouble, you called, you got me through a lot of like difficult situations. So when the opposite of trouble, we're in it like family. But you didn't know how to do it. So I always said, anytime you want to do it, you were like, okay. And I'd be like, you're such a nice guy, and you get weirded out by so many different things. You're just people that like you.
The crowd turned on David fast. Harlan was landing
We had
every
each other for 6 months, like, used to like me.
David
Oh
posted
my
the clip
God,
to his
you
own
like
channel.
Jaguar.
He
Yeah.
edited out
Go
Harlan's
take the
laughs.
time.
There was going to a race when
Yeah,
everyone
oh
just
my God,
somebody
great
did
laugh.
that
Oh my God.
segment.
Oh my God.
David
We
tried to
let moments
sizzle
where I
another
even recall
loss,
the
even
company
more
were
embarrassing.
And so if they have this decade-long history, why does Bobby keep saying over and over again that he's always wanted to go on jail? He didn't know how. Obviously, it's complete BS. I think the real reason why he hasn't gone up there yet because it's for the right time to maximize his exposure and capitalize on people. I don't know how to go about getting on the narrative. He's been spinning this for years. Yeah, I'm not buying that for a second. And it was bad. Now he's appearing in a new movie called Drugstore. We'll look at in a little bit more detail. Jamie pulled up the trailer and they all watched it together and really agreed that it was terrible. So stick around for that, that'd be funny. But let me ask you guys this question, right? Bobby Lee's first appearance on JRE, he's been waiting for years to go on there. It's the whole thing. You guys know the drill by now. Finally goes on there. All he has to promote is some crappy little influencer movie that doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. supporting role. Think about it. When most of Rogan's other buddies go along there, they've got a book to sell us or a comedy special supply. Like Bird Crushers, Flop, The Machine, Bill Bird's Old Dad. Even Louis C.K. and Joe List went on the 4th of July among some random movie that he's only got 4 scenes in. And this is see. Like I said, I think Bobby's been waiting for the right time to go on JRE when he really had something to say to maximize the exposure. But the moment never came for him. All he does is supporting roles. He's never really had his own thing other than his podcast, Bad Friends and Tiger Belly, which, don't get me wrong, they're pretty one of the more successful comedy podcasters out there. Like Glitch recently that I'll address later on, he seems to be doing the most part. So if Bobby's been doing comedy for 30 years, since his first crack in 1994 at an amateur, and he's been in so many TV shows and movies, successful podcasts and all of that, why hasn't he ever done a comedy special?
Right now, if I may, okay. The reason why I haven't done a special is because of the fear of doing new.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
But it's shameful.
Yeah, but this idea that you have of a Bobby Lee new joke night, that's really my.
You know, sometimes when the headliners like they're down for the weekends, lineup's there. You know what I mean? And so when they're not as strong. I'm in the main room. I have the prime spot. It's packed. I have this pressure.
Of course.
You know, because I just know that they're there to see me. I want to give them a good show.
Okay, there's so much to break down here. So now, as we go through this, just keep in mind that both stand-up comedy. They've been doing it for decades. And is so well known, 30 or so years under his belt, multiple supporting role appearances on movies and TV shows, 2 huge comedy pod capable of writing new material. I mean, how is this even a conversation? How are 2 comedy veterans sitting down in front of tens of millions of listeners new material? Are you honestly telling me that Bobby is incapable of writing new stuff? It'd be different if he was like, comedy special thing, I just want to do clothes, and he does say that, right? In this episode of JRE, that he doesn't like arenas and stadiums, he prefers the intimacy of clubs and theatres. I've got no problem with that, and I kind of respect that as well. Absolutely nothing wrong preferring to connect with the ultimate setting, but to say that he hasn't done a comedy special because he's scared material, bro, that is wild. I'd understand if an upcoming comedian or one of the more degenerate comedians, if you heard them saying they struggle with new material, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense of that. But Bobby Lee, and to make matters, oh geez, I honestly feel embarrassed for these guys. They gave Bobby Lee writing advice. He said you've got to give yourself little goals. For example, no computer games until you've written 1,000 words.
These second addictions I have, like video.
In front of the computer, you start playing video.
Just start playing Starfield or something, and 16 hours later I'm on a planet, I'll post, right? Yeah. And I feel guilt.
Right.
Or I'll play Stardew Valley, I'll create a farm, right? And it's a haunting thing, like
Right. You're wasting your time.
I'm wasting my time. I know this.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you do the work first, and you say, I can only play computer games and write 1,000 words. Get to 1,000 on a Word document, you look at the bottom, it'll tell you how many words you've written.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, what are you, 15? You guys are in your 50s. You're doing this for over 30 years. Oh, maybe. This is peak JRE. Absolute brain-dead conversation. I honestly can't even deal with that. It's just so hard to listen to it without cringing. And then speaking of peak JRE, that whole conversation leads into Rogan falling into his pandemic talking points. Oh God, this was painful. And you know, it's about which JRE episode like versus ones that I just skipped through. I realized that I prefer listening to JRE episodes. Joe has a guest on that is more powerful than he is. It keeps Rogan away from his talking points, his authority, and that makes for an interesting podcast. Remember he had Elon on the podcast recently with his Cybertruck and they ordered pineapple anchovy pizza? At the time I said it was one of my favorite episodes, but I couldn't really articulate exactly. I was watching the Bobby Lee episode though. It finally dawned on me that was Rogie Bear can't go to his old stale talking points when he than him on his podcast. You know, his usual crap: pandemic, ice baths, saunas, bear fights, censorship, pseudoscience, comedy is the last line of defense before civil war. Oh geez, the list goes on. When he's got someone like Elon with him, he direct the conversation, not until that Rogan's on his tippy toes, both literally and figuratively, seems nervous and uneasy. Now, because he's done over 2,000 episodes listening to the same old talking points, seeing Joe in an unpredictable and vulnerable environment actually makes for interesting viewing. So, with Bob Lee, because he's lower on that food chain compared to Rogan, the conversation kept dipping in and out of those talking points. Oh man, it's so boring. And after Rogan was done explaining basic time management skills to Bobby, the conversation fell into Joe's fears, the things that keep him up at night. Then they got into the pandemic talking points. And look, don't get me wrong, Rogan's saying, but after the 250th time hearing the same story about how he just missed out on the Johnson & Johnson to get through the UFC, whether or not you agree with his talking points, even Bobby was like, yeah, so can we talk about my new
reality to American imperialism that doesn't do anybody any good. Military bases. You're right. If you were a foreign country, a nationalistic foreign country, of course you hate America. I mean, look at what's going on right now with this Ukraine-Russian thing. Look at how much money is being funneled. Insane amounts of money. Yeah, and most of it's second. Who knows? But again, it's not zero. It's not 0%. It's getting embezzled. The fact that all of a sudden no one wanted to admit that Ukraine had always been a very corrupt country. Los Angeles telling everybody what businesses they can and can't have open, and non-essential.
Welcome. How are you? How you living, Pimp? I was just thinking about you. I mean, like, within the last, hour, doing, Pimp?
I'm just chilling. I was like, let me check on Rabbi to see if he's awake.
Yeah, well, good move. Boy, I have a bone to pick with those fucks over. You ready to hear about it?
What happened, bro?
All right, so another friend of mine from Kick came in here. And he was like,
Okay.
You haven't been spamming a Kick for more than 6 months about that or whatever. Why don't you come back? And just normal. You didn't do anything that bad to anybody. It's not like what a lot of people have already been forgiven for doing on Kick. You just basically created a bot. Is that bad? So why don't you try to come back? So I'm like, So I started streaming and I got banned. So what the fuck?
No.
Yeah, I mean, no big deal. So then I'm like, you know what? So then I email them. I'm like, look, I was banned. Can I be unbanned? They're like, you've been banned. I'm like, okay, well, does indefinitely mean for life? And they're like, you've been banned indefinite. I'm like, does that mean it's a lifetime ban? They're like, you've been banned indefinitely. I mean, we go back and forth.
Definite. Yeah, like when they feel like that, so that might be like a year.
Wait. Hold on. We're getting to that. I say to them, what does indefinitely mean? Does that mean a lifetime ban? They say it's indefinitely. I say to them, look, is there any way you will just, and then that I'm not going to come back and spam or anything like that. They're like, it's an indefinite ban. I said, look, is indefinite, does that that mean it's a lifetime ban? And they, for all intents and purposes, yeah, like it is a lifetime ban. I you mean to tell me if I survive another 50 years and Kick somehow survives another 50 years, in the year 2075, you not let me live stream on there? And they said that's correct. Oh, you fucks. Okay, that's fine, because I know that's not going to last. Like, either they'll go out of business or I'll die. One of the two, or whatever. I say to them, all right, well, would you do me a favor? Say to them, look, then you give here than to just spam the shit out of the platform. And done that, but I've thought about it, but it's just like, honestly, for me to do to, like, I get more about me on other platforms. It's filled with a lot of bots, but I say to them, look, if any, do you know who Santa is? Flax?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, that's the top model, right?
Exactly. So I say to them, would you please just communicate to him the following? Basically, a gift in the fall from some random person. They were me, and said that this was a gift. It was a middle finger candle, and I tried to tell him that I did not do that. I would not do, but I will not send something to your house. That's creepy to me. And I said to him, look, I did not do this. I made videos. I don't know if he actually saw it, but would you please communicate to him, do that? And they said that they would do that. So at least they did that. But yeah, which is like, come on, like one of these days I'm going to go viral. And then if anything, I'll become a bigger, if I do this for another 10 years, pretty big influencer. And I know back, but at this point, so what do you think of that, Flax?
Yeah, man, that sucks, dude.
Yeah, that's some shit.
I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear you got bad, man. That hopefully, like, you know, after like a year or two, like, you're gonna be like, hey, can you consider it?
I feel the same way, but boy, you would think, like, for all the bad things, I mean, people and shot people on Kick, and they've been let back. So I mean, like literally, I've known people. I've had friends of mine who have shot guns at people live on Kick, and they did not get banned. So I don't know what the deal is, but I don't understand why they feel like what I've done is so bad. If not anybody on camera or shot anybody on camera, apparently making a bot is super bad. And the thing is, it's not like they asked Eddie. I mean, they're just, I'm sure I could go to Eddie. I could send him a Discord message and be like, "Look, give myself a self-imposed ban of a year. Is there considerate at that point?" Like, and there's the opportunity that he might get. It's just their mod team that's based in like Eastern Europe that they're just doing their own thing. I get it. They kind of made a mistake. If I really wanted to, I could come at them with better bots, and just to do so.
I don't think you should do that, man. I don't think you should do that, man.
You don't think I should do that?
No. Yeah, I think it would just make the situation.
No, I get that. I mean, there just aren't that many people on Kick, frankly. Like, I go on botted, get the real numbers of what people have, and it's very unsurprising. Like, Aiden Ross will have 50 watching him, and we have 57 real people watching him. I mean, it's unreal to me that they try to get away with some of the stuff they do. I understand why they don't use real numbers, because just so many people who have bought themselves. Okay, as of right now, the top people who are streamers, no Nelk Boys. He's got some real people in there. But they do have some that are like bonding themselves. All right.
decade ago, that was as high as 14%. Southland weather from KFI is around 60, clearing up and sunny by tomorrow afternoon with highs in the low 80s, 90s in the valleys, AP and IE, mid 70s in the beaches.
How about a flax life? What's a flax life got?
64 in Brea, 64 in Burbank, 73 in Palmdale. From the KFI, I'm Mark Romer. You have more to risk your future on outdated advice. And let's be honest, driving across LA just to meet a financial advisor, that's a thing of the past.
There he is. A flax life. He's pretty good.
No office visits, no investment commissions, no recognized fiduciary advisors put your best interest first always. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. The more we that's how it should be. Whether you're in Brentwood, Burbank, or Baja, we're right there with you for investments, tax planning, and much more. Built for your life now, not the one you had 10 years ago. Let us create your personalized plan. Schedule your free virtual consultation. Region Health today.
There he is.
That was that rabbi. I just like talking to my child and stuff. I didn't mean I wasn't different stuff because someone just I don't just leave because I want to be able to move it. Wait, Rabbi, I have a question.
Hit me with the baby. No, I don't. Who is that?
Oh no. I just asked. That's one of my viewers. I thought you maybe.
You have pretty good numbers on body.w2f. You should be proud, and your community should be proud.
Yeah, I'm not about it.
No, you're not, and you have pretty high engagement rate.
Yeah. Oh, Rabbi, that's why I love you, bro.
Absolutely.
Rabbi, have a good night.
You too, big dog. Absolutely. We'll reconnect soon. Take care, Flax. I love you, buddy.
I'll check up on you.
I love you too. Take care. Shout out to Flax.
Sorry.
I was doing it. You know what I mean? Like maybe the same thing with us. There's that. The gas between us and the next intelligent creatures out there. I mean, I other bands and I would just that's my my oldest just carrying on. So we start to pick up they start somehow that word gets out. So yeah, I just find macro. Yeah, hard truths with Stephen about like podcast. I guess we had a really hard time. I know I had. 640 is more stimulating. I don't want to think about it. It's like just point back to the wider picture. How what we are. We live on a very small planet. It's 8,000 miles circumference. And we only live in a space of 3 miles that we can breathe. Very small cage we actually live in. But it's big enough for us not to realize it's a cage. Right. And we've broken it in the last 7 years. Space Flight 4721 to talk to him. If I was another species on the outside, it's totally crazy, guys. Just moving out to a bigger space. Yeah, that's 6 years. You know, it's really going back to don't see pictures. Weird how we have come so far, we've advanced so far. Don't see anything else. Imagine if the universe, other civilization is advanced, we see something expanding. So, Robin Hansen, he talks about these things, this concept called gravity aliens. He wrote a book called The Great Filter. I think it's a book or some paper he wrote called The Great Filter. I'm going to try my best to explain this. But he basically explains the span of a star, and I believe it's like 4 or 5 trillion years, and how long it takes for bacteria to become advanced life. And there's 6 basic or stages life has a path of intelligence, and very rarely does it make it past the 6th filter, and we have. And he the metaphor of cancer, right? So like cells, and a cell has to go through a cancer cell. Typically, cancer cells only so only after I think it's like 80 or however many years. So the concept is that 4.6 billion years is nothing in the span of a star, which is 5 years. So he's basically saying we become advanced so fucking early that like, it only makes sense that there has to be other civilizations out there. You know what you were saying about like that's kind of what changed the nation. They upgraded their radar. That was, I think we were forced to do that because we had to keep up with China. What was going on globally? Well, that's what happened. We upgraded our radar and we started seeing it very clearly. It's like, oh, and then there's another effect where people don't know until you point it out. A lot of times, one of those details about things he's bringing up, right? Like, see, you have things on the grass that I see, whatever, and they won't be looking, they never notice it until after you say it, and then they start paying attention. Yeah, that's an interesting phenomenon too, like perception. Like when you look for a new car, you look at this car. You want to get this, all of a sudden you see them. And that's perfect. That's a perfect example. Yeah, perfect. It's real, right? Yeah, it is. So that's, how much do we see? And we're evolving our sensor technology. Yeah. It's an exciting time. We're learning a lot. Wow. This whole topic is mind-blowing. Reach out to you since you released your movie. I had to stop answering my email because within like 2 months it was 53,000. Not all of it was but I was just overwhelmed with calls and texts. And the most important ones were, people saying thank you for validating this. That was, we can get no better or better, good. Because, people were saying, just, because there's a lot of people that have been that have never had a voice, never been taken seriously. The way this film approached me. So it wasn't, I'm not trying to sell you or anything. It's just like I'm telling a story that happened. And that's why one of the reasons they also, it's like there's nothing to push here. Has anybody viewed that went through one of these experience had multiple? That's something I noticed in his podcast with Joe Rogan. He talked about something happened with his son or something. Very hesitant to bring it up towards the end of the interview. Wow, I missed that. Interesting. I forget exactly what happened, but something he said that he woke one night in the middle of the night and he had hard to, because with some of these people, listen to them talk, I can kind of ego talking. So I'm not saying that's Travis's case, but some have this idea in their head that they are the chosen one more than anyone else. Correct. So they construct these things in their heads that this for sure happened to me, and whether it's because they like the attention or they like talking or they like hearing themselves, that's always in the back of my mind. But regardless, what Travis mentioned, he was very hesitant to talk about, was that one night found himself sleepwalking up. He said he woke up in a full sprint down his hallway, running to his son's bedroom. And then when he got to his son's bedroom, he said he found his son hanging off the edge of protective railings on top of him. So he found his son, like his body had fallen off and his neck was stuck in there. He was like suffocated. And he said if he hadn't got there, and the next would have died. But he related that, he related it to his experiences with his abduction. He said that when I would wake up in a full sprint towards my son's bedroom. But there's I've noticed I talked to another guy who I have on this podcast who wrote a book up there. It's called The Message. His name is Mike Clever. He talked about his experiences. She said that he's gone through many of them, and it's sort of parallels what Travis Walton was talking about, where it's now when you have these throughout your life experiences, you kind of just like lump them together into this like spiritual sense.
You know, in my opinion, like even the ego part of it, you know, there's people that I know that I believe genuinely have encountered these things. But it depends what the human being, like the person does with it. You know, like a lot of people take it to a spiritual place or an egocentric place. Is kind of, in my view, I think it's, you know, a way to deal with it, or a way to have all the answers. You don't have any. The great thing about this whole thing, I think anybody would really tell you if you ask them, like they've got 10 other questions. You know, they don't have a lot of answers, but they need to keep their mind together. So they'll create the story that should make sense, so they can live on their life. You know, because it is that shadow. You know, it is. I call it ontological shock. The breaking of your worldview, the shattering of your world. Everything you believe is no longer questioned all of a sudden because you just got this new piece of information that's gigantic. You know, how do things have the same value when you know that? So I think there's a lot of, you know, I've seen people get out there and listening to religious context or spiritual content. That's interesting, but I don't know if you have to go there. You might be going there to keep it together. You know what I mean? Because the real when I look at it, it's like, that's just the way it is. I don't have to then think what's wrong with it. Just having questions, not having all the answers. It's a very uncomfortable thing. I had to put myself in a position over and over in this stuff. Like, not try to control it, not try to make it, let's just take it for what it is. And the conclusion I always come to is like, we've got a lot of answers. I've been busy for a long time trying to get to the bottom. Did John Mack ever talk to Betty and Barney? Or was that before him? Let's see. Maybe this is something that we should look up often. Well, I know Buck Hopkins David Jacobs, I'm sure. John Mack was alive for a long period. I'm sure they must have had. But by that time,
That's book abduction, right?
he was. And he had talked to a lot of people. But people, when he did abduction, he chose particular things. And the way different people were handling it. There was a lot of different ways people were handling it in their own mind, address it spiritually, just raw reality. There's different it's human interpretation and belief system. Really cool. John Mack spoke about that. So a lot of people in the world view, and when it shattered, you grasp onto things that make you feel safer.
Yeah, I'd be interested to find out if he ever talked to them.
I'm sure he did, because I think it was in '96. She was smoking.
Oh, really?
And she died like a year after that. Actually, was doing a lot of research on this subject.
There's a UFC fighter, I think. Yeah.
Well, the other granddaughter works for mutual UFO network. She's like,
What's her name?
Martin.
Kathleen Martin. Okay, great. Kathleen Martin. This is what she pulled up previously. We were talking about those gravity alien civilizations. This is Robin Hansen. There are two kinds of alien civilizations: don't expand or change much, and then they die. We have little data on them, and so must most via methods like the Drake equated aliens. In contrast, visibly change the volumes they control and just keep expanding fast until they need it. As they should be easy to fit theories about loud aliens to our data, and them as S.J. Olson has done in 7 related papers. Yeah, so like that graphic that he has there, I guess that's the different alien civilizations in the universe, and eventually they will all just be touching one another, and there will be no for new species to come up because the universe was full.
well, it's like again, I always go to this wildlife, and if you give them an opportunity,
Exactly. That's what human beings do. We try to grab more resources and more we expand naturally is what we do. And it's funny he compared it to malignant candies and alien civilizations. And
he's right about the biome. We're this whole community of creatures we've never seen before. Or not this. I've been living forever for a long time. They didn't spread or go. They created their own little biosphere. They're happy. They didn't need to expand. So he's right. Because I was wondering, I kind of disagreed with the there's examples of that.
They became they would their kind out to other civilizations because they would understand that if they went there, they would take control of whatever is there and start some civilization that would threaten their civilization. So they purposely wouldn't allow expansion. But then how do you explain UFOs? let certain, do they let in sort of hall monitors out to go to other stars to make sure other civilizations aren't becoming, quote unquote, expanding too much, making sure they don't destroy a planet?
I have no idea how to address. Like, what is it? What are what? Maybe somebody said a long time ago, maybe it's just their kids. Yeah, this is their kids. You know, it's not their main. That are doing different things. But that's a highly advanced species. You know, what part of their species are we seeing? The science, or what? And how big is that? So there's so many questions that we have to address. I think there's plenty of data out there that's been going on. It's just we're not going to talk about it yet. We're just not really, and we're getting there.
I said like some of the biggest correlating things that like people like John Mack found talking about. Were there any other sort of like implants or anything? Yes, or like things that came down. Like what?
Things that were under the skin of the person. I think Rothschild here, who I don't really know too much about. The deep dive on the phenomenon that were seeing people. They'd have scars on their body. They'd have things that would come out of their body that were underneath the skin or whatever.
We might be up against first.
I mean, somebody else has to do that work. Right. You know, people have it, you know.
Right.
And I guess kind of what people working together in this field. Everybody seems to be working on their own. Diversity saying, hey, let's look at this, and everybody looks on
Have we ever tested?
But I think that's changing. There's the scientific coalition out of Alabama, really great scientists are addressing this stuff. That's probably greater than that. I mean, I'm kind of curious, like, the Pentagon came, you know, or the intelligence community are out there saying, we think these, and then they sort of, second report,
that's the second one, the more shiny that had over 500
yes,
documented.
Interesting thing, like, oh, they're getting more cases, but they're sort of like,
And we jumped, they said, there was even one in New York.
which is probably true.
Yeah, but there was also a New York Times article also where they actually said it was one of the recent ones. The additional coming out of over 500 documented cases. Which came out, what was that, a month ago maybe? They said that some sort of analysis was done on that Go Fast video, and they claimed in the article that thing was only going 3 miles per hour, which I find kind of odd.
Yeah, I have to,
Like, listening to it,
yeah, they're having trouble walking on time yet now. Do you know the gear crowd? Yeah, no. I mean, I just from video looking at the waves, you know, those are swells, right? You know, and I think he looks small, really small, very quick. But you know, who's analyzing? That's really the question. You know, whoever's going to have their opinion
What's their background? What's their... Yeah, scroll down. Large number of incidents remain unexplained from the Office of the Direct Fueling Further Speculation. Scroll down. Sean Patrick, that's one of the guys that Ryan talked about, the guys that he met in that first sentence of the Pentagon after he came out. Name any unexplained incidents. Officials are setting up ethical American government testing or classified programs like futuristic or secret is the cause of these mysterious reports. Sometimes they don't. They're skirting the main point of all of this. Like all they want to do is focus on these little things. Like they look on the focus on little aspects. Focus on the big question. Like what are the slow walkout? It's a really deep conversation. I think there are people that just want to. You think there's editors? You think there's people that are kind of controlling the articles that are posted on giant publications like the New York Times and certain agencies that are kind of trying to control the narrative? Where they're saying whether the editor of these publications consciously are aware if they're being controlled or not. Could there be, for example, the CIA that are saying like, we suggest you change this because you can endanger national security this way, or focus on this. Think that's possible. I haven't seen like control how it's released.
Is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival. Rewards and service to its customers.
That just makes sense. Because it's not. I can say not examples of that, but it's press release. I don't see any. I think there's an awareness actually.
Back to the moments we miss. Starts with getting informed.
Otherwise, people are just not going to. It seems like it feels right.
Vaccineanswers.org.
And I think it's something that feels like they're following a script. They know what act they're in, and they know what happens. In Act 3 and Act 4 and Act 5. Yeah, I mean, first of all, you gotta talk about these things that are in our atmosphere.
Radio podcast preview.
That do how much pose a threat up to safety. Then we get further down the road.
Is a story full of each other.
What are those things? What are they? Where are they from? Then we get politics.
This case.
Where, this is down the road, and the conversation gets deeper. And then the deeper, we'll get to the place where, like, we've been hearing about this for a long time. Yeah, these people are crazy. Go there straight away.
It's fascinating too when you think about the snowball that is happening with industry, with the monetization of the subject. So just by giving us an inch in the New York Times, look what happens on the History Channel and Discovery Channel. Now they're getting so much more attention on these shows that they're making people that I was talking about it. I was talking about it. So now there's so much more money being made, so much money on the table to be made on the subject. And the more films that come out, other people who make films like this, government bureaucrats coming out about it, senators coming out, just the industry, and that positive feedback. The more money that gets subjects, the more pressure goes on the government to talk about it. But the problem is how do you know it's true or not? That from the government's perspective, like from how do we know deception is coming out and how much of it is real? It's almost like I feel like the opposite is true. Yeah, two years Yeah.
I mean, that's talking about like, what is conspiracy? We use that word so casually, but asking like conspiracy things for a long time. There's probably a reason why they don't. Or, they're like, oh, they're spying on us, and then you have people, whistleblowers come forward and tell us things that, are no longer conspiracies. So, like, I mean, the biggest one, boy, that's a huge one.
Yeah, it was the
Tweet. And
Galen Maxwell.
yeah, you don't even know her, and I don't agree with what she did, but I'd be really concerned.
Yeah, the famous quote about conspiracy theories between the truth and conspiracy.
That's good. Just give it time. Truth always comes out even if it takes up to the and they were like, oh, just
to talk toll free 800-825-5033 from West.
Yeah, one of the biggest, one of the most important things that happens in the evolution of technology for humans is like this podcasting thing. We kind of like broken through the main television narrative that people have been so tuned into for 50 years. It's very controlled.
or even the UFO thing, like, money on this. It's not a small,
Big companies. It's important. I think it's important that money is made in the subject.
I agree with that. It's interesting who's controlling it. It is. I've been
You mean to say who's controlling it?
just who have money to bring shows out.
Many, many years and love it. I get
Yeah, changing podcasts or changing the whole environment. People want to get their news from podcasts.
Yeah.
It's great. That other perspective. Not that all the news out there is
And super
well
entertaining.
researched.
Sign up to become a Ghost Insider today. You'll be glad to.
Just have instead of being fed. Right.
That and you're in.
Yeah, boy, so fascinating. Have you ever looked into
Those bases out in Nevada, like Area 51 or S4, you're talking to anyone into those bases? Or...
There's something for them that
yeah, a little
affects a large portion of men and women. Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining introducing Epic Tea, drink 100% results. Here's product creator Dan Hunter.
yeah, I don't think it's Joe's rule. I think it's very careful.
About, I mean, obviously there's the Bob Lazar thing, but I've heard also people have told me some stories about people they know who have they're like military people who have been like just had conversations with some of the science guys, science, researchers or engineers that were in the cafeteria. Just had conversations, some weird things that I never would have expected.
It's the type of documentary. It's a secret. So there's a lot of national security that has nothing to do with. I guess that's kind of the issue. So I saw something where
It's a big hauling truck, just fucking like flying flying saucer or anything on the back. That was a long time ago. Yeah. So there's like skunk words or something. What the hell is skunk words? Oh, it's a company Lockheed owns or something.
Lockheed Scott. They built the A-12. The greatest threat to the U.S. now is global dominance. Which is like
the Lockheed Martin Advanced Development Programs, ADP, formerly called Lockheed Advanced Development Projects. It is responsible for a number of aircraft designs, how they aircraft platforms. Known locations include the United States Air Force Plant Number 42, United States Air Force Plant 4, most classified testing. Most notably, a classified testing is thought to be conducted at sites such as they're known for the P-38 developed in 1938. Fascinating. Yep. Yeah, so Lockheed Advanced Development Project that is responsible for a number of aircraft. Oh, it's a company.
I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. My fingers, but I know something.
The official pseudonym for Lockheed Martin Advanced Development Programs, ADP, formerly called Lockheed Advanced, that is responsible for a number of highly classified R&D programs and exotic. Known locations include the United States Air Force Plant Number 42 and the United States Air Force Plant. Major classified testing notably a majority of classified be conducted at sites such as the Nevada test site. They're known for the P-38 Lightning, which was developed in 1938. Fascinating. Yep. So pull up the video of that getting like a saucer at skunk works. You know what? So what do you think that was?
That's a good question.
People were like joking about it, like making fun of the video or something. So I was reading the comments; they were just like laughing at it.
Yeah, I saw it, and I'm like, well, I mean, it's not very difficult to respond to that.
Yeah,
right. I mean, someone has to really get a lot of data on it.
Do you know who his last name, his first name? Al. Powell. I remember watching a video where he, for context, he was the head of one that was. He was in charge of Project Blue Book, or was it one of the other projects?
He was in charge of it. Was involved. You have to look him up on. So,
yeah.
Like he's talking about, physics.
Yeah.
Real wild stuff back in the 60s.
This is a picture of the. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like one of our
video of it. Can you go to like the next? Click the arrow to the. Look, they basically figured out that it was some sort of test run. But there's about in the background. Any sort of like there's no jet output. You know what I mean? Like there's no that we can see from the image.
Yeah, that's an advancement.
Just so much out. HLB. Yeah, I watched a video where he was one of the Weinstein brothers was asking him about anti-gravity, and he was like, basically, yes, we have there's private organizations that have figured out anti-gravity and they aren't sharing it with modern
That was fucking wild to hear. That's genius.
Have you really? Yeah.
I've been honored to do so. And that is so much more. Sure.
And he lives right there, and I got to see him after pool till like 3:30 in the morning, and I was exhausted. And then I got sick. But even then, it wasn't that bad. But my point is, like, my whole family didn't get me. I remember I worked out days where I was tired, and I realized I was fighting something off. Like, there was 2 days where I was in the gym. You know what? I'm just gonna go through the motions here. I'm just gonna lift light weights and my body, like, break a little bit of a sweat, but no exertion. Just get some circulation going. How much of can the immune system stop this, or is it something that you 100% get? No, it seems very infectious, but also seems like if you have a healthy system, this isn't a death sentence. This isn't Ebola. This isn't. I was there on a fee, and they said you have to go to the clinic, and I said I can't. I don't have the time. They said, can you come back Monday? I said no, because they pulled the Johnson & Johnson for blood clot. And 2 people I knew got strokes. And the redistribution of wealth was insane. Yeah. The redistribution of wealth to big corporations and companies, billions of dollars was moved. Yeah. You want to talk about the movie? Can we talk about it? Yeah. What's your movie, Bobby? Oh, I'm barely in it. And they're making you do promo, and you're barely in it? Well, I have 4 scenes. A drugstore, June. What's it about?
Jeez, that was painful. So, the movie that Bobby's in doesn't even have a Wikipedia page yet, like I said, and it stars a bunch of influencers and D-grade actors. The synopsis reads, after the pharmacy in her the girl who still lives at home with her parents takes matters into her own hands to solve the crime, while at the same time and become more of an adult. Wow, sounds like a hit, but it's got Adam Sandler's wife in it, so it must be good, right? Bobby just said before, he only has 4 scenes in this movie, but they chose him motion. Now this goes back to what I was saying earlier. This is his first appearance on JRE, the whole casting and promoting, and this is all he's got to promote. And even Rogan told Jamie to pull up the trailer, and they both watched it together, and holy cow, you're doing something with a group of friends, and you can tell everyone's just waiting for it to finish because it's so bad, but nobody wants to act.
Did you watch it? No. So that's the first time you've seen that clip? Yeah. Abby Levito, my manager. That's pretty good. And when she said, I want to watch. Yeah. But you know, I gotta promote it. I'm sure you're great. I'm sure. Yeah, hilarious. But it's all our friends. It's like, you and your friends got together. We made a movie, and there's all these things. I'm gonna see that.
Jeez, what are we doing here, B? I'm just seeing that whole interaction. There's no chance I'm checking that movie out. What a colossal fail. And that's what I don't understand about Bobby. He's a stand-up comedian who likes to he's fine. His acting career never really took off, but he seems which is fine. And he's got a couple of decent podcasts that bring a lot of money for him. But I'll be honest, he seems like a funny dude on his podcasts, but Tiger Belly isn't really my thing, and Bad Friends just seems a bit stale nowadays. It's the same podcast. I'm a huge fan, but the whole shtick of talking smack and makes sense, but they're still kind of funny. I don't know. I guess it was good 3 years ago, but clips from all those shows, and that'll do it for me. They're not for 2 hours straight every week. And it's the same with their stand-up comedy. They're funny guys. I'm not lining up to see their latest comedy specials, some podcasts than they are on stage. So there's this sort of darker side to Bobby that we see come out
where he seems really insecure, just confused about who he is and what he's doing. We saw just recently how Bad Friends took down one of Too Lazy's videos that was critical of his being late to the David Spade episode, only to be reinstated and massive backlash from Too Lazy's subscribers. Shout out to all who helped him out. I speculated earlier on the week that Bobby Lee was behind the takedown, and while Too Lazy came out with another explaining how he thought it was actually Ants behind it, after seeing Bobby on JRE, I'm kind of thinking it was still Bobby who was behind it the whole time. I don't know for sure, and it's just speculation, especially now that we dropped the whole thing and we won't be able to find out the truth, what and when and where. At the end of his appearance at JRE, Bobby actually addressed his paranoia about the comment section and how it messes with his head. He appreciated how volatile Bobby is. I've never really followed him closely because, I said before, he just seemed like a funny comedy podcast, random awkward. And so they were discussing how much the media landscape has changed because of podcasting. In the day, it was all about getting on a TV show or into movies, or just doing stand-up and podcasting. I was going to talk about this in a bit more detail, but because there's so much, I think I might leave that to its own dedicated video, because Rogan went on and on about Bobby moving to Austin scene and how he's improved so many comedians' lives. I actually said that. And I've never really heard Rogan speak so candidly about it. He spoke about the whole podcast revolution, his words, and growing. But what I want to focus on, Bobby Lee is still so bitter about the Tijuana story that Rogan brings it up, but then awkwardly tries to change the subject. So take a look, and I'll pick it up afterwards.
Early days for shock value, like you morning radio. So you try, I know. We would try to say as shocking things as we could because that was the way to get attention, especially like Opie and him. I know. We don't have to talk about it. I can vaguely go around it. I'm just like, at the time, I was a survivor. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, this is the culture. Yeah, this is the culture. And also, I'm like, LA, and then, at the time, and then later, and then now, but now it's a much more honest. Now you do your own thing, right? And if people want to see Bobby, they seek you out. So it's not like it's tuning in, like, who's this guy? And then you have to say something crazy.
I still, and so many of you disagree with me, we firmly believe that the Tijuana story that Bobby told all those years was a fabricated story to shock and awe the audience, break through and become known as an edgy and unpredictable comedian. That makes sense to me, but it also seems like those are the demons that consume Bobby. It's that pressure to be edgy and always stories, and the line is, with all of this exposure from multiple podcasts and hours upon hours of content, it's impossible to come up with new content, and that's why I think Bobby is in such a bad place. It makes me feel kind of bad for him too, because he's dug himself into this hole where there's an expectation that he'll act and behave. He just can't keep it up. I think the same thing plays Dylan. They've got those funny psycho vibes that just make them so interesting to listen to. Quickly, there's a novelty to it that when
bad comments though, on, because I get some, because I've risen, right? I just take that into, it's attention, right? Personal. You know what I would tell you to do? What? Don't read them. Yeah, I haven't. Don't read it. You don't read them. No. Yeah, don't read articles about me. But if you read it, would it hurt your feelings? It could. People just don't realize that I'm a sensitive guy. We're all sensitive, right? They're sensitive too. That's why they're lashing out. The reason why they're is because they know what hurts them. A kind person, a happy person wouldn't be writing things about you. They're doing it because they're upset. People hurt people. Dude, the other day I read this. What I read. I heard Bobby Lee abuses his animals. Okay. Like, they want to hurt your feelings. Yes, no. I believe it. I get them the best. I go, what's the most expensive? The shit they have. It's not an everyday event.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I know exactly what Bobby trying to say there, and Rogan is just so off with that whole parasocial dynamic. It's not about hurt people, or whatever that catchy saying is that all these guys like to say all the time when they don't like what people are. The fundamental problem is that guys like you have cultivated a following off of saying wacky stuff. Like I said, same with Theo Von, same with Tim Dillon, all an act. Clearly, it's an act to distinguish themselves from the pack, to stand out, and to garner attention and hype so they can profit of it and grow their audience. They're the shock jocks of comedy podcasting. It's their public persona, and they don't like it when they're unable to be serious. So it starts to eat away at them, and they develop this mental crisis where they don't know. As you can probably tell, I find this stuff so fascinating. They've basically made a Faustian bard out of, and it's sad. I feel for Bobby. Remember all those clips of him being a total creep with all those TVs? I feel like he must have thought he had to do those things and act in a certain way to keep up his edgy, unpredictable public persona, but deep down he hates himself for it. A cookie to crack. But the thing I don't understand is if he's so sensitive to this, why does he lean into it so much and keep up for so many years? It just goes to show how well Rogan has tuned. People don't give him enough credit for this. He seems firmly planted on the ground. He only really seemed annoyed when CNN came after him with their fake yellow filter, trying to make him look bad when he had the Rona, but overall he definitely handles all of the criticism well, just ignoring it and moving like a shark. Must be all those ice baths, saunas, and elk meat. Who knows, huh? Anyway, that's my breakdown of Bobby Lee's first opinion. Apparently now that he knows he's welcome on there, so we'll see how that goes. There's so much more from this episode that I didn't cover in this video, so I'll have to drop a couple more videos covering different parts of it in the coming weeks, so if you haven't already, and look out for those videos. But that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Shout out to my almost 100,000 regulars. You guys are best. I'll catch you in the next one.
After the show, this tall moron that came up to me, give me a side hug, and we had connected eyeballs. And if I lived here, I could, right? And also in the center, because Texas girls. I love Texas. They're so nice. They're so warm. I love when they live. Yeah, I love it.
This is real.
Jamie's wrong all the time with this stuff. All these lefty, liberal fake news. Stubbs is a fake news site. They get busted all the time for fake news. Just Google it. You can't up Kyle anymore.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my... If you're not on board, sort that out by hitting the subscribe and miss out on my uploads. Now, if you overanalyze everything you see in life, you've probably wondered about the relationship producer Jamie Vernon, who pays him. Some people don't even know what Jamie looks like, but one of the most interesting things for me is the dynamic between the two of them. When Jamie knows Joe is wrong, let him figure it out. I had a boss who was always wrong about stuff, but his ego was so big that you couldn't call him out. Instead, you just have to wait for him to figure it out, and that he's a genius when he finally does. Well, that's exactly what happened on this week's JRE episode with comedy veteran Ron White. But the difference is the interactions with Jamie are there for tens of millions of people to see. And trust me, this is absolute comedy gold. Much funnier than it already is the interaction was actually clicked up by JRE and uploaded to YouTube. So you know how whenever Spotify they upload a couple of clips to you just to send traffic over to Spotify. For this episode, they clipped up the worst of the podcast and put it on YouTube. I mean, the second-hand embarrassment on this one was huge. Let me has a hard-on over YouTube censorship policies. Well, in Rogan's style, he saw some headline or social media post and went all guns blazing on his podcast without actually what he was talking about. Take a look.
What they would do for significant cultural event. Let me see. This is a new policy.
24 failure to find what constitutes as prohibiting certain exploitative or insensitive ads. Yeah, that's it. Or Google already have following. This expands the restriction network as well. And so it was defined in a certain way of what it actually says. Because the way it was defined, what disturbed me was that it's very. All right, let me get you up to speed. YouTube has just updated their guidelines for advertisers when it comes to events. But the key is this doesn't affect the actual content on YouTube. It only affects the ads. So if you're a company that makes ads like Coca-Cola or an advertising agency that creates ads for companies to put on YouTube, you're no longer allowed to exploit sensitive advertising. Sounds pretty simple, right? Avoid Rogan, because you see, to do is take little bits of information, blow it completely out of proportion, disregard the context, and create his own narrative to supply his pre-existing beliefs. Finally referred to as confirmation bias. The thing is, like, whatever they're trying to say, whatever they're trying to do to make the online, you got to be really careful with saying things like that. Sensitive is a weird term. If someone is violently opposed to, right, but also with someone who's something that's happening, one or many of the military conflicts, don't pick a side. What if someone is violently opposed to these people dying and losing their lives, and they're talking about it? Is that an insensitive piece of content that can now be censored? By just going to demonetize it, which they've kind of always done. So again, it thinks Google's new guidelines will affect content creators' ability to talk about sensitive events, only affects advertising. Lucky he's got young Jamie there to help him out. I think this is talking about people who are making it, not people who are hosting content on their platforms. I gotta admit, I'm a little lost on this one. I think so. Any of the listeners out there are also a little confused as to it's about them having the ability to censor you. So if you do a non-white show on YouTube, if they decide that there's something somehow or another offensive, they wouldn't want to edit it. No, don't worry, Ron. We're not the ones who are confused. Only Joe is. And even after to give a completely unrelated example of Ron White having his YouTube show censored for discussing a sensitive event, when, as we all know, maybe Google's new policy has nothing with content creators, just advertisers. Jamie's second attempt to explain it to Joe gets through to him. I mean, surely he'll understand the second time, right? I don't know what to do. I think it's making ads. I don't know if it has to do with the content that's on YouTube. I think this policy content changes for people who use the Google Ads platform and create ads like this one I'm showing you right here, so that you can't monetize it. Look how it's phrased, please. Go back to the top. So it says the updated policy provides this, including price gouging, misdirected traffic, and victim events. I'm with the first one. Price gouging, misdirected traffic. I'm with those. But victim blaming during sensitive events, that one gets touchy. Because, like, what are we? It's just using that, so it's like making some weird ad to pop up to get you to click on something that's going to pop up on content like that. I understand. But victim blaming, the thing about victim blaming, you can do it both ways, right? Like victim blaming, like with Hamas and Palestine and Israel, you're on both sides. You say the Israelis were doing this, and that's why Hamas Israelis are doing this. You people should have known better, and you people should have known better. That's victim blaming. You gotta let people. And if talking looks like victim blaming until people work it out. You can't just stop people from talking. They can't monetize. That happens is if you're not monetized, know that unless they self-censor, it's going to cost them financial. Wow, he really doesn't get it. Jamie literally explained it to him 2 more times for a great explanations. And Rogan still thinks the new policy is about demonetization. It's got nothing to do with content creation. They're just talking about ads. So he's trying to explain it to Joe 3 times without any He ends up pulling up some examples for him so he can slowly figure it out himself than anything Rogan has ever done. The funniest when he's trying. I'm so here for this. Alright, let's roll the tape. You guys are gonna love this. Okay, here's some examples. Alright, violations. Okay, what is examples? Non-exhaustive ads that claim victims of sensitive them responsible for their own tragedy or similar instances of victim. Okay, ads. At least for now, it is. You know, maybe they could switch it and be like, now all content, but well, that's completely. If it's just about ads, that's completely reasonable. Oh man, that's so good. I seriously watch that clip now and again. It gets me every single time. I love it. But wait, it gets better. After he realizes what's really proceeds to not only agree with the policy, and important it is, everyone agrees. Brilliant. Yeah, I guess want to be able to control how the ads are. Is it? It's just that there's like you can still use other parts of the internet that can still. But you can't use. I can't use victim ads, which is the biggest part of the internet world. Right, they shut you up. That's pretty reasonable. As long as they're not doing that with the actual content of the podcast, because I do monetize. They demonetize people all the time if you talk about certain subjects. It's always been a problem. And in true Joe Rogan style, he misunderstood what he was initially so passionate about. He reverts back to the hypothetical situation and says how much of it is, even though he's now realized that he was wrong. Oh man, these are the best episodes. Nothing quite like watching Rogan going hard on the paint over an issue, Jamie to pull him up and fact check. And it reminded me of an even better random video about a boxing bout. The father absolutely smashes the son to pieces, which almost brought Joe to tears. Just look how upset he gets. I saw a video today between a father and a son. It made me so sad. Because there's this young kid. He's probably like 17 or 18, and the father beats the shit out of him, like dings him in the head and keeps punching his son. That's your son, and we're watching you. Because I get your son probably got with you, and he celebrates after he knocks his son out. It makes because first of all, I'm like, that kid has brain percent. Maybe it's just a little. Maybe he'll be fine. Maybe he'll get over it. But maybe you fucked him up. He might be depressed from now on after that. He might cut his pituitary. It happens to people, and you just did that to your son. You're supposed to like touch him up, like slam him in the body a little bit, like. You can fight. Okay, dude, give us a little. You don't tee off on your son's face on television. It's crazy. How old was the kid? The kid looks young. Just like, you know, he could be 20. He could be 19. He looks young. He's real skinny. Jacked. Not too jacked. You know, he's fit. And he can punch. He knows how to box. And the son doesn't look like he has any idea what he's doing. Hey, look, Rogan's right. The story well. Except he's completely wrong. They were two YouTubers who called each other out and ended up in the boxing ring together. Oh, poor dude. Thank God for young Jamie, though, huh? I don't know what the thing was. Like, someone sent it to me cheering that this old guy knocked his son out. I was like, you guys are crazy. That you failed. You failed as a man. Yeah, this is it. It's not? What is it? They're not boxing. Oh, why is it knocks out celebrity boxing match? I get somebody to click on this. It's like a YouTuber thing. This guy's a YouTuber, and he's a YouTuber. I'm such a son. Now I'm not sounding anymore. Now I'm like, yeah, old guy who that young punk was talking about him. Restored. But in true Joe Rogan style, he just cannot let it go. So he goes back to the whole father and son thing and continues his rant about how bad that would be. That was actually his son of all time. Because if you're a guy and you get boxed like that, you know that people that have brain
damage, you know the consequences of getting punched in the face. But if it's just some kid YouTuber, so now I'm in. Isn't that interesting? Just to ship the two people have with each other. But sometimes people talk.
That's too funny. But the thing is, these two examples that I showed you, just the one with Ron White and the one, I mean, there's no harm done, right? It's not misinformation or anything stupid like that. I think people are too quick to jump on rumors. They just think it's funny. It's like all those times when Rogan reads a headline, but he actually hasn't read it, and then he brings it up on his podcast, plus he's not knowing any of the facts or any of the context. For Jamie to pull on the actual article, so Joe can read it out and realize he clearly misread the whole situation. I live for those moments. They bring me so much joy. Such a good podcast. There's absolutely planning. It's all about just jumping on the mic and saying stuff out loud with a complete disregard for accuracy or facts. Because what would it be if Joe actually beyond the headline? You know, one of Google's highlights for himself, which took me about 7 seconds to understand. No, that much effort. Instead, Joe likes to rely on friends or a short clip that he saw on Twitter, and you've got to give him credit though. Joe's a busy guy. It's completely irrelevant. More than 5 minutes of effort into your cast, even though it's generated hundreds of millions of dollars for him and basically functions as his full-time job. Why would he spend time understanding things like facts before he broadcasts his half-baked opinions to tens of millions? I think like a good use of his time. Remember when he had Elon on his 9 landing in 2021, one of the most seminal moments in aerospace engineering, witnessed by millions around the world, but not Joe. Elon on his podcast and ask him to explain that's real conversation.
So what happens to the first when if you take just how does the get read? Like
How the Falcon lands back in land?
No.
You haven't seen it?
No.
Wow.
So does it come down with parachutes? Does it like how does it land?
No, it lands propulsively with the thrusters.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's designed to take off. There it is.
Yeah.
So that is the bottom of the rocket that launches afterwards it lands like that.
See, Joe's got more important things to do than prepare for a guest, even if you just achieved something never done before in the history of things. Too busy doing things like watching while he's working out or listening to his tunes in the sauna or in the green room at the comedy mothership. Really shouldn't be so hard on Rogan. Honestly, you guys can check yourselves. It's getting out of hand. Just let me. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We're just having a laugh today. Nothing too serious. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And if you haven't subscribed yet, click on board so you get all my uploads right there. Feed. Shout out to all my regulars. Love you.
You still have plantar fasciitis, or are you still running?
Yeah.
You have to. You have to? I just love it. Why don't you do one of them zips? Have you seen that Woodway? No. It's like it's sort of like an elliptical machine.
That's how it was for Blue Comedy. If you were a comedian killed by the comedy guy, that would be like me being Joe Rogan. Joe don't be on shit. Joe got 6 comedians. Been funny. He want to push out. But that's really how it is.
What's up, video? Big shout out. We're around 70,000 subscribers this month, and we're pushing hard to 100K. So jumped on board yet. Now is the time to do it. But listen, this is what we're doing now. Most of you watching this know what went down with Cat Williams on Shannon Sharp's pod. Hold out Joe Rogan for pushing 6 comedians that have never been me. And this week for the Rogan Comedy
comedy brats to out their fake success, but that's not what we got. Instead, we got Williams said about him, even though the flagrant episode was almost 2.5 hours in the thumbnail and title, he basically discussed everything except that brutal accusation. Then we had Brendan Shaw and Brian Callen on the Father and the Kid trying to convince her to appear on JRE in the capacity of a comedian and only go on there as fight companions to talk about UFC and boxing. Straight for a moment, Brendan has had the most appearances on out of anybody else, and granted most of his appearances are on the fight companion episodes, but JRE was his career as a comedian. I mean, we've all seen the intervention clips and all of that, so I appreciate that not even Brendan considers himself to be a this that easily. Mind you, he proceeded to fangirl over Cat and find affection with him, physically sick. But what about Tom? And, well, we'll have to wait 2 to 3 months for their banked episodes from this week to be published before we can hear their hot take on the. So you'll just have to sit tight and that. So then I thought to myself, if the Brogans are trying to hide in plain sight and avoid the heat, and actually identify this funny character he was referring to, I kind of feel like it's my duty individually and explain and why they ended up in Cat's tests. Now, if you're new to this channel, this video is basically going to be a channel regular. By the end, you'll be equipped with the bare-bone basics on the bro, identify them and their quirks and features. And for my regulars, this will be a good opportunity to brush up on your theory and knowledge, plus make some more serious comments at the very end. So with all that in mind, to it, coming in at number 6 on Cat Williams' list of never been funny comedians is Ari Shafir.
I know there's always a lot of like hate, pain in the world. Always a bunch of terrible stories. Every once in a while, it's a good story. I've got a read on his today. He is God. I'm here in Charlotte, the home team that originally drafted him. The chicken Denver, if he'd been staying in Charlotte.
The lie detector test. The lie detector test saying that you do not remember was a tweet or a story or something about Kobe.
You gotta be true.
I mean, dude, it's insane.
It's just like, oh, I lost some celebrity I've never met. Oh my god. So,
right.
Let's keep it to yourself.
But in the immediate wake of the Kobe thing, quiet, for a moment there.
Dude, I guess they were using my wall on Twitter to dox my friends and managers. That tweet, they'd be like, "Hey, here's his manager." So eventually they're like, "Oh, Jesus, that's out of control." Yeah, but you're classic fans, classy.
I'd like to thank Ari and his people for this. Ari used to host the show This Is Not Happening, a show named after his. Ari is edgy, which is a really cool thing for a 50-year-old. Isn't it cool? Are you failing like this? Ari is having a tough time selling tickets, which is sad. At the right age of 49 years old, Ari Shafir looks like he's in his Bachelor of Arts in English Literature. Ari has become known without their knowledge, trolling dead celebrities in the immediate aftermath of their death and face. He also assaulted an Asian boy. Even today is his regular Joe Rogan's Protect Our Parks podcast to its 10th episode. So basically, Rogan and Ari be funny for 5 hours, and then young Spotify, and they call it a podcast. I'm not going to lie though, they're probably up there with some of my favorite Jones. There's just something about Shane Gillis bullying Ari Shafir for turns me on. What are you going to do? I should also know that Ari recently stopped doing his own podcast, Skeptic Tank, in June of last which, in my opinion, was an absolute boss move. I think more of the Brogan comedy brats should cancel their podcast. And just so you're fully aware of just how much of a terrible person Ari really is, this is the day that Kobe Bryant passed away with his daughter in a tragic helicopter crash. Kobe Bryant died 23 years too late today. He got away with R-word because all comedy enjoyed rooting for the Lakers more than they dislike R-word. Big ups to the hero who forgot to gas up his chopper. I hate the Lakers. What a great day. This is coming from the guy who spiked his friend's drinks. Hey, talk about consent. And it's comedy, according to Ari. In fact, it was so cancelled his show after receiving threats. Show. At the time, a representative for the club confirmed that we're no longer working with him anymore. And shortly thereafter, his talent agency dropped him as a backlash. Ari switched his Twitter account to private and posted a long gram that read, "Every time a celebrity dies, I post some horrible stuff about them. It's just a joke. I don't really hate any of the people. I'm not going to hurt anyone morning some inappropriate jokes for my fans. On the helicopter, they're not celebrities. Kids die like that is horrible. Anything for a laugh, hey Ari?" And at number 5 is former Fat Slop, Chief Executive Officer and President of YMH, Tom Segura.
If you're still mad, just know that it's your mindset and you're thinking like a fan. You don't have to. You can change the way you think, but you have to accept the way you're thinking right now gets you anywhere. You're being bitter, you're being petty, you're insecure, confident. You can change. I was bothered because I don't like hearing the excuses. You know, that reminds me of, to me, this has also with health and fitness. I want to work out, and you go, yeah, but there's always about I'm tired, or this is about, I feel like it today. Like, there's always an excuse, right? The internet is cool. And they don't want unbelievable. Show them what happens. Nuts. Give you my opinion. So I watching movies, things like that, relaxing at the house. I work out every day. I'm a auto enthusiast. I'm on the track with them. I'm getting my pilot's license, so I've been flying somewhat regularly. It's hard to tour, so I've been working on doing that. It's kind of the hobbies that I have outside of the home. It's the most. We're gonna buy another. What kind of car you have?
Yeah, it would have been different, bro. They called it.
Right? Yeah. I don't know. Are you Seinfeld cars? No.
Tom Segura's claim to fame is breaking every bone, attempting a layup. After leaving the ground momentarily, brutally assaulted by the wooden gym floor, leaving him with a long road to recovery requiring surgery. But this would end up being a wake-up call for. During his convalescence, Tom decided it was time to shave, and so after seeking out Papa Rogan's advice, Tom employed a personal trainer, bought and to meditate, resulting in an incredible transformation. He transitioned from a 40-year-old overweight neckbeard to a fit 65-year-old man. Time when Tom Segura was actually funny, but after losing 5 pounds, becoming buddies with Andrew Tate, and too many laps in his custom Porsche 911 GT3, Tom forgot how to be funny and became a full-blown male Karen. In October of last year, Tom was hit by a TSA agent at the airport and was so the hold-up to his busy schedule, they tweeted a meltdown, calling out and abusing the female agent, dropping C-bombs left, right, and center, and attacking the agent by labeling them as poor. See, Tom had that killer mindset. He believes anyone can achieve as long as they change their attitude. But Tom would soon have a change of mindset and delete every single tweet from October in a that left most of us scratching our of comedians being cancelled. It turns out that no one's like comedians than themselves. And speaking of comedians who should cancel themselves, coming in at number 4-year-old virgin Andrew Schultz.
I sweat so much. Listen,
here's what we do, bro. Maximize profits. What is the cost cut? Oh, you don't have to do the ads. There you go. It's the Tesla model. Yeah. Elon never put an advertisement on TV once. He is the marketing. Whole marketing budget is you guys, and no better than you guys can. So you saved the hundreds of millions. Oh my God! Oh, that's genius. Whoever owns Gatorade, we don't know who they are, so they're not wrestling. They're not on podcasts. They're not boxing. They're not creating news. Is this whole thing with Dylan is they're still trying to every aspect of it. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Was about to be passed out. Try one of these. This is sweet. It's a zip. It's not about a hook. You don't get a hook. Hell no. I'm good.
It's like a dip.
I got addicted personality for real. This is like as an like see, whatever you're doing right there, you're gonna see me like with a mouthful of acorns. You're not gonna be like, no, just try. I can't do it.
You can literally take it out a second afterwards. Just try one.
No, I can't do it.
Come on, why are you so afraid? We drink. I finished a whole.
No, I get it. I get it. I can't do it.
It's so funny. You don't even.
I think one thing I've realized is food ounces.
Try one.
No, because I'm gonna be addicted.
It's such a stupid thing.
Andrew's biggest achievement is selling his comedy special in from website and then putting it up on YouTube for free a month later. He's also known for starting casts in the world called Flagrant, in which he sits around with his buddies, slapping their legs while in a fake accent, and occasionally has an opinion most of us would consider to be simply knowledge, but he's harassing them and speaking over them, interrupting them and cutting them off, or even just of interest in anything they have to say. He's mastered the art in his chair like a toddler with his knickers and a knot instead of a grown man. He also had a haircut. Interestingly, though, Schultz is one of the Rogan comedy brats to have never sold to a streaming service. His 2020 TV series titled Schultz Saves America, which was $4.50 taken from a bunch of videos he recorded for the pandemic. The episodes have different names, and it's basically just him sitting in front of a camera doing YouTube videos. A comedy newscast similar to something you'd see. And so at the young age of 40 younger broken comedy brats, giving him to release his very own Netflix stand-up comedy special, because as we all know, ain't nobody buying one off his website. But speaking of Netflix comedy special, not only does our next brat have 3 of them under his belt, he also has a movie which failed literally to be saved by Netflix, who'd make him stop crying. You guessed it, number 3 on Cat's list of never being funny broken comedians is the man, the machine, Bert Kreischer.
Enjoy the day. Yeah, she was sitting on the porch and read a book. Read a book? You want me to read my book about me? I'll do that. Tom's book, I'll read his book. I'm not going to sit there and read a thin novel. Yeah, I was like, I just don't get this. That is the internet says. And I was like, huh. Read about like an over-under on when you die. And by the way, death thing is very real. I can just a couple times if people want to come, people just go like, man, it'd be so much cool. We'd have so much fun. Like, wouldn't it be great if Bert was here and while shipping and got stories Or you were like, I just like. What's up? No.
It's also joke.
My tears only got popped across your mom. Yeah. How's that? Child. Just a comedian. Sorry to let you down, brother. Have a good one.
You're useless.
Bert single-handedly redefined the comedy genre by introducing contemporary art into his act. He recently crapped his pants on stage, wiped himself with a white t-shirt, and then up for his audience to see. Up until now, to express self-expression, you have to visit a modern art gallery in New York to redefine comedy off the stage as well. He's mastered the art of overexposure. Take, for example, his recent My Let show, which I covered in detail in my previous Bert thought he'd help promote his podcast appearance by posting a clip on Twitter. 6 replies to this tweet. Here are 4 of them. Remember that guy who always took his shirt off? The stories was loud and obnoxious, made everything about him. I wish he was around. Said no, never. Who was that? Brent Chrysler? Heavy ego on this guy. Literally the most overrated, unfunny comic ass. Ouch, that last one's burnering. And so Bert leaves almost nothing to the end. Closes off at every opportunity or turning every appearance into a session. Narcissism has gotten so bad that when he has a guest on his own podcast, they end up interviewing him. Only child divorced parents, Joe Rogan and Tom Segura, want custody. When Bert isn't out drinking, he likes to do things like drinking in his living room, the spa, sometimes even in bed. The problem wasn't to quit. Instead, he decided to get healthy, lose a bit of weight, and start exercising so he could become healthy enough to keep drinking. His program involves walking from the fridge to the couch and then back to the fridge again. He's the type of guy to wear the shirt "Rehab is for quitters," ironically. But jokes aside, much it is jokes aside. And it's probably about time we moved on to the set because this guy really is no joke. His name is Brian Callen.
I love the Rogan, like, really, guy. You're talking about, like, how you beat everybody in the whole world.
Yeah, but I was making a joke. But they don't realize. I got reminded of Brandon and I were going to. I was going, yeah, I'll you up. And he goes, oh, this is where Brian thinks off. And I just saw that and realized a full year into if somebody tried to bull me, I'll show you. I get so angry. I'm not buying that when he comes up. It's not true. Bully me. You try to bully me right now. No problem. To let you say like that, and then it becomes like vernacular. This is what I do. This is what I do. Brian, no, do you remember that? When I was going to go, I was about to, it was a long time ago. 5 years ago. Yeah, I was going to, and I'll tell you something else. You come at me, you better come at me correct. I was going to joke around. He thought I was being tough. When I first met you, all the people you used to hang around with, and the way you're allowed to communicate with people, it's true. Because they said stupid, and then you said stupid. What do you have to say to me? I watched a scary movie. Not yet. We have to, hold on. I said a scary movie with the big thing. He goes, this guy, Richard Demo would grab me, man. You know what I would? Now it says, Joe Rogan straightens out tough guy. I saw that and I was like, hey, I was doing a bit, but I got stopped in the middle of it and it sounded like I was trying to be tough. That's because I remember watching like one of these little YouTube commentary videos and I'm just thinking in my head, like, what is Brian doing? Fucking MMA fighters, you're talking like you're a god. And I was just like, that is weird. Like, of course it's weird. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, I was literally about to go into sometimes you will do that. No. I was saying something about how I was going to make you up. Bro, I don't even
But your UFC boys, I will come right at you. I can pin you on the trial. You could try. You could try, and guess what? Gets them come right to your house. That's right. You'd be dead, Joe. What I it's like us, because he gets around Sam with guys who don't knock. I can't wait to box around. I can't wait. He started telling me how that I was around toxic people, and I was like, oh, this. I was like, I don't feel.
Alan is the same age as Joe Rogan, except he hasn't achieved anything. He appeared TV shows and movies, but now he's Brendan Schaub's sidekick on The Fighter and the Kid, but it's still going. He also makes regular appearances on Joe Rogan podcasts, except he has no fighting experience and he isn't funny. Similar to Bert Kreischer, it seems like the sole reason he goes on Joe Rogan. I'll tell you a story about Brian Callen, except I don't have any. LA Times reported that 4 weeks of inappropriate behavior and misconduct from Callen, both physical and verbal. However, Callen vehemently calling them horrific and false, which the claims have never been proven to be the appropriate legal standard, and he has been charged with a crime. However, he actually filed a one of the accusers and her husband, but in January 21, the favor of the couple, stating that he meet his burden, demonstrating a probability of prevailing on his. For you though, if you go to Brian's website, click on the specials section, you can see all 4 comedy specials, complete with links to watch on YouTube to each one. That's right, Brian Callen has never sold any of his specials to a streamer. As his Wikipedia page says, they were all released next to his 2019 online special called The quote reads, "The fact that this wasn't on Netflix is crazy. If the most majestic performances of his lifetime." Definitely agree. One if the best for sure. Don't forget though, Brian's a triple threat. Just actor, stand-up comedian. In the About Us website, part of his bio reads, in addition to co-hosting The Fighter and the Kid, a top iTunes podcast, regular guest on other popular podcasts like The Joe Rogan Experience and Fight Camp, have rapidly taken an interest in his latest project, a solo podcast, The Brian Callen Show, and of course the die-hard fans of 10-Minute Podcast still listen to Brian, Chris D'Elia, and Will his jokes and jabs every chance they get. So let's take a look at the rapid interest in Brian's solo podcast. After fumbling around his website, clicking on links that took me to the wrong podcast, your website out, I finally found myself on his off-limits playlist on YouTube, and he wasn't. Episodes failed to break 5,000 to 10,000 views. By the way, now that I'm here, quick tip for you, Brian: when you put a video, then unlist, re-edit, and upload it again, make sure you remove it from your playlist.
Sorry, Chad.
Just in case we're trying to hide something. Whoops. And speaking of whoops, we're finally at the #1 spot on Cat Williams' Brogan's business chart. Ladies and gentlemen, these are numbers. Brendan Shaw.
Worry about your commitment to fighting, Dan, not your commitment to
I think
training.
you'd be surprised.
Not your commitment to training, not your commitment to
Specials,
I think you
Bree.
have 1 foot out the door.
Never saw
I
it.
think you're looking at where the future.
I think you'd be surprised.
You can't do this forever. You know, I think that's a very, and I've seen it with a lot of guys. They're invulnerable, they're beasts, they're 100% focused, fighting becomes their life, it becomes their everything. And then somewhere along the line they start, how long can I do this? When's the out time? What's my exit?
For no reason, I didn't hear you. Even though call me a dummy. I'm 39 years old. I can't just lay down on the night. Like, you can't do that, dude. Nice. Why did you just do something?
He was unfunny. I came back with, oh, that, and
Something about a peach emoji.
But my thing with that client, do you think that's nice?
No. But I didn't say your name.
After Kira is spotted on an NFL roster, Brendan Big Brown way into the UFC, only to stumble his way out several years later with a record of 10-5, having lost 4. Concerned about Brendan's lack of commitment to training and fighting, Joe wrote Brendan that he wasn't cut out for the fighting game live on citing his need to protect his brain from any long-term brain damage. To save Brendan from further embarrassment in the octagon, he soon with one problem and created several more. So Joe Rogan and Brian Callen, Brendan pursued a career in podcasting and comedy, both of which he continued today. Now, the best part of his story is how Rogan convinced him to move out of fighting and into podcasting and comedy, but still refused to open his own comedy club in Austin, Texas. Down for a moment, because this is exactly what Cat Williams was talking about. Stop push shoulder into our faces for years and improve his skills, and he refuses to listen to Brendan stand up himself. It's okay for us to have to listen to the very man who started this mess. Just thinking about it. Now look, clearly I've been roasting these guys, but I want to make a few in conclusion. I saw Rogan and the Rogan in my previous video about Cat Williams, which you can go and check out on you. But I think some of you may have misunderstood me in this podcast. He can have whoever he likes on there, and he should be free to do whatever he likes as long as he doesn't break the law, just like the rest of us. If you don't like it, don't worry to that. Is all of us are entitled to have an opinion and growth. Now, this is where the whole Cat Williams controversy, all of that come together. Nobody understands the power and reach of JRE better than he is in the thick of it, making programming, scheduling, the shipping, commercial decisions. You know, all that production. When Rogan decides to help out one of his friends and push their name out there, he's just being a good friend and trying to do something good with his power and influence. Fine. With all that inside knowledge that he has, what I think he's doing is responsible, not to us, because to pick and choose what we want to listen to. But it's irresponsible to his friend of this conversation that I think people have been missing. Someone commented on my previous video that what Rogan is doing, lottery, and then giving away millions of dollars to friends. You guys have all heard the story. And a lot of these people actually end up in jail. I still think it's an interesting analogy because what we're seeing now, and it's something I've been documenting, is that most of these Rogans have started to fall off. Now, all of these guys are wealthy millionaires with property investment portfolios and all of that. Good luck to them. They've earned their money and hopefully they've invested it well. However, when you start to build fame, like almost all these guys have done, once it starts to crumble, you're actually hurting the people that have become part of that mission. That's why you see these guys with their open therapy sessions on podcasts, just things, and endlessly sharing too much information. All of this started with Rogan trying to do something good for his friends. I have no doubt that he finds all these guys funny, saying he's lying to them, but presumably he has an awareness to know that anything he promotes over again for years is eventually going to lead to fame and fortune. Friends are grateful for the exposure. Somehow being to handle it. I mean, let me give you an example. Remember the time Netflix show The Most Hated Man on the internet, and Rogan straight away implied that it could be Brendan Shaw, but they cracked up laughing? No. Who is the most hated man on the internet?
More. I don't know.
Brendan Shaw just felt like this. That was close.
Because you don't get like.
Now, that is one of the funniest moments in JRE history, but there's also a kind of serious side to it, right? For Rogan to say that and crack up laughing at one of his best friends has to be one of the most arrogant things he's said that would have absolutely crushed Brendan, especially coming from one of his biggest mentors. And let me just repeat, I cannot watch that clip without laughing. It's absolute matter. It makes me laugh. But Rogan was the one who encouraged him and basically dragged him. Clearly wasn't built for, and everyone could see. Shane Gillis, Mike Norman, Tim Dillon, and all. Tom's a really smart guy deep down, and he'll figure his way out of all of this before. I really want to like Tom. All the other guys on this list, I couldn't care less about, but I see myself coming around on Tom and becoming a fan. Wait and see if that happens. Anyway, sorry, back to what I was saying. Guys like Gillis, Norman, and there are probably a couple of others, they're going to be fine. I think Kat was referring to those guys, even from the Rogan book. In my opinion, they came in fortune anyway because their audience is totally under the Rogan universe. There are people who love Shane and Mark but think Rogan's funny. But for guys like Bird and Shaw, I think most of their audience tips over his audience. So I just wanted to clear that up. Most of this video is cheap humor. Clearly it was all just fun, but I also know that a lot of you like my more serious issues. Anyway, that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. You guys think in the comments below. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board uploads right there in your feed. Shout out to all my regulars. Love you guys. I'll catch you one.
Or you can get the hit in the head. But
That's what the moose does.
well, because I'm a stoner person.
Okay. Hands up, hands up.
Back then, that was me, so
The amount of that I like hate I get is so I never acknowledge it, I never talk about it. There's a lot of process for all that, you know. It was like I think people think I'm crazy or something, and that I can just be a total punching bag or make it. Because I did the roast, we get paid. People are not getting paid, and their hobby is just to trash the people that are trying to spread joy. It's like it sucks a little bit because then I go like, what do I do this for?
Guys, how did we get here? I mean, what exactly is going on? We're 5 minutes into the news, called out Joe Rogan and said the quiet bit. Segura cancelled Dr. Drew. Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais dropped comedy specials that couldn't be further apart. He has been accused of fighting physics.
That's how it was for Blue Comedy. Where a comedian that cussed, you were ridiculed in comedy. That would be like Joe Rogan on there. Be on challenge. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. But that's really how it is.
This is probably the single greatest moment in the short history of this channel. Just like that, we've all been thinking all along, go over your head. I don't think a comedian at that level who explicitly and un-Rogan like that. But Rogan replied to it on Twitter saying, I like your favorite comics and I'd love to have him on. We talk about him all the time. If he's down, I'll make it happen. However, flies at different commentary channels that have covered this trip, people have been praising Rogan for taking ownership, backing down, etc., etc. I actually don't agree with any of that. Rogan is new territory for Rogan. Really? Has he been called out like this from all this couldn't have come at a better time? The Rogan comedy brats Cam was referring to are starting to crumble. So I'm going to show you just how toxic this so-called really is and how Joe is satisfied ego rather than helping out his buddies. This actually happened to Mr. B. that in a little bit. I'll take you through all those details. Two comedians who are beating the Rogan effect reasons. And once you understand free from Rogan's orbit and still being able to make it on your own, you'll quickly realize who the real ones are. The last men standing.
Alright, this guy bringing up. He got canceled at the beginning. Please welcome. Now, Shane, hey, I'm gonna keep my comments brief. Shane, you once did a joke that I love, and I hate making it. All you do is a joke about Donald Trump getting shot. How he would die. Yeah, I don't know if he dies in the joke.
And all the presidents, I think it's fair to say, be the funniest one to see get shot. He'd be in the middle of a speech talking.
You're gay.
The shooter would be coming at him and be like, sit down. Yeah. Hello, loser, get down, sit down. The noise he would make when he got hit. Even if you love Donald Trump, it would be funny. As soon as he got hit, he'd be like, The joke was my favorite part that didn't really, a lot of people didn't like it. Was Biden, I think the president, you could punch assassinate. Mr. President, be a career highlight for Shane Gillis. I mean, having one of the goats of comedy request a joke and proceed to spin around in laughter. Oh man, that hits different. But with the Rogan effect and the disaster that's become, I wanted to say a few about Dave Chappelle's latest comedy special called, which I watched 3 times this week, and it made me go back and rewatch Ricky Gervais' special called Armageddon as well, and I also rewatched Shane Gillis' recent special called Beautiful Dogs for the 50th time, mind you. So then, all in all, I've watched a few specials this week, and here's what I noticed. Gillis both look having fun. Sure, they're opposite ends of their careers with genuine happiness. Just to be on stage holding a mic telling jokes. Contrast that with Ricky Gervais. Okay, far from his best work, but he just seemed like he was ticking boxes and rage-baiting all the snowflakes. It's like he had a list of people he wanted to offend and then went to work. Interestingly, though, I caught an interview for Geeks years ago where he basically outlined his path back in stand-up comedy to pursue his Hollywood dreams.
I don't know why, but it's number 1 on my list. Now I could give up TV and film to just do stuff. I realise what a privilege it is. Honestly, of self-censorship outside the novel, you know, what you say is what. It's a good time. It's a really good time for stand-up.
Now, as you guys know, I'm not one to read too much into that, but that last little, a little bit sinister. I think he spotted business re-entering the stand-up comedy scene, knowing that the wingly divided and he could profit from it. Now, you guys know I'm a big Ricky D fan, but I call it how I mean. The guy literally pulls his phone out on stage and Twitter replies. Then he will walk over to sit on his notes. Like, seriously, dude, you're a comedy veteran and you can't. Chappelle went for over 6 hours once with nothing but mic, a stool, and a packet of smokes. Pumping the stool. And so creativity in comedy specials, now it's one big race to end. TikTok comedian Matt Rife rage to giving his latest comedy special free Bert Kreischer crapped his pants on stage with a white t-shirt and then held it up. Segura made a documentary about himself which featured his personal trainer crying how much he loves his boss.
Working with Tom, I mean, you really can't ask for anything.
There's another really comedian YouTuber
I mean, it's
he's kind of like interested a little bit because he's curious. He asks about stuff. So last time he came,
completely clear. That wasn't his agent. That wasn't his manager. It wasn't even a fellow comedian. Guys, this is the state of comedy in 2024. A bunch of narcissistic maniacs who used to trash Hollywood only to become the living embodiment. So that's why when Chappelle did a special, I watched it again and again, even though it wasn't his best working with the audience. It was a nice, intimate setting recorded at the Lincoln Theatre in Washington, D.C. You could see the crowd perform like Ricky Gervais' special. That one had a laugh track and you never saw anyone actually laughing. As for Chappelle's special, though, I could tell a few people changed around in the front row. Recorded over several nights, edited together, of course, but you honestly have to be. That doesn't really impact the show, right? And the last 20 minutes was one long story. It made it feel like he just rocked up to his Lodi club to work on some material. I absolutely loved it, even though he got preachy. It was still funny as hell. Little Nas X, and the way Shane Gillis is developing is wild. The silence to their advantage. You can tell Shane's becoming more comfortable with letting his jokes just sit. I noticed that straight away, and people complain about this, but I actually like the way he laughs at his own. Have a little chuckle here and there. It makes sensational and shows he's having a good time. And as soon as he walked out, you can feel the crowd. Big contrast with Ricky Gervais. Also, the lighting was great. His outfit was nice and simple, and it suited his personality. All these little bits and pieces make it easy to focus on his comedy. Now, Shane's very good at tackling political issues without taking a side, and I think the key is self-doubt. Always slips himself in underneath, and he's not afraid of himself. I've said this before, the version of Trump is so good that it feels like fascinating Gillis, and his Aussie accent is pretty brutal.
I'll show you one negative experience while I was there. And it was I got bullied. I got made fun of publicly by a guy. Black trench coat, black eyeliner, and he made fun of me. I'll give him credit in his defense. The reason he was making fun of me, I'd never done that before. There were no black people on the island. I was taking fashion chances. Countries, I was just in England, Scotland. No black people. No. No, you need black to check. The last he was an island of whites that think they're the coolest. With Conor McGregor's walk around. Shut up, dude. Whites are out of control.
Now, thanks to Shane, he's scared of gay violence. I want to live on an island. Oh, hang on. Wait. Anyway, don't worry about that. Like I said at the beginning, I want to focus on what Cat Williams said about Rogan. He hacked comics into the stratosphere and explore the data under the guise of helping out. His buddies went on bussing with the boys in November of 2020, and they started talking about the Rogan bump, which is how much of a boost guest. Now, this is something that has been speculated on, articles have been written about it, studies have been done. Far the best explanation I found was from Gillis in this interview. So, like I said, at the end of 2022, after Shane had RE 5 times, Shane's response was that he claimed he didn't get much of a bump. appearance. Remember this? I get fired here, whatever. I'll just go do Joe Fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No? What? I literally thought that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it would be funny. Well, it could have been up though. No, it was fine. It was just funny that it's truly. That was a conversation I actually had. Really? In the middle of that. That's hilarious. Now, just before I go ahead, I'm not going to actually play this clip for you guys because Barstool are really aggressive with names, and normally I dispute them and fight back. They claim so it's not really worth the time effort just for this one here. I hope it makes sense. It's kind of like a commercial decision, if you like. But I'll put a link in the description for you because it's if you're interested in Rogan Bump. However, I do have the full script, and so this is how Shane explains it. The episode was not great. I was nervous. We talked about SNL. I was just nervous the one-on-one, and it was like, it was bad. It wasn't good. And we're going to say, if you have a bad episode, don't see a bump. I mean, you'll get a bump and followers or something like that. But doing me, Ari, and Norman with him, man, it's more of a party. So that makes, I've probably said this myself in the past, and I've definitely had this opinion. But the idea that just going on JRE once is going to blow you up overnight, that has happened that way in the past, that's certainly the case for Shane. But I'll come to say something that caught my eye as well. Little cliques in the comedy would have like little comedy groups, almost like me. The response was, before I was with the guys I'm with now, so like Rogan and all those LA comics, that Bird and Segura and all these guys, before I met them, Micah in Philly, I'd be seeing those guys, they're not that good, they suck. And then they're like, hey, you're pretty, like, dude, you guys are the best. I love you guys. I love you much. Okay, so I completely get what he elaborated a little bit, explaining that, you know, he was a little salty, those successful, and he had a bit of arrogance and got famous. But here's the thing, and let him on the right track with this take. I think a little bit of Shane still those LA comics like Rogan, Bird, and Segura. Sure, he's buddies with them, but to me, Shane doesn't really fit in with all of them. I mean, we've seen how awkward it gets when he's on Flagrant with Schultz and the Toy Story boys. Comics, they're New York comics, which is where Shane lived for a while. But don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to tell Shane who he should or shouldn't be friends with. If he's happy, right? Good luck to him. Everything he's getting right now. But there's no doubt in my mind that he sometimes, what am I doing hanging out with these clowns? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. But there was one thing he did mention in that interview, which I've heard a dozen times from, including from Papa Rogan himself. Joe Rogan's like the man at like helping. If you're funny, he'll help you. There's a lot of guys that would be like, yeah, trying to keep the new guys get too big. He's one that's delighted if things are going well. See, Rogan thinks he's helping. He thinks he's doing good for them. Hey, you're funny. You should quit your job and become a full-time comedian and start a podcast. And it sounds like an idea helping them to achieve their life goals, but setting them up for failure because it's not organic. It's not real. Taking them for a walk onto the big. And then when Papa Rogan bend on their own, they inevitably sink. This is end up with all of these public podcast therapy sessions, to watch without cringing. I mean, if you can make it through this code I put together for you guys with a straight face, let me know below so I can personally congratulate you for your valor and bravery.
I just had a 50th birthday. 50 people at the party. Could have extended. Yeah, we could have, really something like that. What do you smell? A nice little 50th birthday. You would just spend $10,000 on a little 50th birthday party. I'm not in the pricing. Yeah, he's not comfortable with it.
He said, "Oh, yeah, can do stand up, but this isn't stand. There's no audience. So the key to this is You gotta hit it fast. The punch after the other, it's gotta be fast paced with images. He would use all these visuals after punchlines. Oh wow! He figured out a way to do internet, Instagram, 10-minute.
That's not, like you say, that's not stand up. No, like this thing that you described. God bless him.
Yeah.
That's not what.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah,
it's different.
Dude, I'll make tour dates in the comment section and be like, pull up. Dude, I'm waiting to fight somebody at a venue. I can't wait. Cannot wait. Dude, you gotta let that go. I know I'm 27 and egotistical, but it's just I can't stay. I threatened somebody's grandma.
I wouldn't even tell you if when the cameras are off and we leave. I wouldn't even tell you what I spent on my 50th birthday party. But you want to know what I spent on my wedding? I don't care. You do. I really don't. Just
we're out there in Arizona with cool pools, and all of a sudden people start hitting me up. They're like, "Yo, Chappelle's on, Broken. He's throwing shade at you, right?" And it's like kind of YouTuber, Instagram comedy. And you know how you told me about like a funny YouTuber or a funny Instagrammer? Yeah. We're like, this little slideshow, this stand up. So it's just like, I understand that.
Right? The amount of that I like hate I so intense, and I never acknowledge it and I never talk about it. Like, I think every now and then people like, I love this. I know I'm like make fun of me, like there's a lot of growing process from all that, you know, because it was like, you know,
why are you affected by something that's said to you online?
I don't check it a lot.
Is it? Do you want to talk about what it is?
Sure.
Be
like I can't just the day. Of course, read a book. Read a book. Me? You want me to read my book? Do that. Book. I'll read his book. Sit there and read a Huck Finn novel.
Yeah. Like his stand-up is different, and he found all within the times. And then I think he was dismissed, and he was like, "That's not my type of comedy. That's not what I do." And I guess the only reason, like, he was a household because of stand-up, a different type of comedy.
Like, I think people think my life is like so easy or something, and then I've like never. So they're just like, I can just be a total punching bag, or maybe it's because I did the roast. We get paid to try to entertain people. The people that are trying to spread joy, it's like it sucks. What am I doing this for? Like, why?
You're doing it for all the people that love it, need it, and smile. But the truth of the matter is,
like, who's me? What do you? I'm a clown. We're clown. Like, I'm a clown. I don't think that means
everybody. Look, I need the reminder too. When I say this thing, that's not about I would giving you love. Well, no, but like, hang on. Well, this example. I signed up for the crazy tour. I'm as crazy, and I fly to Austin to do a podcast. And and you're right. I overpack my schedules. Yeah. You have your. I wish that was no.
I'm so confrontational person. Like, it drives me insane. I can't beat them. I have to sit back and really allowing people to act how I feel throughout my day. You gotta be pathetic.
Exactly. Like you're literally
of course.
And it's like, you can't let someone's or negativity that.
Let me just explain something. Comedy, by virtue of what comedy is, you know, the comedy only comes from negativity. It is only negative. That's why if you're laughing at a clown falling down, you're laughing at the misfit. If you're laughing at somebody getting pie in the face, it's because just the two guys walking to a bar, it's not going to be a joke unless something embarrassing happens to one of them.
I think the takeaway from I'm not going to get a Chappelle chain anytime soon. And I can live with that. I
I think I'll be okay. You know, and if Dave wants to read, you know, we can have that discussion.
The nastiest thing you can say to a comedian is they're not funny. The second nastiest comedian is you don't deserve to be famous. Watching that a bunch of children who were told by their parents that they're the greatest thing ever, they're the best at everything, they're going to cruise through life because everyone will love you. And then become adults and go into the real world only to realize from one rock to another that they're just ordinary, average. But in this case, they've been told by Joe Rogan and whichever other rich and famous that they're funny. So as they grow on social media, they have a bunch of nothing but love. And then to grow through the Rogan bump and social media algorithms. Now they're reaching a larger audience who they're as smart, funny, and good as they thought they were, and they tell them all of the hate. Seriously, go and read the comment section. Any upload from Tom, Berg, Brendan Schauble, it's overwhelmingly. There's more comedy in the comment section than the video itself. So that's when I told them that maybe this whole thing was based on the false premise that I'm something I'm not, becoming meltdowns. It's honestly hard to watch these guys. I really do feel for them in a way because they kept saying, I want more. Papa Rogan helped me, put me on. Now when they reach the big time, it slowly turns into a hate fest because we're getting sick and tired of being told by the elite comedy class to laugh who we should watch and which podcast we should be listening to. People, and it all started with that highly sought. Let me give you just one more example from that'll make it crystal clear before I turn back to Cat Williams. Mr. Beast has been known by other YouTubers, whether it's from some sort of challenge or he's just being nice and pulls your channel out of them to help out all these smaller channels. One of those channels was over 400 subscribers when Mr. Beast changed their life. Overnight, their channel jumped from, get this, 400 subs to over 100. Insane, right? Like, just imagine that. So why did they end up deleting their channel? And what about another channel called Noltadins? He just had under 1,500 subscribers when Mr. Beast gave his channel a shout out, which went up to almost 150,000 within 24 hours. So why did he stop up 10 months later? And then there's had less than 250 before Mr. Beast shouted him out, skyrocketing to almost 200,000. But yeah, he disappeared completely as well. Now these are pretty extreme examples, right? But the concept is his buddy has got all of this attention, particularly during the pandemic when everyone was glued to this. It's falling off. I called this less than. I said that Tom Segura would need to start downsizing YMA. 2/3 of their views throughout 2023, and Dr. Drew is the first one on the block for 2024. The same thing is happening to Berg, Schultz, and of course the Rogan comedy brats Brendan Schultz. Shane Gillis, see, he's part of the Rogan bubble audience, Rogan's audience. That's the key to surviving the Rogan effect. Dave Chappelle to Bill Burr and Louis C.K. All of those guys worked hard for years to build up their audiences, and they place. So while Cat nailed it in calling out Rogan for pushing hack comics on JRE, it's not in rainbows for those guys. And that's how Chappelle. I wouldn't be surprised if Shane ditches all those guys in the next few years. I mean, just look at his podcast numbers. 360 subs, and almost every episode gets more than 10 days of uploading. Now that. Anyway, I wonder if we'll actually go on JRE after Rogan invite. On the one hand, I can see Cat rejecting it and just moving on, but I can him going on there and just speaking his mind, and you just know what Rogan said, right? Comedy's subjective. You might not find my buddies funny, but I think they are. And then he'll just suck up to Cat and tell a bunch of old stories about how cool he. Yeah, you get the idea. So that's my breakdown of this whole situation. It sounds like a pretty big turning point in comedy, Brad.
know what you guys think about all of this below, and if you haven't subscribed yet, all my uploads right there in your feed. Big guys. Finally. That's right. We're friends with Joe Rogan. It's the burgers. We didn't have to try out for a team. Our dad owns league.
It's like those F1 drivers who like their dad's just in hilarious.
I've been to that shit.
What? I have CTE for sure. I got a little of that.
Yeah. Welcome back to another video. This is the week. We've got a bunch of videos coming to you guys. Shane Gillis made his 10th appearance on JRE, which was recorded just on Tuesday, December 5th. Those of you who don't know who he is, basically the best up-and-coming comic at the moment. And when I say up-and-coming, to the comedy grades. So he's got 2 comedy specials under his belt, and he also hosts a podcast, which I'll play. But the thing to know about Shane is this. In 2019, he was hired as a feature novel, but literally within hours of the announcement, several clips from his podcast suddenly resurfaced, where he used supposedly ethnic and gay slurs to fire him a few days later, even though he apologized that same day the clips resurfaced. Fast forward to July of 2020, made his first appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience, which was... But here's the thing, right? Gillis is probably one of the least offensive, funniest around today. Joe Rogan, on the other hand, is probably one of the comedians in history, right next to Bert Kreischer and Brendan Schaub, obviously two. When Shane first went on JRE, Rogan completely misread his style of made for an incredibly awkward butt-ending episode. Now, as for today's show, really see how Shane and Rogan have come together. You'll have noticed a few things have been getting worse over the course of this year. For example, Rogan's incessant rants about the importance of vitamins and working out. So now that Shane Gillis is a card Rogan universe, Joe's got him into working out at his studio with a few other less talented comedian buddies of his on the regular. They even got The Rock in on the go. And so this episode with Shane started off with the same about working out, healthy. But now that Shane's settled in a little bit more, he's a pro at steering the conversation effortlessly here and there to stop Rogan from going into order. Check out how fun this work.
Changes your day, right? Yeah, it makes the day better. I literally don't know how you do this. You're like, oh, good, dude, I get the club, I'm lit. Fall asleep. You gotta start taking vitamins. Did he take vitamin B? Yeah. Okay, cool. Awesome. C. Okay. Take some zinc. And like a multivitamin. Yeah, whatever the CVS things is. Because you know what I'm talking about. It's probably good. Yeah. I don't do anything. I noticed. Zinc is difficult to get through. You need an ionophore. You gotta take zinc. Force it to an ionophore. I'm not close to worried about like that. I'm worried on like bread. I'll worry about irons in a couple years. Bread's tough.
So after Rogan got through his daily Rogan talking points that we've all, he moved on to his latest obsession, protein.
Find some protein waffles. What is it? Viking waffles? See if you find it.
And so after Jamie received hold it up, Rogan shared his newfound passion. Sorry, I can't say it without laughing. But as you can imagine, Shane was completely uninterested in waffles and took the conversation different direction.
21 grams of protein, 5 grams of carbs, 200 calories. Look at that. And they're good. It tastes like a real waffle. Who doesn't love waffles? Irish people that work for 500 years, forever. Yeah. The reason why the people in Iceland win competitions. You know, that's from Game of Thrones. Yeah, the Greeks. Where do those genes come from? Up there. We need to get rid of these. We can't have these guys. This is my Irish ancestry.
Now, just before we know about Shane Gillis, don't be deceived by his big, dorky, and massive bookworm who loves to study history, all the funny contradictions from wars and various moments throughout history. So when Rogan started talking, Shane couldn't help but call him out on something that Rogan has been peddling for years, which turns out to be completely false.
That show Vikings, you ever watch that show? No, I heard it's great. Great. I was afraid it was going to be like, they did like women. They kill everyone. Alright, good. Badass, kicking woman characters. It takes me out of it. No, they're realistic. Okay. I mean, they're not like noble. The old Conor McGregor woman. I don't love it. They announced the girl. They said, "Oh, it's Netflix," and the armor takes me out of it. It's a little too Game of Thrones, you know. Show what did they really look like? They looked like shit, dude. They were like 5, 6. They were not these giant. Well, it's the mountain. Where's he come from then? They shirts. They look like. And that's it. They look like that. That's not them. But that's.
Oh man, the amount of times I've heard roast ancient giant Vikings with supernatural strength and how they have superior genetics and it must be their water or whatever. Well, it turned out that it was just a myth and the stuff. And when Jamie started pulling up facts, Rogan wasn't very happy that he's burst. I mean, what's next? So shh, don't tell him.
As for the male warrior caricature, historians doubt they actually wore cartoonish horns. Oh, come on. I know. In fact, the Viking helmet has materialized in Scandinavia, and it was horn-free. Point 1, which appeared with the surviving helmet. 1, a suit of chainmail, and 1. This was likely worn exclusively by elites and professional warriors, despite its common in mainstream pictures.
But what I really want to emphasize here for you guys is how Shane Gillis has come in his appearances and how he's well and truly developing into an elite podcast guest. And if you think that sounds cringy, let me explain. I already know the whole Rogan's universe is one big circle jerk. They go around having the same conversations on each other's, throw in 200 ad reads every single episode and get their bag. So when Shane came along, he became somewhat of a statistical anomaly on the podcast circuit. Not completely normal, unpretentious, but he's also deceivingly intelligent. What continues to steer the conversation in the right direction and saves us from Rogan's long, drawn-out dribble. Oh, this one.
Make them so cool. Yeah, they make them real cool. And they're a bunch of murderers. Yeah, I don't too cool. No, I don't like the Vikings because of the my culture. No, they're just overrated. Really? Yeah. Overrated. Everything about rumors, they're like, oh, they discovered America first. Like, dude, you gotta get Columbus. No, everybody hates Columbus. He's a sucker. Did you read that? What? It's crazy. Did you ever hear that one priest that traveled with Columbus that wrote those horrific stories of what they did? Snitch. You're not allowed to do it. You cross the ocean. You go what?
So I should say fan of Podcast Joe, but after over 5,000 hours of podcasting for more than a decade, a little stale and repetitive. But to give him credit, in this latest episode with Gillis, you can tell he's a lot happier and more easygoing, and I'm glad that Shane's able to bring that, which made for a pretty decent episode. I really enjoyed it. They spoke about gypsies to whacking off to athletes, movies, God, and the universe, and heaps of other weird and wacky stories. This was my kind of, but then they got into the phenomenon of Taylor Swift. Kanye.
Is there a male act that's even close? No. Kanye probably before all that. I don't think he was not that big. No. But she wasn't that big back then either, right? Yeah. Like when he did. He says a lot about him. He's having fun. I hope so. Well, no. I bet his new album's gonna be up. Yeah, you push that dude in the corner, swinging. I bet this dude is up. Hey, he's the best. Isn't he in like South or something recording? I know he was definitely for a little, and then but then he was in Japan or recording at least part of it. He might be. Whatever that guy's name was. I think he's in Japan.
All right, I just had a moment here.
If I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week. Anyway, I thought that was funny. What? I was like, I literally thought. Oh, okay. Could have been fun. Yeah, I was booked up though. Funny to truly. That was a conversation I actually had. Really? Even when Michael's office in the middle of that. That's hilarious.
That clip from Shane's first JRE appearance went absolutely viral and haunted him for months. I'll come back to that and give that little jab that Shane threw. Kanye getting a missile hickey on a boat in Italy went straight over. Kanye and his Aussie friend Bianca were busted by paparazzi after she gave him a mouth hug on a boat in Venice. They actually ended up getting banned from the boat rental company, and the photos of mouth to south resuscitation over the world. But it was just funny. I had no idea what he was talking about and brushed it off in his style. When this happened the first time on their really bothered Shane, he beat himself up about it so bad, and he actually brought it up twice after it happened in the same podcast. Don't know, Shane was joking about when he was at the beginning, saying it did go up JRE, and which would effectively say career. In hindsight, he saw before it didn't click for Joe, and he left Shane hanging. So, but like I said, Shane brought it twice after that, just before the first hour, and then again after the hour. Clearly, it was bothering him.
One more. Four more after that. Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't. It'll do that thing's been on my head 5 minutes or however long it's been. You know, time when he gets done, bring it in. Sorry. It's like letting it out in the air. These go flush. I was like, oh, I blew it. Watch the tape on that. That's gonna be rough. I'm sorry I didn't give you. No. I just thought it was just funny how confident. Up there. Oh. 5, 6 drinks. Blue dudes, my thing, you'll be fine. Yeah, I'll get confident podcast names. Should be confident. I really do want the part. That SNL part was great. There's one moment where I was like, and then I was like, I'll just go. You're like, what? I was waiting for more. I know, but it should have helped you there. You should have. It's just like, that was my failure as much as yours. I thought having you on, and I thought about like even rescheduling people, but I was like,
and so even after he kept bringing it up and Rogan apologized and seemed generally bummed out that he straight away, Shane brought it up and tried to clear the air own podcast afterwards and had a good little laugh about it. And everyone else
they thought I was way too good.
I bombed on there, and that was bad. That was cutting our heads off. Yeah, right there. And that was early. It is weird. Does he still not get the joke? He understood then. He thought. I mean, there's something underlying it. If it was about you, you'd be like, you're accusing me of not helping.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of.
Yeah. The joke was, I was arrogant and still Rogan. I don't know if he's definitely gonna have me on. He's like, who are you? Look, I actually liked the fact that Shane was so hung up on that whole episode. Watching, we could see that he was, say something felt so stupid afterwards. How down to earth he is. I mean, compare that to the things that are on JRE or just in general, and Shane's praises a lot, but I really think the podcasting universe at the moment, in a similar way to how Theo Von and Tim Dillon carried the space, all the broken comedy brats are Gillis, getting him on their podcast as often as possible, and I wait for it. At this point, Gillis, more than Gillis needs Rogan. Ooh, here we go. Let me play. I've said before about Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle and as well in this category, but particularly those two who are comedians, JRE, it's a nice discussion. And Rogan opens up and he seems to have two episodes. But I think the reason is that he respects those guys because they give him comedy, and that's what Rogan's about these days. He's got the comedy club, putting on more and more comedians. He's moving into legacy mode, and it seems like stand is where his heart lies. So here, I kind of feel like Gillis is into a Bill Burr style of Canadian guest that gives Rogan legitimacy. Is the way that they don't everything, and they can put kind of like a real conversation between, compare that to, say, Brendan Schaub, for example, who will say one thing and disagree with Rogan 100%. So that's what I mean. Rogan needs Gillis more than Gillis needs him. Shane's profile is rising, so it almost makes sense for all guys we've had with, and I think we're being fangirling of this lately. I think that's just more of a reflection of how bad podcasting has become when a funny, down-to-earth comedy. Anyway, that's drop a call. If you haven't subscribed, consider jumping on board. Sitting there in your feed. Thank you for joining me, guys. I'll catch you in the next. Yeah. Well, our friend Brendan Schaub.
Joe Rogan talks about us. I think we're gonna have a nice long conversation. I think this will be probably the only thing I call the top. So I look forward to it. Joe and we're trying to now, but I have other roots to get through. So
when Patrick met ago, he caused a stir, challenging Rogan to have Donald Trump. He even went as far as to say that by Trump he would indirectly be assisting Trump. Maybe that's how Biden makes it past Christmas, though. Anyway, at the time, I guess that BBD was fishing for a viral clip, but I remember thinking at the time, don't worry about Donald Trump, what about Andrew Tate? About Andrew Tate on his podcast all the time. He's totally everything happening in his world, and it's obvious that he's following all the latest with Tate. Tate has been under house arrest and remains on over the weekend that he made an application to travel to the United States to visit grandma something. So on his way to the court, he said to hopefully back into America, we want to visit a grandma and just live a normal time. And we're looking forward to a. Now, from what I've heard, as of Monday, December the 11th, him and his brother are now anywhere in Romania, but I haven't seen any reports about them being allowed to travel to the US. But already that number one, if he's in America, he'll never come back. And number two, when he's in, he should RE. On the Associated Press, the Tribunal last week, the top comment read, Joe Rogan, just saying. Now, apart from the fact that JRE episodes are on YouTube, they are 100% face-to-face with JRE would be absolutely mind-blowing, especially an appearance of The Rock recently, that turned into a train wreck. But here's the problem. As most of you already know, during the pandemic, he supposedly had several cars which he ended apologizing for and declaring his intention to have a more balanced variety of guests.
I do all the scheduling myself, and I don't always get it. Very strange because they're just conversations, and oftentimes I have no idea what I'm going to talk about. I sit down and talk to people, and my ideas are not that prepared or fleshed out because I'm literally having them in real time. And they're just that's also the appeal of the show. It's one of the things that makes it interesting. I want to thank Spotify for being supportive during this time, and I'm very grateful to them and that they're taking
Hello Friends video. He basically admitted to being more careful in future. JRE has become kind of boring. But do you know why Rogan won't end up having Andrew Tate on? I think the reason why it'll never happen is a lot safe and keep sponsors on side. So I'm going to explain in detail why Andrew Tate has Rogan by the nutsack alongside of the man himself, as well as his massive fan base. Quick side note, the first comment to pick up the Pink Floyd against him.
Look, Romania. I don't know whether they're corrupt, but I don't have any real information. So I'd be talking about that. If you really did, if you really did all the things you say, well, I hope that gets proven in court. I hope he gets punished if he really did that. If he didn't do that, I hope he gets exonerated. I hope he gets kind of wrong. I don't. He does is a lot of what he does is very he plays the role boastful misogynist who smokes cigars and drives Lamborghinis, and because of that, he's amassed an amazing amount of money, and he's done it in this character persona, but then all very wise things. He says ridiculous, but also says really interesting things.
I've always found it interesting how, like we just saw in that clip, whenever Tate, he always plays both sides. It's the funniest stuff. He starts with the whole, I acknowledge all these allegations and there's an ongoing investigation. I hope they get to the bottom of everything. I've also said some wacky things over the years. Tate's a super smart dude. So whenever Rogan talks, all bases and keeps an open mind.
He's also selling that class. What is the class? Yeah. What is that? What do they use? What do they teach? It's like $70 a month, right? Become a top G. That's literally. I mean, is that? I don't know. Hustlers University experience. Yeah, no, this. What he said, of his main business, secure your spot. Chance to secure a spot. It's weird count. Something. Oh my God! Just roll an hour, 10 minutes and 36. Jesus, did it roll an hour? Jamie.
Click on that. That was actually pretty funny. But even the Hustlers University still treads carefully and asks, "Is that so bad?" But then slips up and calls him a grifter. Being an open mind and considering all sides of an argument or all points of view is a pretty wise thing to do, and Rogan's known for doing that most of the time. Topic, obviously, but I don't think that's why Rogan sits on the fence with Andrew Tate. I think Rogan thinks the guy is a clown, but he would never say that. Just why Tate is so popular, and even goes as far as to admit that someone like is necessary. A clip from Rogan's most recent podcast with Derek, where they discuss the ongoing phenomenon that is, but he ends up kind of describing himself going on.
Not feel like there's anyone in popular culture like when they're alone, when men are with men and not trying to impress women or trying to not get yelled at, the wild, and you know, if you can be exaggerated form of that, this world champion kickboxer sitting there smoking a cigar, making fun of and that's very appealing because it doesn't exist. Like if you see CNN or NBC or it's not mainstream ever go into this what is obviously a lucrative market. Young guys who don't want to be like their parents, they don't want to be like their teachers, they don't want to be like any of these people weird and pot-bellied and depressing, talking about equity and inclusiveness, and you're like, Jesus Christ, and then they see this, oh.
You got my gun, you got the money, like, what do you mean that, you know? They get in the car, they drive off, they fit with like little blocks. Don't look back, walk straight. Like, I just want to go home at this point. Like, you got my shit, like, I don't want to. They were scared. They kept telling me, like, fuck home. When they were going to drop me out, they just said, like, hey, bro, remember, I'm doing this. Don't go up, don't go trying to, you know, I was like, strange, like, just let me go. Nah. Like, you, and I help him out. Fucking, I help him out, and they say, fuck this guy. Office, and now I get shit. So you, I today, I'm gonna let you go with some money. That's it.
Sometime in the 8th or 9th century, somewhere on the land of Great Britain, an clambered through the rubble of an overgrown. Like so many people from the dark ages, we don't
Just athleticism, folks.
when they died.
Look at this. Look at this move.
In the language of Old English that has survived today. Gives us a glimpse into the lives that scattered within the of a bygone age.
This Wednesday, we had a day people that time shut my feet. Castles the ceilings again, torn,
Is known simply as the ruin, and it's thought the ruin it describes the British Roman town of Bath. The poem itself has come down to us as something too. It was damaged by fire at some point in history, break off and cut out, just like the shattered masonry it describes. It's enough to picture the crumbling ruined and the effect they had on its poet, falling through the broken roof and smelled still water where luxurious baths once stood. You can picture the solitary figure of the poet clambering over the piles of masonry and wondering, Who built this place? How did they construct walls? And why, after everything, they leave it all behind?
I didn't know that. That's why. What happened? It was like, I was like, if I would have said that shit was in there, one time I found pictures of shit I had into my house. So I was like, if I would have said that, they would have been the same shit. Like, it's exactly the same case. I was like, I didn't say that in my head. You know what I mean? Like, so
my name's Cling to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the what did they have in common? And what did it feel alive at the time? The end of their world. In this episode of Fall of Civilizations, the collapse of a whole empire, but at just one part of it, the island as it was under the rule of our civilization was built almost overnight and endured the test of centuries of odds. Our fatal flaws and describe what happened after its final.
And it's funny because, like I said, everybody knows, like,
at the time the poetry Roman Greek was already a distant memory, but as a time of giants and legends. But for nearly 4 centuries, Britannia had been one of the Roman Empire's most enduring. To get to the start of the story, we have to rewind back to the 1st century BC, when the power and confidence of the Roman Empire was at its height. This was the very twilight we call Republic. This period, Rome was, while power was concentrated in the wealthy and landowning classes, Rome did, in the power of the Senate, acted as a check on the might of its rulers. Under this system, Rome would cut vast swathes of territory across Europe, Turkey, and along the North African coast, constantly expanding. But at this point, the ragged short coast of the British Isles was still the Romans called the known world. Britain for Rome was a mysterious, according to Plutarch, some even believe the island of Britain was a legend. And furnished much. Some argued that its name and story had been fabricated, that it had never existed. The crossing from mainland Europe to the British Isles is only 30 kilometers at its narrowest point. It's a body of water exposed to the harsh weather systems of the North. The Romanist Salinas describes its dangerous and unpredictable nature. A narrow space of sea that swells with dreadful surges and then sinks again to its flat level plains. Middle of the 1st century BC, this treacherous and unpredictable had already defeated the ambitions of several generals. Famously invaded the British Isles in 554 BC. Danes did little more than sink Rome and treasure marshy lands of Kent and the Thames Valley. Caesar would go on to gather all of the institutions to himself, and he would pass Rome's successor, Caesar Augustus, as a dictator. Augustus ruled as the first Roman emperor separated Britain, that each fizzled out uselessly, and generations later, the notorious Emperor Caligula even amassed a great invasion force of men on the Normandy coast, poised. And this attempt might have been successful, Caligula not being the mad emperor. On a whim, he reportedly ordered his men to give up the invasion and gather seashells from the Normandy beaches. Britain for the Romans was an unobtainable prize. It was a land of mystery, peopled by barbarians. After returning from his failed invasion, Julius Caesar wrote with palpable horror to British inhabitants.
Most of the inland inhabitants do not sow corn, but live on milk and flesh and on rats. All the Britons dye themselves, which gives them a bluish colour, and terrifying appearance in battle. They wear their hair long, body shaved, except the head and upper lip.
It was the Emperor Claudius who finally enveloped this wondrous place into the Empire of Rome. Claudius successfully landed 4 legions, 20,000 men on the British coast. Behind on the continent, perhaps wisely considering the failures of his policies, and he must have listened eagerly as every new came back to him. Men landed chalk downs and valleys and the river estuaries of the Thames. There, an enormous group of British fighters awaited them.
Because it used to be a one organization.
The battle 2 days, an incredibly long battle that was mostly characterized by short and brutal confrontations. And after a distance, the British forces retreated to the banks of the River Thames, followed, wading and swimming through the marshes of Essex, using their engineering expertise to swamp the ground. A final bloody clash. British resistance was crushed. It wasn't until victory was all but assured on British shores. Famously, he brought with him a Roman war elephant brought from Africa. To the poor Briton their conquerors, this animal, the heavy thud rattling of its mighty chain, any thought they had of successful. From there, Roman troops swept across the country with ruthless efficiency into Wales and the British Midlands, subduing tribes as they in heath and hills of Caledonia, that's Scotland. These lands were fierce confederation tribes, among them powerful warrior clans like the Picts and the Meaty. Theo writes about these people particular contempt.
These tribes inhabit wild and waterless mountains and desolate swampy places, cities and fields. They eat snakes and unshod. They are very fond of it.
We don't know what the Picts call themselves, since almost language has survived. The word Pict is what the Romans called them. It comes from the same root as the English word picture. It means the brilliant war paint they wore. Today we know the beautiful ritual stones they left, decorated with mesmerizing walls and curls. But whatever else we know about them, we know that the people fought with enough ferocity that the Roman advance was halted. The Picts knew their land well versed in what we today would call warfare. The Romans knew when to. They ceased their advance and declared the border with Caledonia their empire. They built forts along a jutting cliff that ran the whole width of the country. A shelf formed a natural barrier between them and the lands of the Picts. Writing tablet found in a rubbish heap in one of these shows the Roman frustration with their ongoing battles with this bunch of ragtag natives.
Britons are unprotected. There are very many. The cavalry do not order the Britunculi take up fixed positions to throw their javelins.
Britunculi is interesting because it's never been seen in any other Roman source. It's actually translates to nasty little Britons, and it gives you a sense of how the Romans about the new subjects. In the year the Emperor Hadrian visited Britain, and he was dismayed to find the Roman troops there still busts. But he was impressed with the natural location given by this ridge of capital. He ordered this barrier to be made more fortified. The construction of a large Roman artifact in the wall, a mighty wall stretching 135 kilometers. This border wall would be known as Hadrian's Wall, with garrisons of infantry positioned in a string of forts all the way along its length. And the Romans weren't side of this border. They would make multiple attempts to push to the north into Caledonia, but all of these attempts would fail. Another wall, known as the Antonine Wall, 160 at the narrowest point of the British Isles. It spans 63 kilometers, but it would be useless. It was ungovernable, and the Antonine Wall, and each time it was left to cross peaty earth moors. But Hadrian's barrier stood and led occasional scouting boats into the space between the two walls. They went to barter for truces, trade, bargain. Vast hoards of Roman coins found north of Hadrian's. For at least some of the time, Rome was paying the pagans to hold back their attacks. Meanwhile, south of this snaking Britain settled into a restive peace. There were uprisings first, the most famous of these led by the warrior tribe, only 17 years in Britain. Brutally, and with it, some of the last organized. But the province of Britannia to be pacified. Everyone knows saying that Rome wasn't built in a day. Regional capitals like London and Colchester needed to go up overnight. If you compare Singapore to cities in the 1980s, you might get a sense of how it must have felt to live in London in the decade arrived. Town suddenly transformed in the space of only a few decades into a glittering metropolis. Colourful pantheon of gods, the Romans was the religion of urbanism, the cult of the city. And they replicated the structure of Rome in every. In London, Rome built an ornate forum and enormous public buildings with marble fronts and tiled roofs like anything the Britons had seen before. A new elite of Roman governors and statesmen poured in, went up around the countryside. These residences, with mosaics and even underfloor heating, the city they built became another hub of road real commodities moved. Urban Britons now enjoy incenses and perfumes, and red gloss pottery from Gaul, and spices brought from as far as India. In exchange, like precious metal from the Roman world, gold and silver as well as iron. Perhaps most importantly, Cornwall and Devon were a rich source of tin. In the ancient world that was crucial for making. But despite these benefits, Britannia was always. Records show that larger amounts of resources were poured into the island than were ever taken out. They must have realized that the empire couldn't fund this outpost forever. Of holding Britain as a colony was due to hotbed of rebellion. Native Britons lived in of timber, turf, dotted land. And here, tribal loyalties held greater sway than their Roman governors. A good way to think about the situation, look at the recent occupation of Iraq, where the United States, Britain and their allies. Times, fortified green zones went up across Britain too, walled compound, where foreign administrators fought to enforce the new structure of imperial society. Tomb inscriptions show imperial officials coming from as far as Africa and Greece. A rotating cast of governors came and went. These figures often stayed in their zone, and none of them were native to Britain. And there's also no evidence of ever rising to the social rank necessary to quite different Gaul, where Rome made some effort to bring indigenous people on board with the imperial project. So while some Britons might have felt the material benefits of Roman rule, it seems they never really felt part of the shared depths of the empire together. Perhaps partly for this reason, the British countryside was at one step. This threat of rebellion was coupled with raids by the on the walled northern border. Traffic of trade coming to and from Europe also created a sea tribes like the Saxons became increasingly bold, bringing the stormy waters of the sea to harass shipping, and even the British coast. So even in this first century of Roman rule in Britain, they would eventually crush it like a tin can from every side. One of the key measures that archaeologists of peace and war in the frequency of buried coin hoards. Put yourself living in the ancient world. You're in a gold jewelry in your or in the family vault, or even the bank. But when there's a bad, you can't risk that. You might bury your silver as an extra, or you do so in a panic when you see the first blooms of black snow. In times of mild unrest, people would come back to dig these up again later. But if the unrest, there might not be any of them. In that case, the coins remain in the ground and were stamped meticulously on their surface. This is bad news for them, of course, but it's good news for archaeologists who want to track the region's history of unrest. I'm going to pick up our story again at a point where once again burying their coins in record right as the second century draws to a close. Since the end of the Roman Republic, Rome had undergone nearly 2 centuries of constant expansion. On its borders had been matched by peace within its lands, as the Pax Romana, or the Roman peace. As the year 200 approached, the Roman Empire's interior was beginning to plague had ravaged Rome's lands, eating disease brought back from the east by soldiers on campaign. It killed 2,000 people a day in Rome and estimated the imperial army into as many as 5 million deaths across Europe. And trouble had reigned in the political world. Since the time of Julius, the Roman emperor dictated supreme power. The strength of his command preventing any kind of popular will. And wherever it exists, there are always men who will risk everything to claim it. Drug, plague and famine, civil wars began to Europe over rival claims to the total power of the imperial throne. And in these wars, it was quite often the general state as farthest and bleakest province who would hear the drums of war beat. To understand why Britannia was such a source of trouble, you only have to look at the particular presented. All of the threats facing it from outside within meant that the land required of an enormous army to defend it. As many as 40,000 soldiers at its height. That's 1/8 of the entire Imperial Army, just to put that in. Any one man with Britannia's defense force was automatically his most powerful men. The paradox might not seem apparent at first, but this was one of the fatal flaws and the final fall of Roman Britain. The Romans, it's easy to get bogged down in the endless chain of colourful characters. The schemers and the drunks and the soldiers that leap out at us from the histories. I want to avoid getting the stories of each and every collapse of Roman Britain. But I think it does help us to zoom in on personalities, so we get a sense of the kind of person responsible what happened next. And the first character in this story is a man named Clodius Albinus. That's because Albinus is one of the first to make what I will call the British mistake. The first, but by no means the last. Born in Tunisia to a house was, but the name Albinus means white, and he was given this name gentleness of his complexion. On his birth, his father wrote a letter about this strange phenomenon. A son born to me on the 7th day before the calends of December, so white was his body at birth, the clothes in which we wrapped him. Albinus's unusual physical appearance doesn't seem to. He grew up a promising soldier and rose through the ranks of the Roman military on the basis of his skill. When he was appointed, Albinus stayed for longer than many before him, and we have a good account of his physical appearance in the Historia Augusta.
With unkempt hair and a broad expanse of brow, he was wonderfully white. He had almost as shrill as a eunuch's.
The life of governors seemed to suit Albinus, and he was governing well and rising through the were it not for the events that were about to unleash blood and chaos in the expanse of the Western Roman Empire. The beginning of these events was the death of the tyrannical Emperor Commodus in the 192 AD. Remember him if you've ever seen Russell Crowe. And when Commodus died and left multiple claimants behind, the whole empire descended. This is the period that would cause the historian Cassius Dio to write his.
Our history now descends from the king gold to
the name given to this time, the 5 emperors, might give you some idea of pandemonium. These 5 claimants to the imperial throne, they burnt cities to the ground, they slaughtered vast armies, until there were 2 credible candidates left. It was Albinus, the pale Tunisian stationed with his legions in Britain, who was a favourite of the Roman Senate. But the other claimant was the man sitting on the throne in Rome, the ruthless emperor Septimus Severus. In Britain, Albinus gave a dramatic speech before his British legions, addressing them in that high-pitched. He announced that he wanted to restore the ancient of the Roman Senate, a radical step for a prospective ruler to soldiers, and they announced that he was the emperor they served. It was a clear declaration of rebellion. He sent Albinus messages of support, and with his men's loyalties decided to march on Rome. He knew decisively that he could man. He took 3 legions, every last soldier in Britain, and sailed. He must have been buoyed up by such a sense of destiny on that voyage, and inspired by those tens of thousands in their bright armour, the sea thick with ships, all sailing to Rome to restore it. But Albinus would not succeed. Being popular in Gaul and amassing a vast following, he was defeated 2 years later at the battle. It was a bloody affair, lasting again an excruciatingly long battle, which involved as many as 300,000 soldiers. But then his men began to flee the battlefield, and Albinus realized that all was lost, that all the sacrifices had been for nothing. He ran himself through with his kind and victory. He rode his horse over and then paraded his head on a pike. He beheaded his family and purged his followers. The emperor, as supreme dictator, remained, and the Senate had lost everything. Cash for Rome had also cost his province. Over the long 2 years he had been at war, Albinus had left Britannia completely undefended, and with the land had descended into anarchy. At this time, a huge was driven by the constant presence of a Roman army. So people employ these men to make them bread and forge them swords, repair the leather of their stirrups. People suddenly had no job and no way. Local rebellions spread across the country, while outside forces, Picts from Scotland, Scotty from Ireland, and Saxons from the sea, all combined to ravage the land that Albinus had left behind. Would eventually return to take back control, but even 10 years later, 207, the Roman state charge still wrote with fear about the dire situation the country faced.
Barbarians, they're overrunning the country, destroying
I'm calling the British mistake. Any sufficiently large force to occupy Britain also presented to its command. Any force that could hold could also take Rome. And so the moment the imperial crown was up for grab, Britain's governor would pile all the soldiers onto ships and march on the Eternal City, leaving Britain undefended. So trampling Albinus's body beneath sailed to Britain. Never again another challenger arise. In attacks from the north, he led a huge army into Scotland to drive the attackers back into towns. But Severus didn't have Albinus's. It seems this ill-conceived adventure achieved nothing exactly where it had always been. But for good measure, he split the province of Britannia in two to limit the power of any one governor. But it was for Roman Britain, the clock was ticking. One of the first generals to make this mistake from the last.
And I mean, yeah, he has this background. You haven't read the book?
One thing of the series is that the fall of a civilization is rarely simple. Roman rule ended in different parts of and under different circumstances. It gave authority across Western Northern Europe. And this occurred after the time of our 50-year period called Anarchy. The era saw claimants contest the imperial. Incessant civil wars and rampant inflation, economy, and German tribes made incursions into the empire's territory. It seemed like 1,000 different pressures rained down from all sides. And in all of this, Severus's measures, Britain a fertile staging ground for rebellion. For instance, a Roman commander called Paul staged an insurrection that carried for 10 years before it was retaken by Rome. A quarter century later, in the year 286, a Roman man who had risen through the ranks declared himself Britain and ruled for 7 years before being overcome himself. All a history of failures. In the year 306, known as Emperor Constantine the Great, was crowned emperor in York, successfully marched on Rome, and although he spent the next 20 years fighting rival claimants, series of bitter, he was ultimately crowned emperor over both the Eastern and the Western Roman empires. For much of the 3rd century, war with itself, and the events of this time changed the empire forever. Its emperors were now military strongmen. Trade across the empire had broken down, impoverishing its people, while at the same time Rome's wealth rich elite, far richer than they had ever. The empire's enemies grew stronger and more organized, learning how to play to Rome's weakness, learning how to win. And as the 4th century dawned, Roman Britain's trouble increased. One event would soon lay bare just how far the Roman Empire, and it's remembered to him as the Great Barbarian Conspiracy. To set the scene, we have 367 on the Roman garrison. The winters in cruel winds and rain would have lashed the men stationed on the wall, visible in the air. This was the last bastion against the wild conditions here. Letters these soldiers wrote at the time include complaints of cold that bit their feet every day. Not enough beer provided in their rations. Exactly what was behind the decision these men took next. Perhaps it was hunger, cold, or fear, perhaps even bribe. There was short Roman coin. Whatever the reason, soldiers tasked with defending the empire's northern border mutinied. They changed sides with Picts from Caledonia to cross the wall. This horde swept down on the towns and villages. Villages burned, men with the sword. But before the Roman horsemen stood to watch this invasion, astonishing happened. Immediately, waves of tribesmen of the fierce Atacoti from the outer isles, Scoti from Ireland, Germania, and on Britain's coasts. But the Franks and Saxons landed on the shore. And these didn't seem like random attacks. They simulated raids, like not called barbarian tribes had ever attacked before. They completely overwhelmed the Roman defences. Everywhere towns burned, cities, and amid the chaos, slaves escaped, and whole units of soldiers just all of these gathering together into the countryside, resorting to theft to support themselves. The historian Ammianus Marcellinus paints a scene of pure chaos.
Nectaridus, the commanding general of the seacoast, was killed, and another general was ambushed by the enemy. The Atacoti, a warlike race of men, and the Scots were ranging wildly and causing great devastation, while the Gaels were harassed by the Franks and their neighbours, the Saxons. Fire and the murder of all
For two anarchy ruled in Northern Europe, and as General Flavius Theodosius to march barbarian bands. Theodosius had some in battle, and he offered an amnesty to order slowly returned to the region where the damage was done. The attack of the Great Conspiracy had come as a complete surprise, and when we think about the effect this might have had on the people of the time, too far off to think of this as something September 11th attacks on the United States. These were coordinated, brutal strikes, calculated to cause maximum fear, and they shook the very core of the empire. Rome's confidence in the face of the barbarian threat. The empire's reduced itself was one factor in the collapse, but it was only one of many. Britannia's economy had been integrated to other parts of the empire, disrupted by the century of civil wars, by barbarian invasions and piracy. Pottery produced in Britain began to drastically reduce in variety and decoration around this time, and iron production. All kilns were abandoned, iron skyrocketed. The Roman sewers in Canterbury started clogging up, and no one bothered to clear them. Silt also began to build up in public baths, but everywhere of Roman. This decline was beginning to seep into every aspect of British life. And a headed general called Magnus Maximus took part in tipping the land over into its final form.
Drug stuff is kind of like small time now.
Nah. I think still.
It's often said that history repeats. We're told that if we study its lessons, we can avoid twice. But I think that happens a lot less than people realize. It never really happens the same way twice. But just in case you do get these eddies in world where it really does feel like people keep doing the same thing over, like the rerun of a movie we've seen before. If Magnus Maximus, a reader of history, if he had read the story of the previous governor of Britain, at his ill-fated march on Rome, he might act a little differently. As the 4th century entered its Jewish general. He was from the Galatian region of North, and he had served in fearsome campaigns in Africa and against tribes on the Danube River. He had also joined the army of Flavius Theodosius after the events of the Great Conspiracy. Maximus was also a devout Christian, a religion empire only one lifetime before. Maximus was assigned in the year 380. The first year, he faced down Picts and Scots on Hadrian's wall, perhaps emboldened by Rome's recent weakness. After crushing this threat, Maximus celebrated by building a huge Tower Hill. But like other governors before him, Maximus had ambitions great, simply commanding and windiest dominion. His life. Maximus had watched Rome as an incredibly unpopular emperor had sat on the throne. As a young man, and he is one of the particularly colourful characters that lead out of Roman history. Gratian loved to hunt. Early, he spent all his time in the company of a band of Scythian. These were men beyond the Danube River, outside the bounds of the Roman. That is, to the Romans, they were barbarians. The young emperor loved the culture of his Scythian friend. He even used to appear at court dressed in the full traditional garb of a Scythian warrior, patterned overcoat and furs. and the Roman people seemed to tolerate this eccentric emperor. But in the year 378, Rome would suffer by a blow. The Emperor Valens, who ruled over the eastern portion of the empire, had brought a massive 30,000 men to crush a rebellion of Goths and more than 10,000 strong. According to his coming victory, the Emperor Valens attacked them with for reinforcements. Goth ran forward, and astonishingly, the Emperor Valens was killed, along with 20,000 of his men. This loss Rome to the core. Barbarians were causing havoc across Rome's eastern territories. The authority of the suddenly, the Emperor Gratian, dressing up like a barbarian, didn't seem quite so acceptable. The people of Rome Empire, all other claimants to the throne since they began to gather armies. And once again, paradox came into play. The hot-headed zealot Marcus Maximus, just like Albinus before him, commanded a vast army in Britain. He, like his predecessor, resolved to march on Rome. Albinus, he knew he couldn't spare. He took the entire garrison of Britannia, piled into ships, and set sail for in the year 383. With Maximus, Britain undefended. We can never know if any told him about the story of Albinus, the pale-skinned Tunisian who had marched on Rome. Did no one on that creaky sailing way to the continent, not one of them, mentioned to Maximus what had happened before, when the last governor of Britain became emperor. I find this hard to believe. Of history's spell. It teaches us lessons, even as it convinces us that these lessons don't. That we'll be the ones to break its endless chain. For Maximus, at least, nothing mattered to him except reaching Rome, seizing the purple robes of the emperor for himself. And the zealous man seemed to be that. Everywhere he went, legions that were sent to fight him joined his cause. Enraged, the Emperor Gratian met his army outside Paris, and Maximus day. The young emperor fled with his Scythian hills soon after, while Maximus declared himself emperor. But this of Maximus runs out. Before he'd even begun to rule, he collapsed. So in part because of the anarchy he had in Britannia. He had left his home province, the heart of his supporters, undefended. Just as before, raiders and pirates now devastated the coasts and northern towns. The departure of the land's garrison too, and Maximus written brutally to pay for his war. Now rebellions spread like a fire through dry head. The date of Maximus's departure, 383, is the last to be found on a Roman coin in Wales. It's the last date, too, for any archaeological trace in the northern Pennine Hills. In these places, it marks the end of rule in Britain. The 6th century Brindus put it more bluntly in his searing rant on the ruin and conquest of Britain. Pride of all the soldiery and armed bands, local gunners, the flower of their youth who went in return. The Scots from the northwest and the pit in the north, like hungry and ravening wolves, rush with fueled upon the fold which is left without a shepherd. From this point, the British economy was set free fall. After this time, British was sealed with nails and gold nails. This shows how expensive iron had become. British people now slept on icy granite in flimsy coffins.
Pottery became and the suburbs empty. The thing is, not even the last governor of Britain to make this mistake. A common soldier called Constantine, who once and for all ended the Roman presence in Britain. The great 4th century emperor, who had been 100 years before. This famous event would repeat itself as farce. After the departure of Max's power struggle had broken out, with rival factions tearing it to pieces like dogs after a strip of meat. The struggle resulted in the soldiers themselves choosing the new governor. Chose one of their own, a common soldier known as historian Orcus can barely conceal his sneer.
Constantine, a man from the lowest ranks of the soldiers, chosen simply from confidence inspired by his name and without any other qualification.
We can assume that Constantine wasn't a reader of history. That he would group them as Arbanus and Maximus almost. The moment he sensed weakness in Rome, he took all of his British legions and sailed for the continent. Completely overwhelmed by barbarian invasions and Roman empire, the noble born Honorius was forced to buy off this lowly soldier Constantine in the position of co-emperor. And this precarious held for a few years, until an alliance changed Constantine in the year 411. Most of his soldiers never returned to their posts in Britannia. For Rome, enough was enough. The province of Britannia wasn't worth it. The empire was now so that an army of Goths led by Alaric from northern Italy, and even sacked Rome itself. The power had done this for ages. The collapsed entire empire now seeks stability, and in fact, the Emperor Honorius finally the official Rome. He famously told the British all remaining soldiers and administrators from Britain. They stopped collecting taxes in the province, and this released some of the burden on its. But they stopped paying the administrators who and managed its trade routes, wages and supplies flowing to the local soldiers who had fought as auxiliaries. These men didn't go anywhere. Instead, to tax the populations themselves, demanding money and for protection. These groups would ultimately grow into the basis of very evil society. These warlords frequently fought their wars using the services of mercenary armies from the continent, dupes from Denmark and Germany, men who brought their families to the first Anglo-Saxon kingdoms in Britain. The people forgot Latin as an everyday language, lived only in the churches. They stopped writing, as we can tell, since no texts have survived, and people forgot their Roman identities too, as of the incoming peoples. The burials in some places that have been found matching burial practices in Germany and Norway, even though the genetics of the person are clearly British. And while this great change happened, Britain's Roman cities fell ground. Bit by bit, opulent villas that had once dominated the command became dilapidated. Smaller states fell first, some of them absorbed into the holdings of richer lands, but the large ones followed soon after. Mosaic floors cracked as roof, while private bathhouses were made. 5th century work, The Life of Constantius of Leon, describes coming across a ruined villa of this kind.
was overgrown with bushes the many rooms that it once had. There was scarcely one left that was fit to live in. Sanchez tells us that the road was haunted by the ghost of evil men. In the north, Hadrian was finally abandoned, and it seems in its forts left in a at one of the most well-preserved sites, called Vindolanda, archaeologists have found Roman calendars dropped on the ground and left there. These are very rare, since in this time, expensive and precious. Their owners would no more throw them away than a phone. All plaques pertaining to the daily lives of soldiers have been found and left behind too. Tablets, pots, and buckets. One day it seems just got up and left. After the Romans departed and the border collapsed, people began to use Hadrian's Wall as high-quality blocks of stone to build their own houses and even churches, so that now the wall is woven into the fabric of countless buildings across the region. Near Carlisle, the medieval priory of Lanercost, for instance, was built using a large stone which runs just to the north. You can still see Roman inscriptions on some of the priory's stones. Legends were stationed on the wall. Meanwhile, tribal chieftains and local warlords, some of whom had been officers in the Roman army until recently, moved into the forts along the wall and used them. In one fort known as Burdeswald, the sea garrison still lived there a century after the departure of Rome, passing down uniforms, flying regimental insignia, and buildings inside its ruin. They probably received pay from the area in exchange, and they maintained a kind of Roman identity in order to increase their legitimacy. Large city London felt grand. Trade at London's port had been slowing over the past century, stopped altogether. Its suburbs turned into wasteland, or were tilled. The large church built by Magnus Maximus on Tower Hill burned to the ground, and it had either the knowledge, the resources, or the will to rebuild it. London's great Roman forum was dismantled and quarried for stone. Was torn down. Its great basilica, which was once the largest building in northwest Europe, was opened. People began to be buried inside the city, something the Roman authorities would never have allowed. And of these burials show that times more have been found with slicing weapons in this period. London's population, people, began to drift away, back to a simpler existence in the countryside, to timber longhouses and of thatch and wattle. In some places, hill forts of the pre-Roman Britons, centuries, now burst back into life, so found objects that seemed to have been looted from the abandoned Roman town of the countryside, stone, pottery. And amid the slow hollowing out of London, archaeological evidence shows that an empire continued to live a somewhat existence in a kind of gated community. They enjoyed the same wine and olive oil they always had, presumably imported at great expense. On the wall for as long, but the decline was the city descended into chaos, and nature crept streets and alleys. Everything south of the river had been abandoned. London's urban fabric turned into patches of overgrown, and people began to grow the city. By the end of the 5th century, London was deserted. It was now a city of ghosts, the marsh and mud of the river. Was just we can be growing over its crop and elder too. Young trees pushing their roots between the bricks. The only people left in London were scavengers like iron nails, which could be recycled. The forests around London were also out, so the only source of usable timber would have been that left in the decaying city. So people tore London apart. One artifact, known as the Billingsgate Brooch, tells the story of it was dropped amid the roof tiles of a building known as the Billingsgate House, perhaps by a scavenger who had looted and feared being robbed, or by someone exploring the ruins, who simply did. Either way, it's a found artifact that speaks of the city of London. It wasn't only London that fell into ruins. In cities like Bath, the ruin will be opened with. Life continued after the departure of Rome. While its great templed and grand public buildings fell into disrepair, its city authorities still managed basic repairs like recobbling the streets. Thanks to the Roman economy, the slow death of Greece was all but assured. By the early 5th century, all of Britain's towns, large and small, simply ceased to exist. The city of York, where once the Constantine the Great had been crowned, now stood empty ruins, slowly by the seasonal floods of the river Ouse. We know that archaeologists have found the remains of water beetles, waterfalls, shrews and froghoppers in the city that live only flooded and swampy by the developments of the Roman era. The incoming Saxon people passed by the ruins of Roman cities as places of ghosts and curses. They came near to the ruins and built their settlements far. At some sites like Cairo, there's some evidence that the well-decaying city were filled in to prevent turning. Ritual objects were left behind, perhaps to ward off the curse that was believed to have stones. It's no coincidence that tales of giants form such British folk. To see why, you just have to imagine the mighty temples and public buildings that were ruled. To people who no longer knew how to build these crumbling walls, constructions of bygone centuries, must have seemed of gods who had once walked England's rolling fields, forests. Perhaps to truly understand how it must have felt to live in the time to end the same way we started, with the old English poem, The Ruin. As you listen, think it felt like to live in this time, when the foreign occupiers who had brought so much change finally left. It was a time when it felt that history was no longer moving forward, that tomorrow would be a darker time than today. Time left to remember that lost golden age landscape, strewn with monumental blocks of stone, leaving halls, and the urban ruin and unstoppably crumbling into the earth.
Wide the slain perished, days of pestilence came. Death away, the places of deserted places, the city decayed, the arms into the earth. And so these buildings grew desolate, had curved roof parts from its tiles to the ceiling. The ruin has fallen to the ground, broken into mass. Each layer ornamented with
Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to give a special thanks to my voice actors, Jacob Rowlandson, Jim Jacobs, Hugo's, to Dr. Rebecca Penner at the University of East Anglia, for allowing us to hear the poetry of the ruin. Says on Twitter, so play what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper, like updates about the podcast and episodes, as well as images relevant to the episode. You can follow the podcast with underscores separating the words. This will keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon and keep me right over my costs. And you also let me dedicate more time to researching, recording, and editing. Faster, bring as much life and detail as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider running. For now, goodbye, and thanks for listening.
Yeah, man, I think that's just
Mexico, Spanish. I got you to listen to a lot of podcasts. How many podcasts are there that are like deep into?
Yeah, and it's funny because
the ruins of the great city of Tusha are an order. They sit right in the center of modern Turkey. The outcrop overlooking a bend in the Kizilirman River. Tusha's crumbling grey limestone stands on a yellow grassland of the hills. I'll tell you that Hattusha was once a mighty fortress. Its double wall was defended by over 100 towers, its thick gateways decorated with gems. For centuries, this was the Kattite Empire, which ruled a large portion of Turkey during the Bronze Age. People cultivated wheat, barley, and lentils. They wore clothes spun from the wool of sheep they kept in the hills. You dig down into the ruins of Hattusha. What you find is a thin layer right at the ancient floors, made up of ash, charred wood, and in a fierce fire. Back to the end of the 3rd century BC, around the year before the start of the Christian calendar. And when you step back and take in all the details, walls and roofs collapsed, bricks shattered and melted, and it's clear that whatever happened to Hattusha was savage, unrelenting, and total. After that, the archaeological record here ends, except for the signs of a few scattered scavengers eking out an existence. The ruins of Hattusha remain empty for centuries. Just to the north, the ancient city of Alasahoyo, where the Hittites buried their kings in opulent tombs, shows the same thing, covered by rubble of the same. The east of them, at another fortified Hittite town known as Karagla, you can find arrowheads with the bones of men, women, and children in the streets, right where they fell. If you zoom out, right across the eastern Mediterranean entire region, across an area spanning over 1,000 kilometers, you will find construction. Archaeological evidence is quite clear. Right between the year 1200 BC and the period we call the Bronze Age, a wave washed across the entire region. It went civilizations off the map and left nothing in its wake. Vast and ancient empires like the Hittite, the Minoans, collapsed all together, and they collapsed so completely from the historic.
And then you can publish it, you know what I mean?
It took some of these areas nearly 1,000 years to recover after the violent age, and exactly what happened is still one of humanity's most fiercely debated mysteries.
Their case became really but apparently what the guy was saying got the judge to approve them to stay here because they put this thing where like they said like
Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past and then collapse into I want to ask, what do they have in common? What led to their fall? Does it feel like to be a person alive at the time witnessing the end of their world? In this book, not the collapse of one civilization, but the collapse of many. This catastrophe, which historians age collapse, has become one of the of archaeology. Explore how so many societies have collapsed all at once. I want to look at the conditions and examine the lessons it might teach us in our increasingly localized and interconnected world.
Yeah, man. It's good. I think it's going to take some sort of like empathy to what is it like people like yourself trying to like,
50 years, almost every significant world was destroyed. Many of them never to be occupied again. The year 1200, it is safe to see no cities in the eastern Mediterranean area.
One of the ways in which the memory of the late Bronze Age collapse may have survived into the modern day at this time. You may have heard of some of it. It was a great walled city in the eastern Mediterranean, Troy. Poems known as Iliad and Odyssey are eight pieces of oral poetry attributed to a man who may or may not have existed. These poems were passed down for centuries through the period of collapse, which we call the Greek Dark Ages. They survived each poet's singer using astonishing skills of memory to memorize and hardening and embellishing them along the way until they were finally written down in the The poetry of the Iliad especially relates the story of a great tender that took place in the eastern Mediterranean, most of the manpower of Greece. This war was led of Mycenae. In the second millennium, the city-state of Mycenae was the centers of Greek civilization, a mighty capital of Hattusha. Above Athens, Mycenae was a military stronghold which dominated much of southern Greece and had a population of over 30,000 at its height. Like Hattusha, it decorated the gates of its mighty citadel with carved stone lions. Even later, in the 2nd century AD, Greek travel writer Pausanias wrote the ruins.
This is the only part of the ruins still remaining. Cyclones made of unwrought stones, each stone being so big that a pair of mules could not move the smallest from its place to the slightest degree.
Classical Greeks believed that only the mythical world would have had the strength of the enormous boulders that made up the walls of Mycenae. 2nd century version today. Even then, people found it believe that people so distant to them could have possessed such ingenuity and skill, and then but Mycenae's leading role in the Trojan War was what cemented exactly how much of the actual historical event of the Battle of Troy survived, still subject to bitter historians. For the longest time, it was assumed that the Trojan War was an adventure of the imagination, and that the city of Troy was. But that all changed with the discovery of the ruins of Troy in Lebanon at the end of the 19th century. Many historians agree that Troy has been a coastal outpost of the Hittite Empire, and we now have a city much as Homer describes, with an impressively fortified citadel. According to legend, the ruins of Troy were built by the gods Poseidon and Apollo, and at the time the Iliad may have taken place, meters high, with towers soaring up to 18 meters. Outside of this, a raging war enclosed area of the city. But the ruins of Troy are strangely silent. There is almost no writing uncovered in any. Many related by Homer, real event, or at least a composition of events, filtered through the lens of mythology, this was a fact of oral transmission. Archaeology shows that Troy was attacked itself again and again, which is indicated by pairs of fortifications. Pieces of fire on its stones, while human remains were found in houses and in the streets. Bronze heads have also found littering the ground, fort and citadel. It was burned twice towards the end of the 13th century. At the time, the destruction was beginning to rain down on the whole region. Most of the Trojan War, for just the period we have been discussing, the 8th century BC, and the collapse.
So that rapper was doing a show.
As a novelist and a student of literature, I'm a bias towards giving literary sources more weight than a formal historian might. But for my value, these poems may have incubated, at least in a hazy form, an authentic memory of those days. The feeling of apocalypse that must have and a war that seemed to draw through the life since. The Greek poet Quintus Smyrnaeus, in his poem The Fall of Troy, gives us just a glimpse of the violence.
Blood ran in torrents, drenched was all the alien helpers died. Here men lying quelled by bitter death, all up and down the city in their blood, and were falling, gasping life strength, clutching in their hands, their bowels that looked through hideous gashes fall, light around their homes.
Before we get of the Bronze Age, I think it's worth pausing and painting a picture of what it was that collapsed. This vibrant and varied that had survived for so many centuries and so suddenly. We often are thinking of the ancient world as a series of insular states. Something about the monumental societies makes us think of them in this way, smaller than ours today. The known world for someone living in the Mediterranean around the year 200 BC would have extended from Greece to perhaps the far east of what today we would call Iran, by the Mycenaean people of Greece in the west and the New King in the south, just emerging from a period of civil war. Their world took in the islands of Crete, as well as like Bulgaria, and another Babylon, a city in the verdant marshes of southern by a dynasty known as the Castle. To the north of them was the warlike empire of Assyria, northern Iraq and Syria, and to the north of them, small city-states were suspicious of fought wars. But this isn't the whole story. Were as entangled and interdependent as the nations of today, and perhaps in some ways they were more so. It was the lifeblood of this region. The Mediterranean inland lake, relatively free of waves and storms. Across this relatively placid water, trade boomed. One shipwreck found off the coast of with Western Turkey gives us just a range of materials that occurred during this time. It was built in cedar wood, dated to about the year 1300. It's into this list of what archaeologists found.
10 tons of copper ingots, tin, lobby, elephant and hippo tusks, along with more than a dozen hippopotamus, a jar filled with glass beans, more with olive oil, almonds, pistachios, fig, coriander, whole pomegranates, and a golden stone inscribed with the name of arrowheads, daggers, turtle eggs, quartz crystals, pottery, and oil lamps from coloured glass.
The overgrown ship contained at least 7 different. It's easy to see how this rich trade brought all of these disparate nations together. The past between these states too. We know that Minoan artists from Crete came to decorate the walls of Egyptian palaces in the city of Erina. Kings, physicians, artisans, weavers, musicians, and singers from other kingdoms. To give just one example, we know that Hammurabi, the last king of Ugarit, had married and subsequently divorced, with their divorce proceedings dragging through the court system for years. While much of this exchange of luxury goods and services, other resources that flowed down the roads were essential to the survival of these large kingdoms. The most critical was, of course, the one that gives the era its name. Bronze is a tin on a roughly 10 issue. Bronze found on the Uluburun wreck, 1 ton of tin, was exactly the amount needed to smelt 11 tons of bronze. Since its discovery sometime in the 4th millennium BC, this reddish had become critical to the manufacture of every weapon, tool, and household object. And just like aluminium was today, bronze had become completely indispensable to the society. Without a steady supply, armies would have no weapons, would be unable to shod their wheels, and would have no tools. The British historian has drawn a striking parallel to the reality.
The strategic importance of tin in the late Bronze Age was probably not different from that of power. The availability of enough tin to portray bronze must have exercised the minds of the great king in Hattusha and the pharaoh in Thebes the same way that supplying gasoline to the American enterprise and American president today.
Of the components of bronze, copper was fine. But tin was a rare metal. At the time, only silver was from mines in the Badab. Then it had to be brought overland on caravans of the ancient route known as the Silk Road. Long, perilous journey across mountains and rivers until it reached the great cities. From there, across the river sea to Greece. The entire military might of the regions of Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, and the Mycenaean empires, all of them depended on this precarious supply, which at the time must have felt as fragile as a cobweb. The events of the next century or so, that these nations were not entirely distinct, so much as a complex of societies, each is dependent on the other. And while peace in the region and trade continued, they achieved a kind of stability. Peace lasted. I want to make absolutely clear at this stage is that the period is very limited. There's so much guesswork in the events of some quantum that it would be very easy to get lost in a cloud of maybe. History is not a science, although it involves science. History is a fluctuating series of interpretations, hypotheses, and narratives that are in just about every detail of past events. But I think it's worth noting that when talking about this period, there are essentially two sources we use. The first is the archaeological method. I'm digging down into ancient sites and seeing what we find. But a set of ruins doesn't mean anything. It's an archaeologist who hypothesize and argue about. The other source is the written texts of the time. Those can be just as unreal. And they're too often frustratingly vague on the things. These texts are used by kings and rulers. If you can't see the point of that, to piece together this rich news by only looking at the American president's Twitter feed, to get lost in endless discussions about the reliability of sources or the debate that rages. I want to tell as clear a story as possible that's consistent with the fact. If we really go to delve into what might have happened to collapse so many societies at once in a time distant from our own, we will have to enter the fray of historical debate. When casting around for causes of the late collapse, long relied on one particular set of culprits. By the mysterious name, the Sea Peoples. The name Sea Peoples seems to evoke something terrifying and foreign in this world. They sound like monsters rising on the land, and if the sources of the time are anything to go by, destruction. Sea Peoples were, what language spoke, is a mystery. So often they get which range from Sardinia and Sicily and closer. Wherever they originated, one thing is for sure. A vast horde of these invaders began landing on the shore of the Mediterranean in huge numbers. Wrote about this invading armada on the walls of his temporary Medina harbour near the valley.
No land can stand before the heart. From Cato, and Elisha on, were cut off. The desolated people, and its land was like that which is never cut.
The Sea Peoples begin to sound from a Hollywood movie. With Asian force and insurmountable power. Land moving away one nation after another. And at least some of the stage collapse fell because of this single cause. One example of these is the city-state of Bukhara, a booming trade city. At this point, Ugarit had ruled a coastal kingdom of merchants and sailors for at least 6 centuries. It stood at the very end of the Silk Road, where this as far as China met the Middle. Think of all those items found nestled in the at Ugarit, each one acts, and with this wealth, its citizens built a resplendent city by the sea. For trading towns, Ugarit was multicultural and diverse, using 7 languages in its records. Written word. It kept expansive life. It even fostered the first private libraries, one of which was a diplomat named Rohan. To Ugarit, we also have surviving written music in the world, a hymn to whom goddess Nikar would still be played today. You can almost imagine this piece of music on a temple, washing over its streets. But this thriving city was soon to come to an end. In Ugarit, found a clay tablet containing a letter. It's a message from the city's last king, the same one who forced his Hittite wife. In it, he begs to come to his aid.
My father, now the ships of the enemy have come. They've been sent to have done evil in my land. But also chariots are stationed in, and all of my ships are in the land of Luca. They have it so. The land is abandoned.
Because the letter was never sent. It burned along with the rest of the city. Its clay baked fires. The ruins of the archaeologists have found a layer of destruction that lies places, made of ash and brick. Caved in, scorched, and its streets are littered with arrows. People in a panic and never return to dig them up again. It's hard to say how large the force was that attacked them. But another letter the city's guilds asks another king 50 ships to send to their aid. It was an enormous force. This letter never sent. The guards, troops, and ships were stationed elsewhere when they were attacked. Shows just how much it came as a surprise. It seems the sea peoples invaded tactics. Wreaked havoc, destroyed cities, and then disappeared over the wave of the Other cities along the Palestinian coast suffered the same fate. The city of Aleppo in Syria was destroyed around the same time. The city of Amar on the Euphrates River burned too, and a tablet found there describes how reports of This is an unusual phrase to use. Citizens didn't know the names of their attackers or where they came from. The city of Megadon, known in the Bible as Armageddon, held out the longest. Finally destroyed so violently that when the Israelites later moved into its ruins, they were unable to clear the debris. They simply filled in the ruined buildings with rubble and built it. Inside the guard tried to send his plea for help. Similar destruction can also be found. On the site of Coconut, the whole town was abandoned. The bronze smith buried his tools in the courtyard of his workshop. The smith hid his silver between two stones of a bench. The smith hid all of his sheep gold in a pit. What happened to them all? But they never returned to retrieve their precious things. One thing is for certain, wherever the sea peoples went, destruction followed. For a long time, this attributed the collapse of so many complex societies all at once to these antagonists. Provided a convenient scapegoat. These sea peoples were imagined to be something like the Vikings who ravaged medieval Europe, crossed with Italians. In common conceptions, they were rats, hell-bent on destruction. And since the seas have played such an important role, people have traditionally viewed this collapse. I think of spending some time on serious conquerors. Some of these questions, and in this story, the sea peoples don't for themselves. They left no written sources, and precious few were found and traced back to them, give us clues about their origins. We do have a pretty good idea of what the sea peoples look like. That's lower than the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III chose to adorn the outer wall of his cavernous tomb. It shows an image taken during Egypt's records, and the carvings are very detailed. Within the carving aren't human monsters you might have been imagining, and a very distinctive kind of head that looks like a sheep or feathers. seats, fixed in place with a strap that goes under their chin. Not all of the sea peoples are the same. Some wear skull caps, while others appear to wear horned helmets. Together with Egyptian sources of the time, most of them not being one cohesive arm, but a loose confederation, choosing the same pattern. Names of these different peoples are known to us from Egyptian texts. The Danuna, the Chicken, the Shad, and the Weshesh. Motives and identity of the sea peoples are evident groups that made up the sea peoples were the Egyptians. In fact, it seems sea people sought employment in Egyptian, and there's evidence they had diplomatic contact as long as a few centuries before the Great Collapse. One group of sea people even supplied mercenaries to the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II. But then, at some point, this unknown man arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean by sea. Peoples are ever mentioned. They sacked cities where they made incursions onto the land. Mysterious force in mind. Time to turn to the other really major player in this story. It's worth noting at this point that the nations of the Eastern Mediterranean basically fall into two categories during this event. First, under the pressures of the late Bronze Age, and they go utterly and completely. They disappear without a trace and behind. Into that group, we can place current and others. But the second category, although finished and weakened form, the two who survived this collapse are Egypt and Assyria. And the area of northern Iraq today does this by estimating its losses. It withdraws from all its less defensible territories, goes back to its imperial heart around the city of Nineveh, the Tigris River. It feels like a tortoise in its shell. The example of Egypt is much more interesting. Egypt is also going to fall into that second category of survivors. The man who's perhaps the most responsible for that is the pharaoh of the time, named Ramses III. Ramses was a determined. Looking at the perfectly preserved Habu, it's easy to imagine what he looked like during his life. The bones were narrow and hard. The claws on his forehead. Looking at the photos, I kept thinking of Captain Picard, a thinker and a planner. That secure. He was the son of a usurper, who had seized the throne of the civil dynasty of Egypt. After winning the crown in battle, he managed to rule for 4 years, and passing the crown to Ramses. This was when he was only 31, and it's fair to say he must have felt a fair amount of pressure to prove himself. Perhaps be seen in the name he chose to rule under. The last pharaoh to hold the name Ramses was Ramses the Great, the pharaoh of the Bible, ruled ancient Egypt for 67 golden age of the England, almost a century before. And for the most part, Ramses seems to have been a relatively good ruler, although it's his inscriptions to go by. But it's clear Ramses at least wanted to be seen as a king who did the best he could. He mentions planting increased the shade along the harsh desert roads, and protecting the rights of women so they didn't fear walking about. He mentions allowing soldiers to go home to their families during peacetime, to show that he donated huge amounts of land and wealth to Egypt's temples, and also in vast expeditions across the Red Sea, where he discovered long-lost copper mines that boosted Egypt, when he brought back rare plants in pots to cultivate in his garden. While he was in another time, he might have been one of Egypt's great history, twilight of its empire. This decline, as far as we can tell, was his fault. In fact, his actions would ensure cities didn't follow the fates of Mycenae and Bulgaria, were only named. When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses for 8 years, during the destruction of other cities of the region, he must have felt a chill run down his spine. Great nations were being wiped off them, and Ramses resolved to eat neighbors. Egypt could threaten the way the Assyrians had by retreating and consolidating their defenses. Egypt had a long Mediterranean coast to invasion from the sea, and maritime trade was the backbone. Ramses knew he had to come up with a plan, but it wasn't going to be easy. He had a poor reputation as seagoers. They were essentially and usually left the messy to smaller nations. The Egyptians were used to ancient battlefields using vast assemblages of archers and chariots, which would advance with a wall of infantry, all the while pelting the enemy with arrows like chariots, of heavy chariots to sow panic and break the enemy line. This had allowed them to all the way up Palestinians to defeat the Hittites in battle. These tactics required a large open battlefield. Members of the Sea People tribe had served in Egyptian armies in the past. Perhaps they knew this weakness. People seem to have known that the one way to neutralize Egypt's tactics would be an attack on its very life, the Nile River itself. All of Egypt's great cities lay, and if Egyptian resistance broke on the river, its cities would fall one by one, and the land would be taken. It was a huge gamble, but this would pay off. The decisive battle would take the Nile Delta. It splits out into multiple branches before it reaches the Mediterranean Sea. It's a in the rolling desert, banked with fertile silk. Red lotuses, blue iris sedges grow along the banks. At this time, Nile crocodiles still ranged wild in the delta. Ramses knew he had to command against the Sea Peoples. Ramses decided to the Egyptian army still had. He decided to lay an ambush and give the attack of their own. As the enemy passed in the waters outside, he gathered a vast army of his. He gathered archers on the back, supported by spearmen in thousands, all crouching and reeds. The engine must be tremendous. The Egyptian army ran and waiting for them to come in. Then, at last, a ship came around the bend of the river. After that, another, and another, until the whole seaborne might of the seas was in sight. Egyptians must have been able to hear the creak of 10,000, the beating of the drums below, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers within. Drew nearer until they were within, and then Ramses spoke. The Median inscription recounts what happened next.
Those who reached my frontier, those who came forward together to see the full flames in front of them.
The chaos of this battle is encapsulated in a sprawling Median harbor. As the Sea People advanced in their full, Ramses' archers kept up a ships. Panicked, the Sea Peoples attempted to land on the Egyptian landsmen advanced reeds and met them. While the enemy was held at bay, trapped and frantic on the river, sailed in and attacked them too. Hooks to foil. It's clear struggle. Men are impaled on spears, clambering to the sides of ships, ducking arrows. Boats overturned, spilling men into these float ups and down in the frothing water.
They were dragged in and prostrated on the beach, killed and dead. I've been interred in confession in Egypt, for when the pronouncement of the birds are revered.
Hand-to-hand struggle which ensued. The sea people were Ramses, the Egyptians were the first people to ever turn back these sea-going invaders and campaign of destruction.
Votes are taken away, the sole weapons are scattered in the sea.
For these tumultuous events, there's a document called the Harris Ramses II in Medina Tabu. It's the longest known papyrus ever uncovered from Egypt. It's long. That's longer than the Boeing 737, which is in it, Ramses over the various groups of the sea peoples.
I offer free votes. I slew the islands, the Jaka and the Pelosi, and the Rashish of the sea made as votes for access not. I brought captives to Egypt, numerous as the sand of the shore.
The Egyptians were victorious. They had repelled the invasion alone. Would not save them. To see why, you just have to surrounded Egypt, a devastated region, like the hero at the end of it. Every land around them would be gunned, reduced to ash, civilizations, the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, Kassite dynasty of Babylon, cities had collapsed utterly, and civil order had given way to chaos. Those various trade routes we talked about at the start of the episode were now broken, and Egypt's economy went into a steep and unstoppable decline. By the end of the late Bronze Age, Egypt was utterly diminished, a shadow, as other enemies encroached on its borders. Egypt was able to fight them off. Became so depleted that it would never fully recover its imperial power. Its known workers' strike in recorded history happened during the 29th year of Ramses III's reign, but no longer provide food rations. Elite royal tomb built there. Ramses ruled for a total of 31 years, but has to have been among his heirs. Three of his sons at different times, Ramses IV, Ramses VI, and Ramses VIII. Egypt was increasingly beset by droughts, lack of seasons, famines, civil unrest. While the power of the pharaoh fell, the priests in Thebes grew. The last pharaoh of the dynasty, Ramses VII, grew so weak that these priests became essentially the Egyptian empire finally fractured. It was lost forever, less than 80 years after Ramses III's reign. Earlier, I used the example of the city-state to show the vast destruction by the sea peoples, and to paint them as a terrifying responsible for the Bronze collapse. But we shouldn't be so easily seduced. That's because the other side is actually a little more uncertain. Great city-states of Mycenae, for instance, belligerents in the Trojan War, were certainly wiped out along with all of its surrounding cities. 18th century BC. Believe not. It's thought that the culprits were the belligerent northern nations. do have evidence of people's activity around Mycenaean coast, but it seems more weakened and distracted by this outside threat. The Mycenaean defended their northern border, and the Dorians. The Hittite capital of Historia is another example. It lies far inland, and it wasn't likely to sack. A more likely exodus was done by the Thracians. Groups from the Balkans who seem to have migrated south during this time must have seen their opportunity. The moment raised by the sea people Mediterranean trade routes caused famine. Perhaps a key part to understanding this dates of this era depended on their help them out when they were fighting. But if a crisis like that across the whole region, suddenly everybody's military slide down. Alliance kept everyone safe would suddenly become ineffective. No one could come anybody else's aid. A great example of this happening is in Babylon. Babylon was a mighty city, one of the most ancient and powerful of great length in the Bible, and about 100 kilometers south of Baghdad. By the time leading up to the collapse, ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites, who for 500 years ancient city. The Kassites had long depended on their allies in Assyria and England. But now those nations were visiting themselves, and Babylon stood alone. North was the land and lowlands of southern Iran. The Elamite king was a man hunter, and he believed that the crown of Babylon would be him. He threatened an invasion with some rhetoric. I am the son of a king, seed of a king. Why do I not see Babylon? I will destroy your cities, demolish your fortresses, cut them down in regions. You think you have the heaven to hell over my head. Ubuntu led an invasion into 1158 BC. With all its allies tied down, Babylon stood alone, and the Elamite invasions. Ubuntu went on to do most of what he promised, and he laid waste to them. While Babylon's first Kassite king was led to alarm and chain, along with a statue of the Babylonian god Marduk. And the theft of this statue seems to have drawn people more than the loss of Babylon was sacked. One sacred boast, the Nabo Yosur, of the Elamite king. Greater, grievous sins worse than all this, like a deluge laid low on the people and cast in ruins Babylon cities. And these examples show that the situation in this region, classic alien invasion style scenario I had you imagine. In Hollywood, it's always imagined the world coming together to fight the outside threat. It makes a better story than we get to hear our speech. But the example of aliens begin blowing things up. Like see that. The stories of large constantly defending themselves against the smaller states of their borders with less complex societal structure. Part of the collapse that ensues also down to the increased power of these smaller during the Bronze empires like the Hittites had the production of weapons, the importation of horses, chariots. Smaller, less complex states simply couldn't come. But the power of these smaller states was beginning to grow at this time due to a very important thing. One thing that would bring the Bronze Age to an end forever. Limited use since as early as 1000 BC, and early people even worked the iron. It was considered a sacred metal, perhaps. But as an everyday practical object, iron presents a number of. It's much harder to work than the go into bronze. Tin, for instance, has a very low melting point of 232 degrees centigrade. You can melt it on your. But iron requires a amount of heat to melt. This requires advanced furnaces and special technology that took millennia to develop. Was beginning across the. But iron on its own isn't that useful at all, and it easily breaks. Iron into steel, mixing the right proportion of metal, just as sharp and hard as bronze, much cheaper and more readily available. Soon, even tribal society in many kingdoms could afford. It acted a little like the introduction of cheap assault rifles like the AK-47, a great level region. We know that after the Bronze Age collapse, bronze was no across the region. Weapons took its age began. Armies of chariots, such as Egypt, gave way to armed infantry. And some historians point to this factor alone as the for many societies. Another theory that the sea that drive with iron weaponry were some elements in the collapse and certainly sacked some cities themselves. Much part was also due to opportunistic wars between rival nations. And served to pick apart web of interdependence that had sustained these great empires. But some historians go even further, and their work reconfigures the role. They ask, what if the sea peoples aren't the villains in this? What if they weren't perpetrators in the colonization, but another set of victims? This theory allows us to shift. One thing for sure at this time is that the climate of the Mediterranean at the end of the underwent a sudden and rapid change. Land previously boiled over became dry and arid, and now assessing in the region shows that plants and landscape flourished during this time. And alcohol and oxygen and mineral deposits in caves all shown that the 13th and 12th century BC saw much less rain than the previous era. A period of climate change in the region. The crops that people knew how to grow must be in the earth. Alongside this, we can see more droughts and famines in the region too. The Hittites in their dry, stony, particularly hard. Letters from Ugarit write about sending large goods roads to feed the mighty cities like Hattusha, and the crisis seems to have lasted a long time. Century, one Hittite queen sent a short but dramatic another tablet sent from the Hittites is equally telling. Elsewhere, letters who was a merchant in Ugarit showed there was a famine in the city at the time of its destruction. There is in your house. You will die of hunger. When we arrive here, you will be a living soul for your land. And I want to make it that there had been famines and droughts in the region. It was simply a fact of life for people living in a precarious reality. But the climate change that occurred around this time seems to have happened so quickly and been so dramatic that scientists have been looking far afield for an explanation and to get to the bottom of why one sun might lie nearly 4,000 kilometers. zoom out and soar around the globe, across Europe and the stormy waters of the North Atlantic, until we come to rest on the snowy mountains of southern Iceland. This landscape, a snowy over which the shadow of an enormous volcano looms, and it's one of the world's most active volcanoes. Imagination, Hecla was the gate to hell, and the prison where the traitor Judas was put. This historian, Herbert of Clairvaux, wrote about the renowned fiery cauldron of Sicily, which men held his chimney. That cauldron compared to this enormous inferno. So can it be a coincidence that the most cataclysmic eruption we know about was the one that took place sometime around the year 11, right as the Bronze Age collapse reached its height? This eruption is known as Hecla. It threw nearly 7.5 cubic in the atmosphere and covered the sky in a dark shroud of dust that would have lasted for years after the event. In Ireland, studies done on bogos, those are fossilized in marshy water, that for 18 years after the eruption of Hecla 3, these barely grew tall. Across the Atlantic in the United States, the oldest living trees on similar records of this time of darkness to have lasted about 2 decades. So our region would have been traumatic. Crops would have failed, soils would have blown away, and more than that, the dark cloud seemed to hang over the sun, full of something dreadful on its way. The gods, the end of the world. As people looked up and saw the sun only a pipe through the haze, they must have asked, what did we do wrong? Why have our gods forsaken us? And why haven't our kings protected us? When we dig into archaeological traces of destruction, we can never really tell who burned this building and destroyed this world rubble. But some historians now think that some of the destruction of the occurred due to uprisings and rebellion. If the gods were angry with the people, the spread of by and wet power in these mobs and allowed them to arm themselves with weaponry previously outside of a professional army. And I don't want to do too much, but with famine, drought, disease spreading, I think there's a chance that the citizens of some of these ancient empires simply rose up cities to the ground. And the thing is, if we buy the 3 eruption, it forces us to reevaluate our portraits as a marauding, not martyrs. We're the sea peoples, refugees. You were a citizen of an island in the Mediterranean, say, Sicily. And one year, the sky turns dim, peeks through the grey haze, a pale white soon follows, and the crops no longer grow. Starvation begins to set in on your island. Spread, riots for food. People are saying the gods are angry, that the world is dying. And then the next time, the same thing happens. The sun is still weak in the crop row, and now waves of people begin arriving in your lands. Hungry people from the far north, where the sun is dimmer, where the worst winters in living memory are ravaging the lands. What do you do? Do you stay and hope the sun comes back? Or next year, do you hope that your hungry neighbors are friendly, or do you band together? My guess is that you do one of the things you do best. You build ships, and then you set sail else, somewhere where the sun might still shine. It's the end of seagoing nomads starting small. They go from place to place, find somewhere the gods have to battle. Society tangling in the wake of famines and droughts that last for years, and wherever they go, more desperate people joined them, stronger, and in desperation they resort to theft. They steal from us and in small villages, to prisoners and gain new recruits. Their strength grows and truly overwhelms an army of the sea. It seems no one can stand in there, a roving band of refugee warriors roaming the oceans in search of somewhere to call home. I find this the sea people is the most convincing. I think it makes sense of mystery, how such a vast force suddenly looms out of the sea, seemingly no direction, no leaders, and no command structure. If this portrait had been the market, probably changing leaders frequently, there would have been opposing goals within the group. Some would have wanted to find land to loot and burn, and when they met their deaths in the shady shallows of the Nile Delta at the hands of Pharaoh, they must have felt the utter hopelessness of their situation bear down. They were people without a land who brought to the homes of others, and their final desperate gamble to seize the lands of Egypt. If this sounds like too much of an unhappy ending, then I should at least mention that some of the sea peoples at least came to in fact, the groups that made up their wandering army seems to have settled down in the region of what is today in southern Palestine, but down their roots as a people known as the Pelasgites, who the Hebrews later called Pelashem. Philistine. We remember nations to the kingdom of Israel. Has given us the modern. So as we weigh up the evidence of a complex and tangled web of societies so dependent on each other that they could not allow each other to form. These societies sent food to each other. They sent artists and artisans to each other's palaces, luxury goods between the markets in their great cities. Strength, it was also their greatest weakness. Changing, and people from other lands fleeing, perhaps invaders' lands. This interdependence began to come apart at the one by one, these nations fell. The trade routes that sustained them fell apart. The necessities that allowed their empires to continue available. Meanwhile, the allowed smaller, less complex kingdoms, vast hordes of infantry and challenge chariot of the previous era. Rebellions lead to some of these nations weakening into chaos. The events of the late Bronze just how fragile the thing seems. It reminds us that nations either, that we too live in a complex, independent world. But once set into action, we can rarely continue. Thinking to be a person alive at this time, to see the collapse of civilizations all at once, and how it must have felt to pass from a golden nation to one of rubble. Era of cryptocurrency like as this gold investigation on the dark web. To the Fall of Civilizations podcast, I've been Paul Cooper. I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new images, maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Sims below. Accepting words. This podcast will only keep going with the on Patreon. You keep cover my costs. And you also let me do researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you fast as possible. I want to for making this. If you think you can spare anything, please do help me. for us today. For now, all the best.
What was her big revelation? How value? So, like, this we're like rewinding about a year now. Back. So, like, when Sarah on UCSD, like, she was a brilliant, cryptocurrency, and she was like, I wonder if this stuff is as people think it is. Like, they did with a logical approach. Like, I wonder if I can just figure out like what people are doing.
The year 1695, right into the 17th century, a Spanish monk fled barefoot and starving from the forests of Central America. His name was Andres Avendano y Loyola. Dying of thirst. Their faces had been torn, and his feet cut open by pieces of flint scattering the swampy ground. Avendano had been part of a mission to the city. An island stronghold was the last independent holdout of a once mighty civilization, the Maya. Daniel's mission had been to convince the Maya to convert to Christianity and to accept the Spanish control, which had now spread over most of Central and South America. Daniel's mission had failed. The Maya had rejected him, and now Avendano and his men fled the Spanish land. Their journey was hard and treacherous. They climbed after hill through thick forest cover, desperate for food and water. Their legs but then they came over the crest of one hill and saw something stop them in their track. It was an enormous pyramid of stone, just canopy, tangled with roots and vines. And although Avendano was lost, he still found strength enough to approach us. Variety of buildings. They were very high and strength was little. I climbed up and controlled. They were in the form of a convent with the small boys. Living rooms all roofed over and arched like a white plaster. It seemed to us that these buildings were but we found ourselves, as we saw afterwards, very far from the settlement. The time that Avendano stumbled through the city, the Mayan civilization was a shadow of its former glory. The invasion of the Spanish in the 16th century had spread smallpox that harrowed the Mayan before the Spanish conquistadors arrived with guns, steel blades, and war dogs to subjugate the remaining population. Avendano had seen Mayan people living lives on the peninsula. But here was something different. The units of a city that rivaled the ancient capitals of the old world in size, magnificent. Avendano couldn't have known it then, but he had stumbled across the ruins of the great Mayan capital of Tikal. Tikal had ruled a vast empire, heard its enemies and regiments of astonishing size and quality. And Tikal wasn't alone. Just one of at least 40 Mayan cities that had flourished in this region. Arts and literature. Over 500 years before any European first set foot on the continent, this complex society, the great city of Tikal, was abandoned, along with every single other. After this catastrophe, the foot reclaimed the stones of Tikal. Its imposing pyramids crumbled one into the earth. Exactly what happened is still one of humanity's greatest mysteries. Started selling that. So that's like this is possible.
It's very interesting, I think, to see what's not.
My name's Paul Cooper. Listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Every episode, civilization of the past rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. What did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, the end of their world? I want to look at that great romantic mystery, the fall of the classic Maya civilization. I want to show how this great civilization, among environmental conditions that no other society has ever contended with, all the fatal flaws that lay beneath the surface of this civilization, and describe what happened after its encounter collapse.
He saw it really differently. He was like, well, cryptocurrency was never meant to be private.
Despite Avendaño's encounter with the ruins of Tikal, the legalization didn't really catch up until the early decades of the 19th century. This is American writer and explorer John and his artist companion Catherwood. The pair had trekked through the deep Guatemalan interior, following routes that say somewhere in the jungle. They travelled in greater comfort than Daniel, but their journey was still difficult. They were beset by mosquitoes and the seasonal rains. But as they did a bend in the river, they came across a sight that Avendaño would have recognized. It was the towering pyramid, just visible above the trees.
We ascended by large stone steps, some places perfect, and in others thronged which had grown in between the crevices. Through the thick forest, among half-buried fragments, 14 monuments, by enormous roots. Another left was embrace of branches of trees, and almost another hurled to the ground, and bound down by huge vines and creepers. The only sounds that disturbed the quiet of this buried space of the murkiness.
Would go on to explore over 40 sites around the Yucatan, and the book Stevens wrote, illustrated with Catherwood's detailed lithographs, created a sensation around the world. Until then, only old world civilizations like Egypt or Babylon, these of such magnitude, had a beacon. One of the time simply refused to believe that such enormous construction were built by the people who now lived a relatively simple existence in Central America. 19th century experts proclaiming that ancient Egyptians, Indians, Chinese or Norse explorers ocean from the old world and built these pyramids in the forest, suggested that they had been built by the mythic tribes of Israel, or even the inhabitants of Atlantis. At the time, Stevens caused some. He was the person who had most extensively in places, and he claimed these cities product of the Mayan people.
Around the time I started
working our way through the thin square column, about 14, 3 feet wide on each side, sculpted to occupy the continent of America.
Stevens insisted that these vast ancient cities had been built up over centuries, indigenous to the New World. To him, these ruins told that story clearly enough, but of course told another story. It was the catastrophe that had few precedents in human history, the dramatic and wholesale collapse of an entire advanced society.
In the romance of the world's history, impressed me more forcibly than the spectacle of this once lovely city, turned desolate and lost, discovered by overgrown trees, to distinguish it.
Today, we do know the original Mayan names cities, and that's due to the time work of archaeologists. Before we dive into describing the collapse of the classic Maya civilization, I think it's worth pausing for a moment over how much of a miracle it is that any of it still survives. The Maya were a literal culture, wrote on books made of bark paper, using reed pens and conch shells as ink. They used a rich and complex system of hieroglyphics, similar to those used in Egypt, and it's the only true writing system thought to have the Americans. They used their writing in a sophisticated and often playful way. But after the arrival of the written language of the Maya was nearly eradicated. Blame for that tragedy at the feet of one particular villain, a sadistic and fanatical Spanish Delanda. The span of Delanda matches up to the Spanish conquered America. In 1521, years before he was born, the great Aztec Tenochtitlan had fallen to the Spanish. And by the time screaming into the world, the Spanish had already conquered a large part, enveloping vast colonial territory that they called New Spain. And from there, the Spanish could move south into the densely lands of Yucatan, the land. And in the lands they conquered, the Spanish ruthlessly exploited the indigenous populations. Mayan text, records how people felt at the time. The beginning of trade, the beginning of drive by trapping people with almost the beginning of force. But the Mayan people, without all gunpowder against their colonizers, so fiercely in fact that it took the Spanish to conquer them completely. Advanced into the Yucatan, the Maya fought canes in the forests, left only by padded cotton armor, armed only with stone weapons and flint spears, but they just with great effectiveness and laid spikes for the Spanish horsemen. To this atmosphere of insurgency, a young man 25 first set foot in the New World. The year was 1549. Delanda was meticulous in his work. He kept detailed everything he saw, Mayan culture, language, and society, and he did so in order to better identify. As a missionary, he soon earned a reputation for being fair. He would often venture deep into the jungle, into areas that had only been conquered by the Spanish, where hatred of the Europeans, and perhaps it was this fearlessness the men eventually put in charge of bringing the Roman Catholic faith. Until then, the Spanish exempted the Mayans from the notorious cruelty of the Spanish Inquisition, continuing to honor their old gods, disgusted the new bishop. The sooner of an Inquisition, the first of its kind. Delanda was brutal in methods. He tortured countless Mayans as a form of interrogation. In the midst of it all, he built a great bonfire of one of the last Mayan cities. Gathered together all of the ancient books he could find, centuries of accumulated knowledge, writings on the history of the Mayan people, mathematics, astronomy, poetry, and Delanda and watched as they later wrote about this event in his memoirs.
We found a great number of containing these letters and named but superstition and the lies of the devil, which dismayed and distressed me.
Only 3 Maya books are known. This ancient language was nearly completed. Always has something of a sense of sarcasm. Delanda's meticulous notes have survived. And in those books, he wrote down something called the Mayan alphabet. It's not a complete symbols, because Delanda only asked for the letters that already exist. These notes back to the later effort to decipher the ancient Maya. So this is one of the first ironies that gather around the story of the classic Maya. We know about their written language. Very tried his hardest to eradicate it. And as more of this language is gradually decoded, we've learned a huge amount from the plastered walls that they carved into bone and shell or chipped onto the walls of their temples and palaces, transformed our understanding of the society that once ruled the universe. We now know, and Stevens were right, when the Spanish arrived in the New World, the Maya were already an ancient culture, vast cities, and monumental rival old world. And then, like so many golden age had passed, 100 years before the first European ever set foot on the Americas, the whole of Mayan civilization, over 40 large peoples, had collapsed. Perhaps even millions of people simply disappeared from the region, and the forest crept back forever. Before we dive into discussing exactly how this collapse occurred, I think it's worth asking who. And it's not one people, one empire. They were a loose collection of city-states and kingdom, right where the continent of South America meet. In modern territory of Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and the very south of Mexico, the Maya spoke and shared culture that built step pyramids, drank hot chocolate from ornately patterned vases, and made. They were a people of contradiction who developed a mathematics calculating dates in the millions of years. The wheel, the arch, the pulley. They gave them names that drew from the around them, like Lady Sharkfin, Doublebird, Smoke Soap. Early Spanish accounts of the Maya's appearance describe the jade plugs their ears, how they tattooed their skin. The Maya believed that time was circular. History really did repeat itself, and that the future could literally be learning about the past. A complex pantheon of gods, including the sun, the god of rain, the gods of the sky, and the gods of the underworld who lived in deep caves and sinkholes. And perhaps you already have an idea of the Maya as having an insane for human sacrifice. Lepto might have given you that idea. We should be cautious about how we approach that subject. For centuries, garish stories of human sacrifice formed the and their justification for the theft of. Evidence shows that ritual killing in Mayan society, but it was usually limited on a small scale. And as we've already seen, the Europeans made just their thing. The Mayans one Spanish writer wrote one account of this sport in the New World.
I came to much delight in seeing sported bull, which the Spaniards did. Bull was made of the gum of a tree and but hard and heavy to the hands and did down.
The colossal ruins they left behind would be enough to prove their engine. But when you acknowledge the challenges the Maya faced in the forests of you really appreciate the monumental achievements these represent. The wealth of limestone, or a salt called karst, it acts like a sponge, and over millions of years, rainwater has poured deep and filled it with Swiss cheese. Any rivers here, since any rainwater that falls is immediately drained in a twisting warren of deep underground caves. The water gathers in vast underground sinkholes called cenotes. These waters are surrounded by echoing cave walls, often overgrown with vines. These were sacred places to the Maya, the world and its gods, crucial to this civilization's survival. Maya were constantly battling to preserve water, and they dug vast tanks, plastering the bottoms of the cenotes to make them watertight. They built systems of water control that allowed water to flow from higher to irrigate their rainforests. And in Maya rely on four-legged health. In Europe, and animals like the horse and ox, one great drive of civilization and progress. Even in the Andes, in Bolivia, the present, like the Incas, carry heavy weights across long distances. The only large animal was the shy and reclusive tapir, which all was done simply on human back, using the simple technology of a strap that was the inefficiency of Maya farming. Their foods like corn were very low in protein. That agriculture was a constant battle against the forces. The soil in Yucatan is very thin, sometimes only a few centimeters deep before you sow. It eases its fertility, builds washed away. The Maya largely relied on sun-burn agriculture, hacking and burning the fields in order to grow a few rounds of crop before letting the tropical back in. And the storage of food was a problem. In the humid environment of Guatemala and southern Mexico, before it started going wrong. And one final point before we move on is that for most Maya were actually a Stone Age society. Copper working began in the 7th century, long before copper, but it took several centuries its way down to the Mayan lowlands. The Maya never worked iron or mixed copper with tin to make bronze. Stone, they used blades of obsidian, a kind of organic glass that forms in work. So every temple was not only constructed without animals and pulleys, but also carved in all their ornate intricacy without mental tools. Flourish. The only great civilization to ever in the midst of such hard conditions. The earliest civilization began around the year 1800 BC, nearly 2,000 years before the beginning of the Christian. From this time, people domesticated maize, beans, squashes, and chili peppers, as well as the cacao bean, which they used. The inscription on one ornately patterned vase from the city of Mashal, called the Vase of the Seven Gods, was often drunk in celebration, and new groves on special occasions, like the birth of a young prince. This tree for the grove of cacao trees. The young boy came listening, so now I know the owner of the tree. The Mayan world into two zones. The highlands and the lowlands were of crucial importance to the Maya. A spine of rocky forest that followed the line of the continental shelf. The Maya found obsidian and the greenish precious stone jade, which they carved into marvelous trinkets. And the highlands were also home to the quetzal, green feathers, that the Maya used to create headdresses for priests. And if you stood in these highlands, you would see ahead of you undulating plain reaching out into the distance. 100 kilometers away, the peninsula ends at the curving Atlantic, broken with and it's within this all the great wealth of Mayan cities. This was a network of societies that looked a little like the classical Greece or Renaissance Italy. Think of the Medici families, the Doge in Venice. Different centers of power all in constant opposition for power. Mayan conceptions of the universe created 3 worlds previous to the current one. Each of them they believed themselves to live in the 4th world. And the Mayan cities of the classic period began to grow and thrive. There had already been a number of forms. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, Mayan cities began to grow with a stack. For much of the Mayan classic period, the largest and most powerful Tikal. When the fugitive monk Avantanya Tikal why they had that's because Tikal are some of the most spectacular ruins in the Mayan world. Temples tower up to a height of 64 meters or 22 meters, almost as high as the tower. These temples were topped with enormous of the gold and painted a brilliant deep red, making the first Star Wars film. George Lucas used Tikal as the setting of Yavin. And it's not hard to see why. Today the ruins do look otherworldly. The tips of those ancient pyramids just peeping over the trees. But Tikal is also one of the Mayan cities whose history we understand the best. A long list of its rulers has been discovered, and excavations have uncovered the tombs of those same rulers. Archaeologists now believe that this city may have held as many as 90 feet height. The history of Tikal, we also have to introduce another in this region, and this player stands as a shadowy force behind much of what occurred in the world. This was the city of Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan lay over 1,500 kilometers away from Mexico. Vast city of stone pyramids. Today, much of it buried in the urban sprawl of Mexico City. But at its time, it was the largest city in the pre-Columbian America. Teotihuacan commanded and controlled all the crucial trade networks across the continent. Monopoly over a particular kind of green obsidian was of exceptional hard quality. In this era, it would be too far away, like an early version of the United States. It was cosmopolitan, ethnic, with a population estimated at 120 or more, which was the 6th largest city in the world at the time. Unlike the United States, it was also fond of intervening in politics of its southern neighbors. In the early first millennium, Teotihuacan was expanding its sphere of influence, extending its far south lands, establishing embassies in faraway cities, and spreading that shining light to the forests of Central America. The Mayan city of Teotihuacan in the 4th century AD. It's not clear if this was a military, a palace coup, or an intervention. We know that a young ruler, Yash Nunai, rose to power with the apparent help of this distant superpower. Once carving in Tikal shows King Curl while Mexican soldiers look on, carrying distinctive dark throats. The tomb of Curl Nose, after being found carved out of that telltale that everywhere gives influence of. One remarkable image, carved apart from Tikal, shows just age on the left of the pyramid in the Mayan style. Existing, and on the right is a temple of Mexican design, with a crown at its top. This is Teotihuacan temple, full of foreign soldiers come, along with vases and boxes full of gifts. In the center, they built has stepped sides like the Mayan temples, fanned crown on top like the Mexican. It's a clear image of collaboration and partnership, and of an empire. Is this a portrayal of the situation? We don't know, but under the Teotihuacan, Tikal grew in wealth and powerful city in the Mayan world. Its empire at its greatest height contained a population of half. One useful hieroglyphic in the Mayans called Yah. It means his Lord. And when we see it in the inscriptions of one city talking about another, we know the city, the other city, Lord, started as partnership with Teotihuacan, using this phrase to describe his. Tikal's soldiers fanned out across the Mayan world weapons made of the green Teotihuacan obsidian. City after city fell under it. It was the beginnings of a true empire. While it looked like Tikal's plan to rule might have worked, that is, were it not for one very thing in their way. That's their great rival, the city. Calakmul was a city with a very distinctive character. Like Tikal, it built an empire, and dominion it conquered. Calakmul, with its emblem, snakehead, which in the Maya is the sound Ka. Lords called themselves or the Lords of the Snake. Calakmul is the emphasis it put on female lion. Whereas the inscriptions in Tikal only speak about kings, those in all mention the joint rule of a king. And Calakmul was proud of its roots, traced to the ancient Maya of the second period. So while Tikal had a kind of international outlook, distant superpower Teotihuacan, the people of Calakmul saw themselves as the true inheritor of their legacy. It was surrounded by a complex system of canals, and its many buildings are tightly packed, clustered like the skyscrapers of a modern city. But in the early century, Calakmul was outmatched by the might of Tikal. Swore the riches of Teotihuacan. Rulers of Calakmul, the so-called Lords of the Snake, must have calculated challenge the supremacy of Tikal was to play them in the game of strategy. Set out on a centuries-long game of rivals. They slowly gathered the small states that surrounded Tikal into a network of allies, threatening Tikal's supply lines, slowly suffocating his whole pattern of life. It was a kind of cold. For this reason, the snakes by Tikal are by far the most Mayan city-states. They appear right in the Mayan world, and often in places that Tikal would have proven pretty inconvenient, threatening their trade route and menacing their farmland. Although slow, from the second half of the 6th century AD, gained the upper hand. The distant power of Teotihuacan fell in Texas. And now Tikal was left all alone, surrounded by its enemies. But it wasn't until the rule of one particular, a man known as Double, that Tikal's fortunes would really take a turn for the worse. Double Bird seems to have been particularly against politics, because his actions would lose the city, one of its key allies, a city known today as Caracol. Caracol was once one of Tikal's underlings. As part of its service, it would have paid tribute, food, and valuables. It would have sent soldiers to fight for Tikas to build its temples. At least in the year 553, still was. But it's possible Caracol was already beginning to erode this alliance. In any case, Double Bird. I have to stop here for a moment. We understand about warfare in the world. The minor level skirmishes, and their wars seem to have symbolic function. These wars would have involved perhaps only a few, and their main purpose seems to have been to capture prisoners for sacrifice to the gods, important noble, acts, and to bring back plunder and glory to them. The Maya were interested in wars of conquest, but just occasionally a different taken, which had a more brutal and all-encompassing name. And these wars were descriptions as Star Wars. As far as I can tell, to George Lucas is a coincidence. The name Star Wars comes from a specific type of glyph used in the Maya scripts, a star showering the earth with fire. And this war seems to have been there in the Maya world, a war of total conquest and destruction. The inscriptions, as well to decipher, but it seems that in the year 557, Tikal, Double Bird, a local attack against his former ally, the city. His soldiers would have swept into its territory, wearing padded costumes, flint spears and clubs studs of green obsidian. They would have burned the great Caracol's sphere of influence, robbed anything they could, and killed of its citizens, who they would later have sacrificed at one of Tikal's temples. This attack unclear kind of insult from Caracol. Perhaps it hadn't been fulfilling the duties expected of it as an underling, was falling under the influence of its great enemy. Whatever the reason, the rulers of Caracol didn't support in good humor. In retaliation, they announced with true a star against their former masters. We can assume that every help incur enemies, owed to its reputation as the kingdom of the snake, putting it building a network of allies that surrounded Tikal and cut off, wrapping itself around Tikal and choking the life from the once great. And now it seems that crushing grip tightened. In the year 562, the once great city of Tikal was surrounded and besieged. Its defense enemies swept into the city, smashing shrine. Tikal's enemies uprooted the stone monument, proclaiming the achievements of its rulers. Pieces. They vandalized carvings of its kings, lopping off the heads of its sculptors and their faces with stone tools. And the destruction was deadly. For the next century, Tikal's population stopped growing. For 100 years, no carvings or great public monuments were erected. All were buried with only a meager and production of painted pottery. The fate of Tikal's king, Double Bird, is unknown. He was probably taken back to Calakmul and executed at the top of the pyramid. A new put in place Tikal, a man named Animal Skull. And although we know almost nothing about him, inscriptions in his show that he was not the son. For the next century, Calakmul and not rivalry would go on. Tikal would regain the wars between cities' allies would blaze generations. But it wasn't war that Mayan world. The root cause of this collapse, we will have to look at the society structured itself, the fatal civilization, and the tensions and conflicts that would ultimately tear it apart. One way that we can track the progress of the Mayan collapse is by looking at the number of inscriptions they formed. When times were good, the Maya erected new temples, palaces. So in year 500, as the classic Mayan period just got started, the number of monuments was quite in essence, there were only 10 built in 14. But as the years grew, the number of monuments that could skyrocketed a century later. But by the year 750, monuments were being constructed. But then the collapse set in. After this, the number of dated monuments begins to falter. In 800, only 10 monuments. And then the construction of new monuments had ended. The year 800 onwards, all across the Mayan lowlands began to die out. Fault radio signal and then crackling out into silence. Each of these cities goes out one by one, with lights blinking out. The process began in the southwest, along the Usumacinta River. At the city of Bonampak, the inscription is the year 792. Fell silent in the year 808. This wave of doom washed over the whole of the Mayan lowlands. The great snake city of Calakmul after the Copan followed in 822. Tikal another 70 years after the fall of its great. But it too finally fell into the dark year 889. The last Maya inscription in the remote city of Tonina, 909. The strange thing is, none of these inscriptions set us wrong. There are no ways of doom or accounts of terrible events. One line either remains elaborate and highly skilled. So what happened? How could this vibrant and powerful culture collapse so completely, leaving not a single warning? As with the fall of any civilization, the collapse of the Maya was a simple event. It's hard to point to any cause and form a simple one thing leads to another narrative. All of the environmental stresses we discussed over harsh landscape, society, like it, had to accumulate a number of imbalances. Under extreme stress, these would form and with splinter along the whole length of these stresses, surely the most pressing feed. In order for society to work, farmers need to produce enough food to feed themselves, enough to feed all the people in the society who aren't. The soldiers and carpenters and masons and always nobles. Efficient modern economy like the United States, 2% of the population work on farms. Each farmer in America feeds over 100 well as themselves, freeing up a huge proportion of them to do other things. But for slash and burn agriculture and grew low pro, each farmer could feed perhaps 5. And as the century, the Mayan population was booming. The population in 5,000, with 1,000 in the outskirts, perhaps as many as 800 people per square kilometre. And they began living in hastily constructed wooden buildings piled. Today, when we walk through the spacious plazas and temples of the it's hard to imagine that those empty, overgrown terraces were once teeming with populations. As the population of the Maya demands on its agriculture only increased. Another deforestation. Because of what we've seen of the overgrown ruins, we have a romantic idea of the Maya without their lives beneath the jungle canopy. But by the end of the classic period, it's been more forested. Studies of pollen samples found in lake beds and swamps in the region show that by the end of any forest remained in the Yucatan Peninsula. The Maya cut down the trees, not only in. So if you stood on top of Tikal or Calakmul at 800, you wouldn't see the thick forest canopy you see. You would stretching out in every direction and toiling in the fields. The Maya used some trees, especially the extremely hard wood sap, which is naturally resistant to termites. But most of the trees would have been in order to create line and water for the construction of their great and the plaster that lavishly coated them. The Maya burned great pits. Intensive industrial process would have used up a great deal of the forest, and the forest land would then. But you can't grow crops on a patch of soil endlessly. The nutrients and minerals that plants take is given time to rest. Just like slash and burn. The soil periods between growing needs to return to nature to regain nutrition. Demand for population increased. It's easy to imagine that the farmers were placed under increasing pressure. With population growing, rulers of these cities may have ordered their farmers to grow crops on the same soil again and again with no fallow periods allowed. It would be in a short-sighted strategy, a courted disaster, short term. But at this point, little choice. Another drought. As we've discussed, one of the greatest challenges the Maya faced is the storage of water. Yucatan is such that variations in annual rainfall can be enormous. Droughts were in fact, a large part of Mayan infrastructure are planning for them and mitigating their effects. But every system has its limits. Estimate that in the year 760, the peninsula suffered its worst drought in 7,000 years. This was caused, it seems, by something the Maya called well. The awesome power of the sun. As the Maya knew, the sun is a fickle god. The radiant is subject to variation going through peaks and ice cores of solar radiation around this time those that for millennia. This caused a harsh, dry, cold hemisphere and glowed it northwards. The lowlands comes from the Atlantic on the trade winds. Bands of patterns across the Atlantic Ocean with a north shift of the descend on the male, and this event coincides with the Great Collapse. Archaeologist Betty Megas has combined physics and anthropology to propose a theory. She asks us to think about human society and thermodynamic systems. For Megas, our societies are like machines or organisms. A strong, stable form of energy to flow through them. And she argues that this is what allows the system to organize itself. Increasingly complex form. Increased complexity allows greater collection of energy, so the society grows. The strong flow of energy is that system then collapses to a level of organization that can be supported with the this theory in simple terms.
If an increase in energy resources control increased cultural conflict, a decline should result in a decline in cultural conflict.
And if the solar radiation theory is correct, it might be worth theories to work. Mayan society in its complexity as a result of the sun's sudden drop and it imploded. In some places, the collapse was so drastic that it was abandoned. In the Chilambalam post-contact era, you can almost hear the echoes of some recognition, some authentic memory of what might have happened during this.
And introduced the drought, of the animals, birds, the seashore birds. So it was night. The sun was eaten. When the face of the sun was darkened, when his face was extinguished.
Understanding of exam during is the city of Copan, now in western Honduras. Copan was a small but densely populated, built in a narrow and steep-sided river, pine forests. Its people, it had the largest wall core of Maya city, and it used the symbol of the leaf as its emblem on inscription. For much of its history, alive to come, and fought wars on its Copan was a trading outpost, positioned to profit from the trade in obsidian, jade, and quetzal feathers coming down from the hills. In the fertile alluvial silt of the valley floor, the Mayans could feed themselves on a thriving agriculture, growing their staples of corn. The soil on the hills around Copan is less fertile. It's more acidic and prone to erosion if even today, they grow barely a third of the amount of corn in the hills. From the 5th century, fueled by this fertile soil and trade, by the year 800, 1,000 people, small area of only about 10 square miles. Between 15 and 70, construction of royal palaces and monuments was a special, and nobles other than the king points to a period of thriving economics, but the opulent life of the nobles had to be supported by the hard work of Copan's farmers. Through the 5th and 6th centuries, it expanded to fill the bottom valley. Around, space was beginning to run out. After that, people began to build their homes on the valley sides. It looked a little like a Brazilian favela today, houses climbing on top of each other, but these dwellings were inhabited only for about a. And the reason for that can be seen in the layer of sediment of their floors. As the people built up the mountains, the ground was eroded. taken around this time show that the once covered these hills had been gradually cut down. As these trees disappeared, they were held together with fragile soil on the valley sides, and the earth would now be swept. This acidic, low nutrient leached down into the valley, reducing its fertility as well. And as the hills were slowly abandoned, the burden of feeding all of Kabul would fall increasingly on the valley bottom. The fields would now need to be worked harder than to avoid famine, and this would have reduced even further. Farmers fought over the last remains. Analysis from Japan makes a from the years 50 onwards, signs of disease and malnutrition among its residents became porous and weak. Their teeth showed increased stress lines, and these signs of ill health nobles and kings too, although of commoners was much worse. And when times were hard in Kopan, it's likely that they blamed their rulers. In the Chilam Balam driving mine attacks, we can see this connection with the natural world explicitly. Visit of the chiefs. You shall ask them for his food. Drink the sun. Chiefs. Drink the sun, my son. Bear it to my plate. The Mayan system of rulership was based on an implicit promise. His lifestyle, and he will protect you. He will keep the gods happy, the sun shining. If the king was that promise, the people may have decided that he had to go. The last we hear from a king of Kopan is in the year 8, with a single inscription. It was carved from a snow king, a man will it to the throne during a period of violent chaos. And the carving of a four-sided monument. One side shows him being crowned, the next carved, but the remaining two sides. It's as if the carver stayed in the middle of his job and left. Where Mugit took was, he couldn't muster to keep the idea of royalty. 3 decades later, in the year 850, the royal was burned, and history in that city came to an end. With the collapse of royal authority, a time of chaos followed in Kopan. The nation didn't leave all at once. The year 950, a century after the burning of the royal palace, there were 15,000 people living in the valley bottom, about half the number at its height. But the population continued to dwindle, and by the 12th century, there is no sign of habitation in the valley. Past this point, the forests ruins of Kopan. We don't have the same level of detail, but we can trace the city by looking at its monuments and inscriptions. In the 8th century, once again gained the upper hand over its enemy, Kalak. And with its return to wound to an impressive height, as it consolidated its power over the region and gathered all its weight under its protective umbrella, Tikal also embarked on a burst of construction of which it had never seen. Almost all of Tikal's great temple date from the second half of this century. When around, all of that would come to an end. It's clear that Tikal was coming apart. Its vital allies were now putting up monuments of their own, proclaiming them smaller provinces, and sworn servants of the great king in Tikal. Going up in Washington first, Descendants from Tikal, and in Ishlu, the same thing was happening. Tikal's dominion was fracturing. And what's worse, they referred to themselves on their cards, Lord of Tikal. There was no in Tikal. There were no longer any people either. Have fallen into chaos, and the population away. Palaces and temples of Tikal were abandoned. There's evidence that cities outer districts moved in to occupy them. It must have been a strange feeling for my peasant. A palace for the first time, finding it abandoned. Walls in all, and Rothschild painted walls and cards. These common people seem to have squatted in the abandoned royal palace or more after the fall of Tikal. We can see their traces in a layer of what's called scraps of broken pottery, piles of rubbish, and the corridors of the one-killer halls. These common people also scratched graffiti into the walls of these palaces, of temples and animals, caricatures of people they knew. And the people who stayed here seem to have continued to hold in palaces of the city, continued the stone monuments of bygone kings, times to more convenient places. But it seems to read what the description said. Some of the monuments they moved, and the people who moved them put them back into place. This pattern was repeated in the Mayan lowlands. People made journeys into the abandoned cities to pay respects to the slumbering gods. One by one, all the cities in the Mayan lowlands were abandoned. And it may give you a sense of the scale of the catastrophe, of the damage done to the environment. The attempt was made at a single one of these cities to ever reoccupy. The forests of the Maya lowlands grew back, and it's thought that when the Spaniards at the end of the 15th century, the trees they saw had only just recovered from that time. In all of this, the picture does begin to emerge. A classic collapse to the environment and a period of climate change, which caused a failure of agriculture, which led to strains that the Mayans simply couldn't manage. People finally turned against and the hierarchy of society with simpler forms of life. Collapsing cities would have sent refugees fleeing, exacerbating their problems and causing a chain reaction of collapse, of fire across the whole region. Perhaps if had ever formed a unified country, some of these crises could have been averted. But as the large empires of Tikal and Kal came apart, each and with agriculture failing everywhere, the only way for some of these was to take what they needed. Against the backdrop of famine, 100 bitter wars began. Archaeologists have found evidence of buildings being burned during this time and monuments vandalized. Yet central part of the city was hastily fortified with rough stone walls, built using stones taken from the surrounding palaces. It was a last desperate defense. Spear and javelin heads have also been found, littering, pointing to violent. It seems that as the of Mayan society came apart, its people turned against it, and a violent struggle turned the Mayan lowlands. Today, the crumbling Maya are still being uncovered. In 2015, the geographical feature in Tonida that was thought turned out to be a Mayan pyramid. Measurements have shown it to be one of the largest. At 75 meters tall, it rivals the sun in Teotihuacan to be the tallest pre-Columbian building in the Americas. And the ongoing battle for the Mayan inscriptions continues. Today, we understand a great deal of what we read on the stones of the Mayan temples, but so much more. One thing I find moving is to read the text of the post-contact Maya, who had been invaded, whose lands were taken away, whose language and history. In the time after the Spanish arrival, Mayan people tried to some vestiges of their great tradition. They passed it down mouth from generation to generation, sometimes in secret. These texts survive to this day. Survival. Their complex webs of reference mythology no longer point to anything. Associations and stories referred to are forgotten. Once carried. And so these texts, much as the crumbling stone pyramids do, they stand as a silent test of the whole world that will never again. To end the episode by listening to an excerpt called The Ritual of the Backups. It's an incantation written down by a man being passed down through the age from the golden age of his civilization. Today, we can barely understand what the text means. But as you listen, I want you to watch this great civilization fall, to watch its great monuments, its palaces crumble into the earth. Imagine the feeling of the whole world. Plains stripped of their trees, with the smoke of burning lime. Movements where the Quetzal birds still fall. Over the empty pyramids, slowly but unstoppably crumble.
Cannot how they say is the creator, say is the darkness. Coming from the fifth level of the sky and fly. Covering its worms. It bits the hand of the un. It licks the blood in the sweat balls, blood in the stone heart. Refer to the demented darkness.
Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please, you can follow me at Paul M. And if you'd like announcements about as well as maps and to see behind the scenes, all of Civ's separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You help me cover my costs, but you also let me researching, writing, editing to get the episodes out to you faster and quick as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. All the best. Listening.
Process on it where you can check the or double spend the point or whatever. But you can do that while learning the transaction and that and that's basically the guarantees the difference you have.
Sometime around the year 1540, a ship full of dangerous, a frozen island in the middle of the North Atlantic. It was a notoriously dangerous voyage. They saw dark storm clouds begin to brew. They were in trouble. Their boat was lashed by wind and rain. around like a cork on the towering waves. The storm went on for days, blowing them far off their course with no idea where they were heading. Finally, when all seemed lost, and they sighted land, they managed to beach the boat with ice. They waited for the storm to blow over. They didn't know it then, but the storm was blowing them right across the Atlantic Ocean, and it was in Greenland, a bleak and icy on the north of the American continent. In these days, Greenland tundra when would ever think to venture. But as the storm to die down, they spotted something not from their boat. It was a man dead in the snow. They saw his clothes made of skins and the fur in his hood, and they thought that he must be an Inuit, inhabitants of Greenland. But as they approached, something didn't look right. They turned the man over and saw that he had red hair. Horseman, but he was dressed in the clothes of an Inuit. On his head was otherwise clothes of freezing and sealskin. Near him, sheath growth, bent and worn and eaten away. They thought he must have wandered through the wilderness in these, perhaps trying to find a ship, and then he died right there on the beach, all alone at the end of the world. Moved by the sight of this man, the sailors, when the weather cleared, they set sail. They took the knife with them. They must have rolled it around in their hands themselves. This Norseman. Why was he dressed in the clothes of a hunter, this bleak and uninhabited waste? Where in all the world
start doing they're using an untraceable currency that is completely based in cotton. So I can't remember what story I've been 5 years and putting it together.
My name is when you're listening to the Full of Civilization podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory into the ashes of history. What did they have in common? What led to their fall? Feel like to be a person alive at the time. And their world. Episode. One unlikely tales of a society's fall. Incredible sightings of Greenland. I want to show European settlers built a society on the farthest edge and survived for centuries on the harshest conditions ever faced by man. I want to explain how this civilization was able to overcome the odds, was to examine the evidence about what happened to cause its final and mysterious collapse. If I were to ask you, who was the first European to discover North America, you might think of Christopher Columbus, landing on the sandy shores of the Bahamas in the 18th century. But actually, Columbus was far from the first. In fact, Europeans had been to America for more than 5 centuries before Columbus was even born. The story begins over years ago, in the 10th century. The people who made this dangerous journey were North, otherwise known in the Middle Ages as Vikings. They were sailors, Norway and Denmark, who had a terrifying reputation in all the lands. They were known as raiders and pirates, their enemies, but they were also expert sailors and marvelous and perhaps explore history. Half a millennium before, the Vikings crossed the ocean and on the icy coast of Greenland, a permanent settlement there. They didn't just survive in this far-flung outpost. They built manor houses and hundreds of farms where they grew crops, imported steel and wine. They raised sheep, cattle, and they made voyages to North American land too, to Newfoundland and the coast of Canada. They fought with American tribes, furs, ivory, and hardwoods in American forests. In Greenland, they forests and even captured live polar bears home to. In this impossible landscape, they grew and thrived. And then, survival at the edge of the world, their civilization collapsed. In Greenland were abandoned into the hard, icy. And exactly what happened is still one of our most chilling mysteries. Our two main sources of information about the Greenland are two sagas. These is a past map that relate the great hero adventure. This extract, poetry called the Hoof of Lausen, should give you a sound and form of these great poems. West of the sea, so that it might be with the ice breaking, praises them in the mine ships and later, these down, and today they give us an incredible insight into the lives that these men and women live as they expand on the North Atlantic. And our story begins right on the snowy slopes and steaming vents of Iceland. Iceland is a volcanic island in the northern Atlantic, the way between Europe and North America. Around the year 874, completely uninhabited. Only flocks of seabirds and the reclusive Arctic fox on snowy hills. Then, the Vikings of Norway. It was a journey of over 1,500 kilometers by sea, through some of the worst weather on Earth, but in slender wooden longships that were the very their ships had perfectly hydrodynamic hull, strong square sails, perfectly adapted for plying the waters of the Northern Ocean. And after the year 874, things first landed, the formation of the land happened quickly. Back home in Norway, and competition over farmland, people were eager to start in a completely unexpected. Within the first landing, the Vikings had already 1,500 farms in Iceland, and the population rose to over people. Wouldn't end here. By the TNC, just about all of the usable land in Iceland had already been claimed. Stories were beginning to spread among the Norse sailors out of new land, the blue ice that lay over the stormy sea. Sagas, the first person to attempt to find this new land was a man named Eric, and he was known to history as Eric. Eric the Red was born around the year 950 into a Norway that had only just divided into a single state. Has a ragged, undulating coast broken by wooded fjords, inlets, and dotted with rocky islands. He was born where the flag meant that the sea always stretched out before his eyes, calling to him with its inviting horizon. Ships sailing off in the direction of the sunset below the horizon. He must have wondered what lay beyond the vanishing point. Was about to find out. That's because he was the son of outlaw, explosive temper. Temper would have dire consequences for Thorvald's family. When his son Eric was only 10 years old, Thorvald man in a quarrel, and in Norway, murder is to fear. Fighting honor meant that the family of the dead man would soon be out for blood. Fearing reprisals, Eric managed to gain passage across the Norway's newest settlement of Iceland, where smoke was said to rise from the very earth. The young Eric must have been on a ship on that voyage and seen the sea stretching out in grey and bleak and forbidding, but it must have been for the young boy too. Here at last that he dreamed of. In the second half of the 10th, Iceland was already well settled by Norway. The Norse had thralls or slaves from Ireland as a new colony. They did horses, cattle, and rabbits. Some snow forests had been cut down to clear farmland for the cultivation. Its people, unsalted but dried, wooden rags and coal. This story of a settlement, most of the best land had already been taken. When Eric with his family, all that was left was a land in the forest of the northwest. But that was all the choice he had, and Thorvald and his family began to work their farms. Imagine that as a child in Iceland, Eric must have listened to the stories told when they passed through, when they stopped on to repair their ships. And of them, no compasses, using the sun, moon, and stars to find their way. Natural cues, like the paths and whales. But although they were expert navigators, Tony stormed to sweep them far off course, as we'll learn throughout this episode. Kings of Iceland believed the edge of the world. But already at this time, of sailors who had been blown off course and seen strange things in the distance. They brought back stories about mysterious islands they'd seen drifting out of faraway lands, spying across the ocean. Tales of the West. When Eric's father Thorvald died, Eric inhabited their humble farm, and he began a family. As he grew into a proud and pugnacious young man, it became Ed had inherited something of his father's temper, and even more of his bad luck. One day, a group of workers on Eric's farm caused a landfall. This belonged to disagreeable neighbor, known only his name. Enraged at the damage caused to his farm, but Eric was his father's son. He wasn't to take this insult lightly. After Eyjolf and the two of them fought. In the brutal struggle that ensued, Eric prevailed and was killed. But once the heat of battle had died, he realized what he had done. Just like his father, he feared the beginning of a bloodshed. In the society of the medieval Norse, one dry heather of a cycle of violence and energy could last for generations. So it may have felt like something of a relief. The law that Eyjolf's family finally came down.
him.
Killing, the Lords of Iceland declared that Eric the Red was banished for 3 years. Just like his father, Eric would have to flee the local home. But Eric didn't have many good options before him. His family had many enemies now. In Norway, the relatives of the man his father had killed might still be looking for blood, and it was clear that for a Norseman in the 10th century, that didn't leave many other options. While he put together a boat, and it must have been during this time that those stories came back to him. The stories tell of the ice and their blue coasts seen beyond the horizon. In the year 9, at the age of 30, sailed once again with only one goal in to reach the mythical land that was set high on the other side. Or must set sail, and his voyage would change the map of the world forever. Greenland is the world's not considered a continent. Over 80% of its landmass is covered by ice sheet, up to 3 kilometers thick. The second largest body of ice in the world. The ice that makes up the sheet is as ancient as rock, some of it years old, and the sheet is so heavy into the Earth's mantle. Although years at the time, this is the land that Eric the Red set sail for at the end of the 10th century. Against all odds, he would reach it. The voyage was nearly 1,500 kilometers, a gauntlet of floating ice. The danger rounded the southern coast of Greenland later that sailed up its western coast, searching for somewhere to land. For the most part, the land he saw was covered with Arctic tending wall of that enormous. But after many weeks of sailing, Eric and his men found a small ship relatively free of ice, and with it, their hearts must have filled with joy. They saw slopes where deciduous willows, and juniper trees grew, and birch covered the sides of some valleys. The landscape here was still harsh. It must have resembled the tree-line level of aged mountains, right where most forms of life are growing. To people, it wouldn't have looked like a promising location for a settlement. To the north, this small stream promised the potential growth. The next 3 years of his exile, exploring this, sailing up its coast methodically and taking it. And when his was over, Iceland with a plan. He was going to as he could and travelled back to settle it permanently. But he knew it was going to be a how could he convince enough settlers to risk that dangerous crossing, and all for a land more than a sliver of green on the edge of a barren ice sheet? Well, it seems that Eric the Red had something of a talent for salesmanship, and one of the key ways he tried to encourage people to follow him was with the name that he gave to his. The Icelandic saga Greenlanders recalls this trick with something of an.
There was a man called Ed who travelled here to land. He gave a name to the land and called it Greenland. He said that people would be more eager because the land had a good name.
Perhaps imagining green fields, just many Icelanders came back around. He set sail once again for the land beyond the ocean. This time, he wasn't going alone. has amassed a great fleet of 20, full of men, women, and supplies, building materials, wood and nails, including cattle, chickens, and rabbits. It must have been an incredible sight. Sails, dragon-headed crowd through the ocean waves. These 25 ships only reached Greenland. 11 of them were lost at sea, and for those that arrived, the trials just begun. For those establishing a colony was about as difficult as find establishing a colony on the moon. If that seems like a far-fetched comparison, consider that only 18 animals have ever been killed in the history of space exploration. For medieval Vikings crossing the Atlantic, casualties were enormous, and the reasons for this aren't hard to imagine. Firstly, Greenland took several weeks by sea through freezing Arctic conditions. To see a good example of the kind the Norse used, there's no finer example of Gokstad ship in the Museum of Oslo. See this ship, you're at once impressed by its gigantic shape, which told the skill of the ship builders. But you're also struck how and exposed it is. How the Vikings who huddled on board must have suffered on those weeks of storms and waves. Must have towered over this tiny ship. It seems incredible that anywhere in these journeys at all. Iceland, as Iceland is from Norway, both of them being journeys of about 1,500 kilometers. Distances are similar. Voyage from Greenland was many times worse. More than anything else was the drift ice. Greenland sat right off the current that flowed down from the Arctic Ocean. And this current drew carbon glaciers, icebergs the size of mountains. Freezing current runs down the east coast and up the west coast, actively ringing the island in a chainsaw blade of flowing ice. Today, this is much of a problem to modern ships, but the Vikings didn't have any advantages of our technology. One story was just how deadly these seas could be. A saga tells the story of the named Loden, who got himself the nickname Lick Loden, or Corpse Loden, because he made up and down the east coast of Greenland, exploring its caves and gathering corpses of men shipwrecked there. Ships were always from the northern bays to the north and bring back to church found in caves and on rock ledges. They had come there from the drift ice, and near them they carved runes about all the events and sufferings. But the skill of Norse sailors, the many did successfully navigate this asteroid belt of ice. Still, it couldn't hurt to pray. It contains a prayer written by who was about to take his perilous voyage. God defend from danger, Lord of heaven and earth, guard my ways. But despite immense obstacles, Eric, his surviving 14 boats of settlers, did succeed and landed in Greenland and started one settlement on the south of the island. This would become known as the East, and it's where Eric built and began to farm the land. So the Norse would sail up the Greenland and found a second settlement. This was called Vestervik, or the west of the country. Life in Greenland. Greenland climate, with average temperatures that don't exceed 10 degrees centigrade or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And summer temperatures can drop as minus 30 degrees centigrade or minus 27. During winter, the temperatures can reach minus degrees centigrade or minus 58 degrees. In summer, there is continuous daylight, the so-called midnight sun, and during the sun never quite rises, with hours of daylight over them. Norse were experts settling. There's evidence that tackled farming conditions of the Greenland winters by aggressively fertilizing the soils around their farm. While the men of the settlements were at work, women would have spent the day improving the soil, spreading it fertility. Studies of soil settlements show a dramatic increase in the thickness of soil outdoors of their farms. Bone samples suggest that at the height of the settlement, all farms kept a cow or two, a sign of great state. Written records from Greenland mention including cheese, milk, and yogurt as important. But it soon became clear that others wouldn't simply survive. In fact, thrive and ultimately make themselves and their home country. That's because Greenland is a supply of one resource at the time, and that thing the walrus. An adult bull walrus has tusks grow to be over a meter long, weigh as much as kilos each. Ivory prized by medieval people, and many artifacts from the Middle Ages. Artifacts are the Lewis chestnut carved in Scotland, with eyes and faces, and has overstayed the valuable ivory was. Every 6 years, the Norse in Greenland paid their taxes to the Norwegian king, and a document from 1327 shows that a shipment of a 260 walruses, a small woolen cloth sent to the king by nearly 4,000 landing farms in the same period. This single load of tusks was the cost of nearly 800 cows, and the Vikings monopolized this high-value commodity right across northern Europe. The few walrus there were in Iceland had already been hunted to extinction, but in Greenland, came across vast herds in a place called Disco Bay, about 500 kilometers to the western settlement. It seemed there were more than they could ever hunt. As well as the walrus, the Vikings also hunted seal and massive narwhal, a whale with a single bony horn jutting from its head. And here again, the Vikings showed they had a flair for salesmanship. They sold the narwhal to gullible Europeans, claiming them to be the horns of unicorns. Unicorn horn became in great demand in Europe, with the powdered horn being used to treat. They believed that unicorn horns food and drinks, and the horns themselves were used to make the scepter and crown of the Austrian Empire, and the unicorn Danish kings, among other artifacts. This growing economy attracted more people to Greenland, and before long, there have been over 5,000 spread over the fjords and valleys of Greenland's coast. Most of these would be in the eastern settlement, and the better connected of the two. In the eastern settlement, a place called Garda, the Norse built out of sandstone that they quarried from the Greenlands, probably using the skills of stonemasons. This cathedral was complete with stained bronze bell, shipped over from Europe, quite a the eerie lights flickered blue, green, and violet over this church. Particles thrown out from solar flares, the Earth's atmosphere, 100 kilometers overhead. But just as impressive today, God itself, the size of a cathedral. Its doorways are built of enormous solid stone, look like the pillars of Stonehenge. Here, the prized animals of the Greenland Vikings, perhaps as would shelter through them, protected from the biting wind and snow by thick walls covered with banks of earth. King Chronicles record that in spring would often have to carry the cows out of these sheds, since the animals lagged through the long, dark winter months. Massive advancements, but these of Greenland never became sufficient. We can see this demonstrated in the story of one Greenlander named Asmund Kastabrasi. In 1189, he built his own ship in Greenland. An achievement, considering the lack of timber, steel, and other building materials in the environment. The ship was held together with wooden pegs and lashings made of walrus skin. And amazingly, he sailed it successfully back to Iceland. We can tell it was a strange sight where the way people reacted. When he landed, the Icelanders on the shore marveled at his strange frankness. Turned from beyond the edge of the world. But Rassi's inventiveness could only take him somewhere on the next leg of his voyage. Tendons and wooden bolts that held the craft together gave way. It came apart, and Kastabrasi went down with his ship somewhere. And this story gives you just how difficult life would be if their connection to Europe was somehow severed. The harsh weather conditions of Greenland weren't the only opponent. When the Vikings went to this new land, they began to find clues. They weren't the only people. In fact, the sagas record stumbled on the ruins of a previous habitation.
They found their people's habitations both to the east and the west. Pieces of skin boats, stones, in which one can tell already there whom the Greenlanders called Skrælings.
Norse that has survived into Icelandic. In the modern something like barbarian Middle Ages, the Greenland Vikings used it to describe various tribes they encountered during their exploration. Viking folk, the indigenous people are referred to as semi-mythical creatures. In the stories, witches, the first people that the Norse encountered in Greenland were called the Dorset, but their contact was fleeting. The Dorset were people known as the Fulu, who are the ancestors of all modern Inuit people, and were at this time spreading their influence across Canada and Latin America. In the vast expanse of Norse, long time to come into the 12th century at least, it seems they had one experience as Thorfinn Karlsenfi an account and we don't just have a Norse story. Today, tales of the arrival of the Vikings and it's fair to say that at times relations between these two cultures is friendly. In the Inuit folk tales, the Vikings are sometimes referred to as simply enemies. stories between the Inuit and the Norse. Often, for instance, in this ancient Inuit, one of the kayak from our came rowing up the river. On approaching Kakhlor, where the first taken up their abode, he saw whales on the beach. Presently, the Norseman called out to him, "Let's see whether you can hit me with your lance." The kayaker would not, but the other catching at him to throw. At last, lost patience. He threw his spear on the spot. Feared that the Norsemen would come and the death of their country. This piece of folklore, this one act of violence leads to Inuits. And Norse accounts also see the battles between cultures did place. Other Inuit stories, Norsemen as mysterious, suited to the harsh environment, but nevertheless strange magic. Edgar one day went to the bay of England to catch fish. He found there a tent belonging to some Norse and joking and talking inside. Mysterious, they played jokes. So he left his kayak and went up to the place and began to strike on the sand. Inside, they felt one, and so he struck hard on it. Then he inside. And before 5 minutes, the children fled in fear across the ice. The ice was thin, broke through with them, so protect. But some nights they seemed to get us. When they harvest, it is known as dying. By the 14th century, the Thuli peoples had moved south towards the settled areas of the Vikings. At some sites, they even occupied the same fjords, although at different sides of the water, pointing out that the eminently Eskimos you have seen in children's books shouldn't fool you into thinking the Inuit were a meek although they were not a society, they were bending themselves when challenged, and they frequently defended their southern border against other Native American tribes. Their warriors were native hardened walrus hooves, knives with stone blades. Their bows, particularly powerful weapons, as the Inuit enhanced their tensile strength, pride sinew. This all meant they could be a serious threat to the Northerners. In 1379, Viking chronicles record that the Thuli had settlement, killing 18 men and capturing a woman. This isn't to say that contact with two cultures was always violent. It seems a rich tradition of trade went on between them, such as cone fragments, pieces of iron, chest pieces, ship ribbons, carpets have been found in several Inuit sites far beyond the tradition of Norse colonization. A small ivory representing a European has also been found in the house. It was more than just goods being exchanged. Today, we can trace some words in Inuit languages. Their Viking origins, borrowed nearly 1,000 years later. Periods of peace between these two at odds, and the Vikings, in a peace with their new neighbours, would certainly when their luck took a turn for the worse. The Vikings' difficulty in making friends beyond Greenland too, and this can be seen when they made their famous voyage of North America 5 centuries before Christopher Columbus was born. And its sagas vary on accounts of who was the first to discover America. but many believe that the most plausible account gives the honor of Leif Erikson. In Norse naming conventions, the name Eriksson means literally that he was the son. And the Erik in question was the one we've already spent some time with, the one the son of this high chief of Greenland. Eriksson shared some of his adventurous spirit and a little of trouble. In the year 9, Leif travelled back to Norway in his 20s and to the Norwegian king Olaf I. Olaf was the first king to convert to Christianity and to turn his back on the old gods of his ancestors, Thor and Odin Loki. Olaf, the young Leif, also converted to Christianity, and soon the king had a mission for him. He returned to Greenland and convert the people there too. So Leif was soon back on the sea, but whether by divine intervention or nature or fate, Leif was blown off course like so many Vikings before. And after many weeks of sailing through open ocean, he landed on the coast of a strange land he had never seen. Wild grapes, of wild wheat, and even butternuts that food. They also found 2 shipwrecked Norse blown off course like them, rescued them out and took them on board. And if Leif's story is true, these shipwrecked sailors were the Indians to ever discover America, and we never know. When he returned to Greenland, Leif was determined to put together an expedition to explore. He gathered as many men as he could, see possible. Across the choppy waters, soon landed in a desolate and rocky place. From there, they sailed south to a place he called Markland, Forest Land, and finally they returned to the land that he called Finn. After the grapevine again found growing, it was a mild climate and bountiful supplies of salmon. This was most likely the coast of Canada. A particular species of frost grape growing wild. Leif and his men spent the winter on the North Barrage, in a small settlement they called Leif's. And when spring came, they sailed back with a cargo of timber and grapes. Leif's journey and the stories he brought back would encourage other Norse journeys. Not to be outdone, Leif's brother, named after mother, made the 1004. Far worse luck than his brother. At first, the journey seemed to be going well. Landed at Leif's abandoned camp and spent the winter there without incident. Spring, they sailed south and came across a strange sight. They saw 9 people sleeping under 3 skin covers. They were Americans, or what men would have called. Thorvald attacked these sleeping men and killed 8 of them. To get away through the forest that fringed the beach. Men waited their victory in the camp, but their celebration last long. Soon they heard the noise of and shouting voices coming through the trees. They realized too late. And this time, reinforcements. Arrows began whizzing out and fled back to their boats in disarray. Hastily throwing up a barricade while they prepared to set sail in the flight, Thorvald was struck by an arrow to the ship. As he died, he was supposed to have shouted out a final proclamation. What a fat joke. We found but hardly enjoyed any of them. retreated back along the coast, and without a leader, they fell to just managed to make it back to Greenland alive. We may never know how things might have gone a little different, but it's possible that this fierce reaction of inhabitants of Finland may have prevented America for another 500 years. Partly because of their unwillingness to coexist with native peoples, to establish a permanent settlement. The Norsemen did set up a number of temporary camps in Canada, places where they would spend the winter before abandoning. Today, only one confirmed site has been discovered in North America, at a place on Summit Meadow, or the Bay of Meadows, in Newfoundland, Canada. In 1960, we lived in a small fishing village nearby, just the old Indian camp. Just began to excavate these ruined buildings. Didn't match any Native American building methods. In fact, the only thing they resembled were the Viking buildings in Iceland. Rough stone walls with turf to keep in the warm. 8 buildings were destroyed in total, which could have held 150, and 5 artifacts were uncovered. 2, a stone oil lamp, a whetstone, a bronze vase, a boat, and part of a spindle. But it seems that this too was a temporary settlement. There were no findings of burials here, tools, agricultural lands. But archaeologists did find a carpentry iron forge. Since Landsome was used as a way station to repair boats damaged on the violent seas, partly helped by stations like the Vikings began voyages to North America to build their ships, to collect the furs of foxes, bears, and lynx too. But Greenlanders simply never wanted to establish a permanent settlement in America. Their lynx were just too fragile to support any base. A number of reasons, these lynx were about to weaken. In fact, they would threaten the very survival of the Greenland settlement themselves.
All sorts of different questions. Case history, but one of them we see a lot of and the questions.
Western settlement, the more remote of the two and the furthest from Europe, was the first to fall. And strangely, nobody at the time seems to have known what happened. The last settlement was a man named Ivar Bardason, who sailed to Greenland in the year 13. For more than a decade, no one had heard any news. For centuries, it had sent taxes to the Norwegian king, and although these years apart, they paid what they owed to their distant home. But the last payment to arrive from the Western settlement, the year 1327, that's 4 Ivar Bardason, to make the terrifying voyage across the North Atlantic. Why their taxes were so late. It was a long and dangerous voyage through ice. We can imagine the eerie lights of the aurora borealis overhead as Bardason made the journey. Survived the trip, arrived in the eastern settlement in Greenland, began asking around, seeing if any west anyone could tell him anything. There too, no one had heard anything for years. Bardason set out on the next leg of his voyage with a growing sense of settlement he saw was in ruins.
I saw nobody, neither Christians nor Hebrews. Wild cat and sheep, all
Bardason He could find no sign of the settlers, and he couldn't find any clue about where they'd gone. Since the domestic animals were still there, wondering it can't have been long since they left. The animals wouldn't have survived long in shelter. Barderson wondered farms in similar. He and the men knew that the farm animals wouldn't survive the winter, so they sent so much meat as they could on the ship. He felt sure that he knew what had happened. He reported back to Norway that the Greenland settlers had been killed by sprayers. Why no for the burning of buildings? And if the Skraelings had done this, then what had they done? As we've already seen in a course of this series, for much of history, humankind has climate. Even small variations in weather systems can have utterly devastating human society. And those already pushing the boundaries of habitability are particularly the first of Greenland we know today as the medieval warm period. This began around the year 900 and lasted for ending around the year 30. During this period of warm, ice decreased in the North Atlantic. Scandinavia to Greenland became less dangerous. Longer summers meant that cattle could graze in the meadows along Greenland's sheltered fjords on the west coast, and the growing seasons allowed you to cultivate it in this northern land. This relatively mild climate meant that in the early days of their settlement, the Vikings were able to more or less transplant their medieval European lifestyle to new land. During the summer, some might even have been able to go back home in the quiet fjords, but this warm period wouldn't last forever. Soon the North of Greenland would realize that they were actually far from home. The medieval warm period was followed by a period that today we call a little. This describes a period that began in the late 13th century, when summer temperatures had a dramatic drop. There are many theories about what caused this dramatic drop. Some scientists have suggested astronomical, including a fall in solar radiance tilt to a height around the world, including the eruption in 1250, one of the most powerful eruptions of the last 7,000 years, the penetration of sunlight all around the world. Others have even suggested a drop in temperature resulted from the reduction in human population caused by the blizzard, which caused the death of as many as 200 million people across Eurasia, by as much as 60%. Whatever the cause, an icy event over the whole world. Radiocarbon dating of plant material in Iceland shows that summers began to get abruptly colder at 1300. The ice expanded. This was followed by yet another dramatic drop from 1430 to 1450. Temperatures of the last 2,000 years, right around this time, the 14th and 15th century. In London, people would soon skate to the River Thames and hold frost fairs out on the ice. While in town, people skate around winter season. Failures and epidemics led to a dramatic increase in the number of sparrows. Throughout, the Greenland settlers were all But for them, the results of this changing climate would be the most devastating. Green already on the edge of the Earth's habitable zone. To the north lay the Arctic Circle, beyond which the sun, and just over the hills to the north of the Viking settlements, the vast expanse stretch. Temperatures would now plummet to as much as 6 to 8 degrees lower than summer temperatures today. Soon, sea ice would cross the ships from land. The ice would crush the ships' hulls in a vice-like grip and freeze the ground to stone. The number of storms at sea also increased dramatically during this time. Ice core that around this time, the Greenland amount of salt, since the harsh ocean were blowing sea mist strength and ferocity. And as the weather got worse, simple choice, they could continue essentially the lives of growing crops, grazing livestock, or they could adapt. They could learn from their Inuit neighbors and change their lifestyles to that of subsistence, relying on hunting and fishing. For a long time, historians have assumed land Norse didn't adapt when the harsh winters arrived. It was thought that they must have stuck to their crops and livestock. Died, so did they. One archaeologist, Thomas McGovern, has summarized in blunt terms. Dumb Norsemen outside the range of their economy is at the envious cold. To some, it's true that the Vikings clung to their European conditions were. Archaeologists have recovered clothing left behind, perfectly preserved. Some even have the brilliant red dye still on their fabrics, today as the day their owners left them. And from these clothes, well into the 5th century, Greenland wore woolen clothing kept up with European fashions, hooded clothing with long capes. Meanwhile, their Inuit neighbors knew that sealskin is the best protection against the cold. The Norse also seem to have clung largely to their European eating habits. They never copied the Inuit in learning to cut carved fish hooks out in the Inuit did. Some writers like Jared Diamond have seized on the lack of fish bones found in the settlements of the Norse. A version that the Norse thought themselves simply too good for this lowly food. But I think numerous Icelandic sagas seems to refute this. It's not very delicate and fragile. In the harsh environment of Greenland, maybe simply more prone to break. We can't stubborn in the Vikings' refusal to adopt the ways of the Inuit entirely. After all, they were Norse. They began wearing seal skins and carving bone fish hooks. What would that make them? To the Vikings of the time, only to the Skraeling. Perhaps to them, adopting these methods of survival would have led to suicide. Some commentators have also claimed them Norse did to their environment. They are Vikings imported farming methods that were successful in Europe, but less well suited grazing seasons in Greenland. Centuries also cut down the low that grew in the created pastures for their farm animals. And while the Inuit burned seal blubber to heat and light, the Norse continued to burn wood in their stoves as they would have in Europe. Deforestation gradually exposed the lands to the ruins, and soon the way covered sand, ice. In one settlement, known as Vatnaver, has been found completely buried in sand dunes, up to 10 feet deep, by barren fertile farmland. So some of the collapse can be attributed to these factors that didn't sufficiently, and that they caused some environment. New evidence has shown this might not be a picture of Norse settlements. Around this time, the Norse did undergo a dramatic shift in their diet. They began to hunt seal, and the amount of seal bones found in them increased dramatically around this time. Bone analysis shows that would increase as a proportion of the North, about 80% in the final days. And for committing environmental damage, it seems the Norse were careful to manage their scarce resources. For instance, they show that it's to fertilize the harsh soil actually during the Little Ice Age. Example is how the Norse conducted their seal hunting. Of seals that live in the fjords of Greenland. The first, and today this species is not hard to see why. Harbor seals are so called because they raise their young on the beaches, making them easy prey for hunters. The Greenland Norse seem to have limited hunting of this species, being careful not to drive them to extinction, because they're more abundant but more difficult to catch. Harp seal, which migrates every year to Greenland on their way from Canada. But despite their efforts to adapt, studies on human remains in the Norse settlements show that the population becomes severely malnourished around skeletons bear the period of the settlement in poor quality. But in all Norse might still have survived. All these pressures, it's worth noting that these for over a century, even after the climate of the Little Ice Age reached its coldest point. The reason is that the connection to Europe allowed them to continue getting supply of food from hardy settlers. Perhaps if it remained, the Greenland settlements might not. But for a number of reasons, as the 40s go on, that connection was going to be put under increasing strain. In the year 1349, a ship arrived in Norway and docked at the port town of Bergen. It caused the death of as many as half of the people of Norway. That's because, like all carried black rats that fed on it, the rats carried fleas that fed on the rats, and the fleas bacteria, Yersinia pestis, commonly as the bubonic plague, or black. After the ship in Bergen, familiar symptoms exhalation, full skin turned black. They coughed with their lymph nodes swelled to enormous size. The plague spread rapidly along the coast, ravaging Norway for approximately 6 months. The annals say the population, and while this may be an exaggeration, mortality may have reached as much as 50%. Bodies are now dying. Every major industry, including those involved in building and maintenance, would have suffered. Some may have collapsed completely. While there's no evidence that the Black Death ever crossed the sea to Greenland, this epidemic was still devastating for the Greenland Vikings. Bergen, from which all voyages Greenland left departed. Disaster tried to pick up the pieces. It seems supply missions had flowed to a trickle. The last bishop of Greenland died around the year 30, and no new bishop was ever sent from Norway to replace it. This would only get worse. In the year 1393, a band of German pirates, brothers, attacked Bergen. They raided the port, pillaged and looted the town, killed the garrison. The link to mainland Europe was now all but severed. Imports of grain from Norway to Greenland virtually stopped. And this happened right as the cold weather swept Greenlanders and their crops and cattle to die. Came iron too. We can see this from the lack of any nails or nation. The Greenlanders now had constantly reused tools. An archaeologist found artifacts, knives, worn down stubs by use, but still too to throw away. With food dwindling, and would have had little choice. They would now have to hunt more seals and walrus in order to feed themselves. And to make this possible, they couldn't spare a single man. Now every able-bodied hunter would have to sail farther and farther along the Greenland coasts, sometimes travelling as much as 1,500 kilometers hunts, often rowing large portions of that. And their ships in it might have begun to resemble something closer to Frankenstein's monster, rather than a sleek longboat. Virtually, settlements would have left on these long trips. Worsened, the ice spread and snow increased. It's not hard to imagine what could go wrong. For a historical parallel, we might look at another set of islands in the North Sea, to the north of Scotland. On the 16th of July, 1802, hit the Shetland Islands completely by surprise. The whole fishing fleet of the islands was out at sea. Boats were sunk, and 100 men killed. All Shetland communities, this meant that over 80% of the nation was wiped out in a single day. Many of them were recovered. And as the Greenland Vikings were driven ever further from their homes seeking food, it's not hard to imagine something like this catastrophe. And after that, the been assured. The 19th century marks the end of the Norse presidency. The last written record of the Greenland Viking in the year 1408, the Valsay Church, east. This took place around 70 after Ivar Bardason discovered the western settlement. The ruins of the Valsay Church can still be seen today. A rough construction of granite field stones crumbling into the grassy banks, like part of the landscape. Is the best preserved Norse building. Today, when you walk through the ruins, you can almost imagine the atmosphere in 1408. The wedding of Thorstein Olafsson and Sigrid as the fire seal meat crackled and celebrated. Thorstein and Sigrid would soon leave Greenland, back to Thorstein's native Iceland. And after this, reports mention the Greenland settlers. By the year 1435, less than archaeological evidence suggests that all of the Greenland Vikings had disappeared. It's as if they simply from the earth. At least some of this decline to have been economic. But walrus ivory, the most valuable export from Greenland, began to lose its value towards the end of the period. It was the beginning of the age of European empire. This time, Portugal and other Mediterranean countries were beginning to open up their trade routes with sub-Saharan Africa. This meant that high-quality elephant began to European market. Elephant tusks yield an ivory of higher quality and size by the north. And so with the climate worsening, with the winters falling on them harder and harder, some of the things may simply have drifted back to Iceland and never seen any point in returning. As with the scale of economic downturn, it certainly is generations. In the later stages of Norse settlement, found or of older people, all of the youngsters seem to have left for. But this emigration doesn't to have happened. There's no mention in the Iceland of any kind of exodus or evacuation from Greenland, and if thousands of people had started arriving on Iceland's shores looking for food and farmland, wouldn't there be some mention of streets? Another around Greenland, the situation looks to have been critical. Studies have shown that the remains of blowflies have been found in the living areas, suggesting the living area carcasses. And of course, that no one buried the dead. The ruins of one Norse farmhouse tells another story. Here, archaeologists have found two animals. One, carp, a large hunting dog. Both sets of bones, knife marks, meaning that these animals had been eaten. And it's fair to say that no family would have killed and eaten this dog on the edge of starvation. It helped the Vikings to catch animals in the spring, so they were vital to us. And we can imagine that the Norse were probably no more inclined to kill those four-legged men. But at this point, they may have had little choice. So the Vikings around this time began eating the hooves of hunting small animals like birds and rabbits that up until that point they have considered worth hunting. So this is the most pessimistic theory. And ships from Europe stopped coming. Greenland Vikings simply starved to death in their homes. But there's one final theory that I mentioned. And this theory changed legally. Could it be that the Greenland Vikings freeze and starve as we might have thought? In fact, might they have lived somewhere else?
Of eye doctors, eye doctors.
In 2023, a Norwegian explorer named Hans Egil with the intention of finding the Norsemen who he believes still live there. Like part of him, he's disappointed to find only ruins left behind. But while he was there, he found among the Inuit people of Greenland anything like what had happened to the Vikings who once lived here. The Inuit had no clear, but they showed him the ruins of a church where once the Greenland settlers had worshipped. I inquired of the savages whether they had destroyed the stone, but they were not when they left this country. But if they left this country, where did they go to? It's true that at some settlements, it seems the Norse did take planned fashion. They took all their valuables with them. Places even closed the doors behind them. Why did no one back in Europe know what had happened? Gato think he might find Norsemen still living there. It became impossible in Greenland. Vikings did what always done. That's a new land to call home. Vikings called Finland, and we called was unknown territory for the North. But it's worth remembering that it was a much shorter journey than the voyage back to Norway. With Arctic ice flows worsening, which a factor in the decision, and for a race of settlers and explorers might have found a distant shore a more tempting prospect than struggling to survive in the already that their ancestors had left. Some corroboration for this theory comes writing in the 17th century, a remarkable story about where the Greeks might have gone. The settlers of Greenland lapsed of their own free will from the true faith and the Christian religion. Good conduct and true virtues they turned to America. And there is some more evidence that some of the Vikings may have actually departed for America. And around the period of the settlements in the year 1347, Icelandic chronicles mention a curious incident. Arrived on the shore of Iceland after being blown off course, who claimed that their destination had been Finland. Some have argued it could have been one of a number of ships full of Norse immigrants trying to start a war with America, slide in Greenland, and become in. What happened was, if we may never know, did they meet a Viking under a hail of native, or did they learn the lessons of their ancestors? Did they learn to make friends with the people already living? Did they take up their customs and embrace the adopted country? Still, any archaeological uncovery, it will remain just a theory. But I think of the episode of that Norseman lying face down, dressed in the seal skins of an Inuit. Does this show that some of them take that final step with the people of the New World? Did they learn their language and adopt their customs? While I'm suspicious of this story as a historian, as a storyteller, I do like to imagine that at least some of the Vikings of Greenland may have survived and put on the skins they wore through the increasingly darkening winters. I like to imagine that they once again looked for a new horizon and lost them somewhere on the shores of a new world. I want to end the episode by reading Norse poetry of Voluspa. It comes from the era before the Christianity to Norway. Worship the old gods. The story of how the world was created come to an end. This passage tells of the coming end of an event known as Ragnarok. Try to imagine what it must have felt like to live in the known world, by the dark and wild ocean side. Imagine to have your contact with the rest of the world split and then die altogether. How it must have felt to feel all alone on that narrow strip of land between the blue-white glacial walls and the roaring Black Sea. As the northern lights flicker in the sky overhead, ruins of your houses, fields, your farms, churches, crumble unstopped to the earth.
Here come the sun's beam, as if we weather his own treacheries. Brothers will fight, taking each other, assisting miles into the team and actually just some before have mercy on another.
Thank you once again for listening to the Civilizations podcast. I'd like my voice actors for this episode, Jacob Barrett Mills and Sebastian Garbage. Special thanks go to Jordan and Ashley Moore for letting us hear these poems. Original Old Norse. Do check out his YouTube channel, Ancient Literature Readings from Ancient and Medieval Languages. Thoughts and responses, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me, Paul and Cooper. Podcast, announcements about new episodes. You can follow all of Civ Pod with underscores separating the words. This can only keep going with support by generous subscribers. You keep me running, help me cover, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring detail to them as possible. I want to thank for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, consider heading to page/all of civilizations _pod. If you can spare anything, keep this podcast running. For now,
a lot of the time we're seeing have a September aware of it. Not seen about and once you see that big three-dimensional way of seeing, you realize, oh, the way the world normally was.
Index. Towards the end of the 16th century, a missionary called Antonio de Magdalena exploring the deeply forested area of Cambodia. They traveled through the soupy heat of the Cambodian jungle, surrounded by the fluttering of banana palms and the chattering of but told them that the ruins of an enormous city lay somewhere here in the jungle. But they didn't know the scale and grandeur of what awaited them. Magdalena was killed soon after in a shipwreck. Before he died, he related to a friend who wrote down all that he saw of these sprawling jungle. The city with 4 principal gates and a 5th, which serves the royal palace. The gates of each entrance magnificently sculpted, so perfect that they were made from one stone. In the the missionaries were astonished. This city was grander and more magnificent than anything they had ever seen back home in Europe. Great banyan trees and creeper vines. The city seemed complete. Here and there, Buddhist and tangerine rose still performed rituals among its crumbling shrines. Half a league from this city, it is of such destruction that it is not possible to describe it. It is like no other building. It has towers and decorations and all the refined genius can conceive of. Amazed at the sight, the Portuguese asked their guide who had built this place, how had they constructed such natural genius, why after everything built had they left it all behind. Only what their parents had passed down. These great stone edifices had been built here over a period by more than 20 kings. The Portuguese asked what the but they didn't know that either. They used just one word, which in the language of Cambodia simply means the city. These ruins are known. The word was Angkor. Tuesday. My name and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past and roots into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to think of the civilization that has given the world's most place. That's the Khmer Empire of medieval Cambodia. I want to explore how this great civilization lies and wealth virtually the world at this time. How it overcame the formidable challenges and landscape and all the factors led to its final and dramatic collapse. European explorers cutting their way through the jungle and stumbling on the ruins have always been popular in the Western world. But it's worth noting that although abandoned the jungle to reclaim, Angkor has never really been lost. Since its birth in the mid-50s, it has been a site of religious worship. Its name was forgotten, its streets were taken over, banyan trees clambered over its crumbling stones. But still, farmers work fields nearby, and Buddhists have always visited this ancient city to worship among its quiet ruins. The Khmer Empire ruled much of Southeast Asia from the 9th to the 15th century, and it covered much of Thailand and Cambodia, as well as Vietnam and Laos. At the Empire's heart was the megacity. Angkor covers an area of around larger than New York City, and between 11 and 13 is wide agriculture. At least 1 million or 0.1 of the world's population. That means that for a period of a few centuries, 1 in every 1,000 lived in the city of Angkor. So what happened to the city of gold? How could the Khmer Empire so completely? And what could this challenge face in our own modern? After the first European travellers witnessed the war, a steady trickle began to descend on the magnificent ancient city. Before long, everyone had their own theory built it, as the early European source. Founders of the kingdom came from the city which is situated in the middle kingdom of Cambodia. There are the ruins of it, which some say was built by Alexander the Great. It is amazing who lives there now. It is inhabited by ferocious animals. People say it was built by foreigners. One account written in Madrid in 1607 argued that this city must have been built by the Roman agent, without explaining quite how he might have got there. In fact, virtually nobody in Europe gave credit to those people who had actually built these great temples and palaces. That's Cambodia, who called themselves the Khmer. Khmer are one of the oldest ethnic groups in Asia. They arrived in the area of southern China over 4,000 years ago. They were one of the first people to use bronze and to invent the number 0. And they developed the earliest alphabet in East Asia. The Khmer were But for much of their early history, they were ruled over by others. A great empire called Chenla of Cambodia. Since its collapse in the 8th century, the region had been broken up into a set of small kingdoms ruled by local lords. Would forge these disparate kingdoms to an empire that would once again rule the entire region and become one of the world's great powers. The beginning is conventionally dated to the year 802, and it was founded thanks to a man who would call himself Jayavarman. Little is known about the early life of the Gadwali warrior. Jayavarman II seems to have done or left many where he came from. He appears to have been of aristocratic and began his career in the southeast of present Cambodia. But the name tells you everything you need to know. Jayavarman was the name of the last king of the empire of Chenla, and in choosing the name Jayavarman II, this Khmer revolutionary was making a very clear statement. Second coming of the kings of old that turned Cambodia to its glory day. At this time, the fractured mess of Khmer kingdoms across Cambodia rule, a power known in the inscriptions as some historians have argued Java, the today, but others believe that it refers to the Cham people of nearby South Vietnam, who the Khmer sometimes called Chavia. I think this is the most likely view, since the rivalry between the Khmer and Cham people, and we'll hear a lot more about it. The Cham people got their name from the Sanskrit word tree, known as the yellow jade. Cham people were not as delicate as their name might suggest. From their capital in Vietnam, now near the modern Vietnamese city of Quy Nhon, trading empire that built striking red stone to muster vast fleets of ships with dragon-headed prow, any resistance to their rule. Dominion over the Khmer people to be challenged. At heart, Jayavarman II was a revolutionary. He wanted to free kingdom for the Khmer people, and his rebellion was immensely successful. He first seized the city of Yada in the southeast, and then pushed up the Mekong River to take Sambupur. He and his followers swept Cambodia to the northwest. Army. One rare inscription shows how Jayavarman's campaign seemed to happen.
The prosperity of the royal race, great lotus, which no longer has a stalk, he rose like a new flower.
The more power Jayavarman amassed, and in the west, he found Khmer leaders were still loyal to the king of Champa. They fought back against Jayavarman into a retreat. Humiliated, he had descended to the mountain range in Cambodia known as This was a range of stony hills overgrown with jungle, where creepers and roots and rocks. For a time, it must have seemed like all was lost. But as he came together, Jayavarman knew that it would take more than just military peoples. He decided that what he needed was not a warlord, but a king. He would create something that had never before existed. The king would have to devise an elaborate and mystical ceremony. The most valuable inscription concerning Jayavarman II is the one dated the year 1052, 2 centuries after his death. It's found in the temple of Sadaka Kakapon.
His Majesty Jayavarman came from Java city of Indrapura. A Brahmin, proficient in the law of magic power, in response to His Majesty's invitation, a sublime rite which would release the kingdom from the tyranny of Java.
As the Deva ritual. Involved in the ritual isn't recorded, but ceremonies in India, we can imagine perhaps an along with the burning of sacred and incense, chanting of incantation, which of Sanskrit. But whatever it involved, this ceremony had. By the time the rituals had himself, not just as a king of it, but as a kind of deity, and the symbolic power of this ritual seemed to work. When the remaining kingdoms of the Khmer were built to dissolve, Jayavarman was cunning. Military campaigns, marriages, land grants, he graduated the Khmer under his banner. He had achieved a unification of Cambodia that stretched from China and bordered to the east, and to the west, a place identified by one inscription as the land of cardamoms and mangoes, which is likely Myanmar or eastern India. The conquest was complete. Jayavarman built a capital at a place he called Hariharali, a city suited for a god. He built his palace on high ground and near a vast reservoir, marshalling forces to build embankments, drain swamps, and dig ditches, and he caused the Siem Reap River to build his new capital. The ambition and scale of this are completely unprecedented in the region, and the new God King was to testify to that direct link between him and the gods. In him, the gods Shiva, Vishnu, and Phil live on a great mountain, Meru, similar to the idea of mythology. Meru is believed to be surrounded by a sea of milk. And when Jayavarman built his capital at Hariharalaya, he displayed this cosmic image, his palace on a hill overlooking a great reservoir. This building work must have been awe-inspiring for the people of the time. The tone, the ambition, and scale would mark the constructions of the Khmer successors into a true empire, and the vast grandeur would reach far would never have imagined. Of which this great drama will unfold. Years ago, the Indian tectonic plate, Asian plate, forcing up the Himalayan mountain range, meeting the wide Tibetan plateau. This mountainous area, about 5 times of France, is sometimes called the Pole, since it's tens of thousands of kind of water tower for the whole. From this great plateau, several of the world's longest beginnings, including the Yangtze, the Mekong River. From the Tibetan plateau for 4,000 kilometers, through China's Yunnan province and down to Cambodia and Thailand, finding out into a delta of Vietnam. This river is utterly teeming with life. Its entire rate of biodiversity in the world, after only the Amazon River, containing freshwater dolphins, turtles, and giant catfish, flows right through the center of Cambodia. And much of our story will take place on the shores of a vast freshwater called Tonle Sap, right in the middle. For most of the year, the lake to the Mekong River. In the west monsoon season begins in June. Mekong suddenly swells into a river that drains the lake. Suddenly reverses its flow, filling the length of 250 kilometers, 100 kilometers. In these months, the lake looks at the sea, stretching off into the horizon as far as the eye can see. Today, the villages around the lake are famous for their houses perched on top of a still, raising them 10 meters into the air, over 3 stories. That's because during the monsoon, water level rises from 1 meter deep to 10 times that amount. One Chinese visitor to aid this remarkable fluctuation, although he slightly exaggerates the waters. The high water around the freshwater seas, which is some 24 meters, completely submerging even the tall trees, except for the dead families living on the shore, all moved to the far side of the hills. The challenges that the Great Lake presented were offset by some incredible benefits. Tonle Sap of freshwater fish in the world, thanks to the mineral-rich sediment carried into the lake by the annual floods. As fish from the lake, the Khmer people cultivated this. As we know, was first domesticated in the Yangtze River Basin in China around 10,000, bred from marsh grasses that grew in flooded zones. Rice fields have to be constantly inundated with water for the crops to grow. Because of this need, they soon became experts in the control of water in the land. And this expertise would mean that the empire, beginning on the shores of this lake, would boom in size and grandeur.
Democrats are backing up on the environment on this one. Century, the California.
Every king who followed after Jayavarman II would follow him in conducting the Hindu ritual of the Devaraja, as the god king of Cambodia. And this title was not just a metaphor. For much of Angkor's history, its king was both the wielder of executive power, of a religious cult emanating from the great temples. The Hindu religion, originated in India, has a long history in Southeast Asia, and Cambodia was what's known as ancient Khmer folk tells the story of how Cambodia was founded.
A long ago, in the time of myth and legends, was a man named Kaundinya, who was descended from the god of the sun. One day, Kaundinya heard a mysterious voice calling out to him to set out on a journey where he would become king. This was a dangerous journey, following the monsoon winds and dangerous ocean currents. But he gathered his... Upon nearing the forest of the land of gold, Kaundinya was attacked by a fierce sea creature. It was a serpent with a whipping tail. Her name, Soma, and daughter of the Serpent King. Kaundinya fought her, and after a long battle, he emerged victorious. He spared the Serpent Woman's life with his skill. hand in marriage. Celebration. Cambodia hurled his golden lance at the coast, and where it landed, in the land of gold, which he named Cambodia.
This Khmer story, of its kind, may have some grain of truth to it. The Cambodia that was founded is, of course, the original name for Cambodia, and the story expresses how their culture traced their lineage. At this time, the cultural impact of India region was immense. Superpowers like the Pallava and Chola empires had already risen, spreading their culture across the whole area of Southeast Asia. Just as people all around the world today drink American sodas, nations were slowly adopting religion and customs of India. Nations of Southeast Asia adopted India's hierarchical based on caste, its Hindu myths and philosophy, perhaps most importantly, the language of Sanskrit. Sanskrit language that originated in North India. It was once a living language, but today plays a similar role to Latin in the European tradition. It's no longer spoken, but has become a language of scholarship and religion. In the Western world, it is most commonly encountered in our yoga. You may think that this ancient is about as foreign to you as you could imagine. It's true. In fact, Sanskrit is part of the Indian family of languages, the same family. This means that there are actually some you might recognize. For the Sanskrit word for tooth is danta. It shares a common ancestor with our English word dentist, which has passed through French, medieval, then ancient Greek, and finally the theoretical language Proto-Indian, which ran 1,000 years ago. Empires flourishing, classical the language used among the elite of Asia, Greek and Latin, were once required learning among Europe's nobility. But it's important to note the elites, the wealthy, and the nobles of Anglia captured with Sanskrit and Hinduism. A great many of the common people were not Hindu. They were either Buddhist or they followed ancient folk rituals that asked favors of the spirits who lived in the trees. This division between the wealthy Hindu beliefs of the common people across Cambodian society. We will return to this fracture a number of times over this episode, as it causes rupture and ultimately throws the entire empire apart. The Khmer king who would build the first city at the site of Angkor, named Yashovarman, used the name Indravarman, and perhaps you've already noticed something of a pattern with the names of these kings. The king of the Khmer for the next years would follow this, adopting a Sanskrit word that means shield or armor. The name Jayavarman, for instance, means something like victory shield. The king Indravarman died. He left behind 2 sons. His brothers was Yashovarman. His like glory shield, mean and short-tempered prince. He must have expected that one day he would sit on the throne that his father now occupied. But it seems that for whatever reason, Yashovarman was his father's favorite. Instead, the old king, his younger brother, the heir to the throne, insulted and humiliated Yashovarman. He immediately began to get a bitter civil war across the country. The fighting was vicious, with armies clashing on the land and battling on the great lake Tonle that beating heart of the Khmer world. Scriptures of the time claim that Yashovarman was a fierce and competent commander, very well of Greek. But it's worth mentioning at this point that weakness for flattering themselves in their own inscriptions. Yashovarman was some a lion man. He tore you with the claws of his grandeur. His teeth were his policies, were the holy scriptures. For obvious reasons, in their own inscriptions. But I think each one does something interesting. How these kings wish themselves to be seen. Like, we do know that fighting, Yashovarman finally younger brother and claimed himself. Yashovarman was still clearly hurt by his father's decision. Finally crowned king, he refused to claim the throne of his father's line. Instead, he had his he bypassed his father, just as his father had tried to bypass him. Yashovarman's mother was now from the ancient kings of that fallen empire of Chenla. Despite tendency for spite, Yashovarman seems to be an effective ruler. The instructions he continued to commission, he never took that original weakness for flattery.
In all the sciences and all the sports, in the arts, the languages and the writings, in dancing, singing and all the rest, he was as if he had been the first inventor of them.
One area that we can be sure Yashovarman excelled in is construction. Of his reign, he built over 100 monasteries across the kingdom. He ruled for another 20 years, from his death in 10, and during this time, he just new capital. Susceptible of flattery, he named this city himself, calling it Angkor. But today we know it by the name Angkor. And such a mania of construction. But one legend suggests an explanation for why this king wanted so desperately to leave his mark. In some traditions, Yashovarman went by another name, the leper king, by a bacterial infection that can remain dormant in the body for up to 20 years before showing its symptoms. It was one of the most feared diseases in the world, since it rendered horrible deformities and skin lesions unknown in history for a king to contract leprosy. Century king of Jerusalem ruled for 10 years while and modern bone analysis King Robert the Bruce also from it. A melancholy monument in the north of one royal square in Angkor has become a kind of that's because of us the Hindu god Yama, the lord of the underworld. This statue is eaten away by moss and rain. And this stone has given rise to a legend of harrowed flesh of the leper king Yashovarman. We can never know as to this legend. If you'll allow me just a minute, I do wonder whether this explains the absolute drive of this king to build these vast and stunningly beautiful beside the Great Lake. But as his flesh decayed around him and his death drew closer, he felt an ever greater need to make his mark on the world, a mark that would last long after into his disease, and that would leave his name stamped on these crumbling stones. But from the foundations laid for King Yashovarman's empire grew
and flourished until it was the most. There were a number of behind this great success story. The first of these was the ruler's status. This cemented his royal and it allowed the peasants of Angkor to their king devotion. The second was the empire's efficient and decentralized tax system. It also relied on the close ties between the god king and his religious establishment. Each village in the Khmer Empire had its own temple. It wasn't just a religious building, it was also a administrative center. Each temple was run by a family in the area who were responsible for taxes from the people who lived there. They would use these taxes to support their own lands, paying their laborers and supporting their own lifestyle. Left over back to the royal treasury in Angkor. The status of these families depended on how much money to send to the king. Did bitterly to swell the royal funds. This system of the empire's economic capacity. The elites who ran the village temples worked as far as expand their taxable lands and cut down as many trees as they could for new farmlands, which soon became an area of Cambodia's highly central lowlands. The final factor in the Khmer's success was their in its early history, an enormous lake and the floodplains around Angkor caused people to conduct multiple rice harvests. But as Angkor grew into a true city, the strain on this cultural system increased. To deal with the increased demand of the population, Angkor's people developed a system of water control into what is known as a hydraulic city. If you were able to soar like a Angkor, you would see the whole land below you etched out in lines, like the marks on a circuit board. These lines would flash in the sun as you passed over them. Inlets that allowed water to flow around the whole city, inundating its fields in a vast interconnected circular. They built complex junctions into their using canals with multi-flows, steady flow of water, and long straight canals to the reservoirs. As water drained from the Kulen Hill, the engineers of Angkor channeled it into two enormous reservoirs, known as barais. These were the largest human constructions of the modern industrial era. The barai is roughly 8 by 2 kilometers, 1,000 football pitches, while the East Barai is only. The engineers didn't dig the earth out. They built up instead, mounds of earth into banks, and then diverting rivers and canals to fill them. These enormous banks could be as much as 100 meters wide and 10 meters tall, 8 million cubic meters of earth. Today, the West Barai is, but the East Barai contains no water. Farmers what was once its lake bed, but it remained clearly visible in the landscape. And together these barais make Angkor one of the human constructions most readily visible from outer space. These vast reservoirs serve. They act in the monsoon season, preventing in an uncontrolled way. Also allowed the Khmer to through the dry season when the rain didn't fall. Through the dry months, the Khmer could drain as much water from the reservoirs as they needed, diverting through their complicated system of channels into their fields, using wooden gates to control the direction of the water. Angkor's water machinery is so vast and complex
components are still a mystery to us. Thanks to this system, rice could now be harvested all year round. His visitor to the ancient Khmer Empire described the effectiveness of this system. Has no rain at all. Crops 3 or 4 times a year. This huge agricultural potential allowed to boom to unprecedented size. While London had a population of less than 20,000 people in the 12th century, it may have contained as many as 250,000. Like a modern city, it was regular city blocks. Living at Angkor during the rainy season might have sheltered beneath rest stops and warmed their hands by the fire. Monks in the nearby, the sound of bells and animals. The bridge, wide and strong enough to King's elephants, had seen the green water of the reservoir beneath them. Our cities are made up of dense residential commercial. We've banned the countryside limits, but in Angkor, every available plot of land would have been given over to space with temples. The whole city would have filled with an enormous thousands of villages bleeding into one another. These are the 3 main strengths, the 3 pillars that allow to boom to such enormous size. Firstly, they had a powerful central authority, the king, who was also worshipped as a god. Secondly, they had an effective tax system that incentivized growth and competition among nations. And finally, works of managing water in a way that takes food out of the landscape. These 3 pillars supported man to build for over 400 years. But for another, this period of flourishing wouldn't last. Each of Angkor's strengths had a weakness. Each of these 3 pillars contained a fate. Firstly, while its king was powerful, power depended on his status as a god king. This meant that the Hindu had to be maintained, and any shift in religion undermined the entire system of royal power. Secondly, while Angkor's tax system incentivized, it also encouraged over-exploitation of the resentment among the exhausted, overtaxed peasants, and environmental damage in the form of pollution. And finally, man's greatest strength, their incredible skill management, also had the potential to become their greatness. The vast water network and the whole of Cambodia at this time would have required resources and labor-intensive maintenance. It needed effort to repair damaged banks and inlets, canals of the silt, waste building up, washing from the hills. Angkor's water system was so complex that under stress, a single cascade effect, the whole network, and bringing the world's largest city to its knees. All of these factors, as the Khmer Empire reached its height, pillars came under stress.
I can see the 9 black dot, black box.
So often, the rise of one empire begins with the fall of another. The Khmer Kingdom, China's Tang dynasty, presided over a golden age that lasted years. A flourishing time of arts, when prosperity was widespread, boomed. But around the time of King Yashovarman, the Tang dynasty was entering into a nosedive. Huge armies of bandits China's countryside and sacked it, smuggling salt and ambushing merchants. Finally, emperors were assassinated and palace coups led to the disintegration of the entire city. Now 5 different dynasties fought over, and meanwhile southern China to 10 warring states. This period of chaos in China would provide opportunity for an ambitious man. Kings like Indravarman now had a free hand to expand their territory inland, and merchants and traders looked to the golden towers and agriculture on the road. By the 12th century, the Khmer had come to dominate the lands of Southeast Asia. Architectural works, testament to the glory I had achieved. The most famous of all Khmer monuments is Wat. By some estimations, the largest religious structure ever built, 4 times larger than the Vatican City in Rome. Wat was built out of as 10 million sandstone blocks, each weighing up to 1.5 tons. Stone was quarried from the sacred Kulan Hills 40 kilometers to the north, cut out of the bedrock using iron tools, and the block down to the lowlands on the wide canals. The amount of built from Angkor Wat is greater than the Great at Giza. And if the entire city of Angkor is taken into account, its construction that it boards of Egypt put together. Angkors of sandstone held together without movement. Shapes so between the stones are often invisible. Like most of the Khmer's Hindu temples, Angkor Wat is designed to represent the home of the gods. Its 5-kilometer moat, rectangular galleries, each raised above the net. Its 5 towers are designed to look like locusts. The French explorer was shown the ruins of Angkor Wat in the night. Now overgrown in the embrace of huge banyan silk cotton trees, he wrote back to the French colonial authorities about what he saw. These temples are and erected by some ancient Michelangelo. A terrible place beside our most beautiful. It is grander than anything left to us in Greece. And the ancient this temple can't be overstated. The medieval Khmer worked in just under 37 years, while at the same time century built their own cathedrals. Angkor Wat was built by King Yasovarman II. He had a passion for architecture that was one of the world's wonders. Unfortunately for himself and the kingdom, Yasovarman had an insatiable appetite for warfare, and unlike predecessors, he showed no skill in it whatsoever. A low-relief carving of Angkor Wat shows King Yasovarman seen as a mighty warrior riding into battle. He looks the perfect warrior, his chest covered with a sharp weapon in his right hand, and hordes of foot soldiers below, armed with spears and shields. But the reality was quite different. Yasovarman liked to lead his men, and he did so. Throughout his reign, on the 2 coastal nations area of Vietnam, one of these already, the land of Champa, who had once ruled disparate Cambodia before being expelled by Jayavarman II. The Khmer were an inland people, seagoers, mariners, and traders. One low-relief Angkorian temple called the Bible. Sailors fighting against the Khmer, sailing in long rowing boats with dragon-headed prows and umbrellas from the sun. To the north of Champa was a kingdom called Dai Viet, Viet people who give their country of Vietnam. Vietnam was divided between these two kingdoms, Champa and Dai Viet. The border between them was close to the same line of the country during the Vietnam War, separating the 17th parallel. King Soyavarman had conquered these ancient coastal kingdoms and take advantage of the rich traffic of past coastlines from China. He embarked on these separate invasions of Vietnam. In the year 1128, for instance, he led a huge 20th of the Viet people. But his great army was soon defeated, and the king back. Not to be deterred, Soyavarman again, 45, time invading Champa. And he had slightly better luck. He managed to defeat its king and Fidaya. But as the Americans doubt in Vietnam is a difficult country to hold, that Soyavarman installed lasted only about 5 years, which rebellions, and when Soyavarman back into Champa to support him, his army was badly beaten by the rebels. Although the inscriptions are understandable, it's thought that Soyavarman himself may have died on this expedition, but whether from disease, failed battle, or enemy ambush, all of this warring for little benefit must have caused great instability and resentment, and perhaps most devastatingly of all, without a clear heir, were a constant problem in medieval Cambodia. All the 27 never had a legitimate claim to power. After Sui died, one of his cousins seized the throne. Bitter. Now, in rulers vied for control of the weakened state, and it was amid all of Angkor Wat was finally years after he died. Today, Natural Magnet has cemented his place in history as great kings, but it's a reputation that he didn't entirely deserve.
Exactly. Yeah.
Rebellions and foreign invasion weakened the Khmer state over the next 30 years, until it began to seem like its collapse was imminent. At 1120, a prince was born who would change his fortunes, be remembered as the greatest of all Khmer. The story of his rise to power, just a little about what kind of man he was. This prince was the princes, much as Henry was for English royalty. Since John founded the empire and crowned himself, there had been a Soyavarman. But despite this common name, there was something very unusual about it. Unlike previous Hindu princes of Angkor, was a devout. From the various sculptures that depicted an impression of Jayavarman, a broad, strong body, and head covered with close cropped hair. His eyes are closed in the statues, a peaceful contemplation on his lips. His
Broad jaw is also an expression of fierce determination. However, was the heir to the throne of Angkor. When his father died in the year 1160, at the age of 40, prepared to ascend the throne. But before he could, a rival brother made to the crown, as so often in Cambodian society. This was a clear declaration of civil war. But Jayavarman forbade him from shedding blood, and to shed the blood of a brother even more unthinkable to him. He gave up the crown and went into voluntary the traditional enemy of the Khmer in southern Vietnam. He would remain there for 5 years from a far kingdom descended into That's because Jayavarman's treacherous brother turned out to be a poor sort of he mismanaged the suffered from rebellions, faced a violent bold rebel leader named Tribhuvanaditya. Astonishingly, seemed for betraying him. When he heard he was in Jayavarman, rushed out of exile to stand aside. At the time, in the capital of Angkor, he found his dead, and the rebel chief Tribhuvanaditya sitting on the throne. Once again, Jayavarman's religion fighting, and so he acted Champa, the brother who betrayed him. Aditya as much love as Jayavarman. He ruled for 10 years, faced rebels, and soon Anna drove the kingdom of Champa. Jayavarman army, leaving the divisions of spearmen with their shields, the trumpeting of the war elephants, the light horsemen leaving the port of Vijaya. By this time, I had been weakened by decades of internal fighting. Were able to rampage through the Khmer land, defeat its army in battle. Tribhuvanaditya still felt secure, pulled of Angkor behind its ring. War was until the true strength of the Cham people on its own. Maritime traders, whether the Cham guild sailors, great fleet sailed up the Mekong River, Lake Tonle Sap, directly into the heart of the Khmer. It was a daring surprise attack. The king saw those ships with their dragon-headed prows massing on the lake in their hundreds of notes. The Cham burned the city of Angkor. They destroyed palaces and set fire to the wooden houses, leaving it a desolate waste. They executed the rebel chief Tribhuvanaditya, and anarchy descended upon the lands of the still in exile in the kingdom of and now an old man of over 50 years, exiled Prince Jayavarman heard about what had happened. Must have been a heavy heart. He knew that he had to return to people. When he must have ridden to a devastated land, full of burns and hunger. But his moment of destiny had finally arrived. To the capital city he had fled so many years ago, and the people there greeted him, crowning him Jayavarman VII. Fifth Jayavarman became the king of 1181, without ever having shed. But as he sat on the smell
burned, and the bodies of its people still lay in the streets. The armies of Champa sieged through his land, burning villages, terrorizing protection. And perhaps it was this newfound responsibility that brought Jayavarman's to an end. He ordered a great army to be gathered and marched out to meet the rampaging invaders on the battlefield. He was successful, as he drove the invaders from his land. The Cham armies were expelled. Jayavarman VII to Champa. This time, the broken exile at the head of an army. On the Cham people for the destruction of Kor, sacking their capital, throning their king. Cham finally became a part of the Khmer Empire, which was now wider and broader than it had ever been in history. When returned to his capital, he found it of great destruction. Burned its gilded temple and its once opulent palace lying ruined. And so he embarked on a few equals in history and went to look at the Khmer Empire into the envy of the world. Jayavarman rebuilt the city in a single burst, and this part of Angkor is known today as Angkor Thom, the Great City. Jayavarman's new city was a perfect square, mathematical precision, surrounded by a kilometers long on either side in an area of 9 square kilometers. You really have to see aerial photographs to get a sense of the city represented. Jayavarman VII's construction of this new inscription found in the city even refers to Jayavarman, while the new city of Angkor Thom is bride. Carvings in the Bayon Temple in Angkor Thom of the frenzy of construction that went on here. The city must have been bamboo scaffolding as far as the eye can see. Sounds of hammers and chisels napping at the stones. The huffing of work elephants carrying their loads of heaving ropes. Jayavarman asked the public works program 2 roads that connected every one of the towns. The building project swept Angkor and supercharged the kingdom's economic growth. But Jayavarman, for another reason. He was not the first Buddhist king of Cambodia, but he was the first to declare Buddhism the state religion. At the moment of his coronation, he aimed to convert Angkor's society from Hindu culture. Before the year 1200, art in the temples of Angkor great scenes from the Hindu pantheon, some lining on a lotus leaf, or the chant of the primeval sea of milk in Hindu creation stories. The year 1200, folk tales called Jatakas, and scenes from the life of the Buddha began on the temples instead. What was slowly into a center of worship, not for the Hindu god Vishnu as it was desired. It's a non-violent revolution that pervades Khmer society. Buddhism, as we've already seen, it was popular among commons, but it had virtually no attraction. Lords and nobles of high society voted to Hinduism in life. You can think of Buddhism in Cambodia like during the 1st and 2nd century of an empire. A tolerant ruler held power. Its followers grew about more or less unmolested. It took only one tyrant to get a pleasure. But now, Buddhists began to take up culture that had once persecuted them. Cambodia because it was inclusive and uniform in its outreach. They were recruited into disciples not only from the nobles of royal court, but also from the villagers and among the peasants. This inclusiveness was also reflected in its architecture. King Jayavarman VII was a temple built at Bayon. In line with Buddhist ideas, this temple in Cambodia to be built, indicating its openness to all Angkor's people. One's conversion to Buddhism have wide-reaching consequences Varman may not have anticipated. As a Buddhist, the title of God King, himself the humble title that looks down, but he religious authority in the kingdom and presided over the construction of temples and images. This was possible because Jayavarman was a Mahayana Buddhism, really malleable and adaptive. As it spread north out of India into Cambodia, Tibet, customs and beliefs wherever it went. So it was no problem for Jayavarman to retain the traditional religious power of the god kings who had come before him. In the Jayavarman's rule, multiple beliefs of the ruler. The Khmer Empire would be Buddhist for one king's reign, turn to the Hindu god kings for another. This inconsistency seems to have led to widespread collapse that the Khmer people put in their state religion themselves. Well, is the king a god or isn't he? Into this vacuum of truth swept a new religion. Outlying branch of Buddhism called held much closer to the way Buddhism was originally taught in its homeland than of other Buddhism uncompromising. Its monks live in poverty, from even touching money. They wandered between villages on pilgrimage, and their people gave them now. Khmer society had been a picture of inequality. The peasants paid taxes to the temples. Working labor in the fields did into work games whenever a new temple, reservoir, or ruin estimated that the construction of the great reservoir of the West Warai, for instance, would have taken the work of 2 3 years. Meanwhile, as well as the priests and nobles, the king's palace required the services of up to 4,000 palace women, for instance. According to the inscription, just one medium-sized temple, it required a staff of 1,000 administrators, 600 darvesses, and a whole staff, amounting to nearly 13,000. And all of this opulence came at the expense of the peasants. But all this promised to come with the spread of Theravada Buddhism. This new breed of Buddhist priests lived in grasses rather than in gold. It's not hard to see how this new religion people and how dangerous it is for the authority of only 70 years after Jayavarman VII of Theravada Buddhism meant any religious authority. The reign of the god kings had come, and for the rulers of the good, this would spell to when the seventh died 1220, he would have been close to us. Pipes and conches, the drums and god that sang at his funeral would have been audible from great. The people of Angkor were mourning to the king, but they may as well have been mourning for their whole life. Thus That's because after the reign of Jayavarman, the whole of Khmer society would enter into a steady. From this point on, all monumental building projects in Angkor came to virtually all building projects ground to a halt. 100 years, the creation of inscriptions in the capital was slow till they eventually disappeared forever. For historians, these owners' inscriptions were more or less the only source at the time. The Khmer kept many books of their own, but these texts were written on stone, which are very delicate and perishable. They had to be recopied every 100 years or so if they were to survive. For this reason, not a single Angkorian has survived to this day. Only their inscriptions to learn from. Of stone construction corps as to what exactly happened in those years. The recorded king of Angkor was Jayavarman for nearly a decade, from 1327 to 1336, when he was supposedly gardener daughter and took his place on the throne. There are no more records. For the next 200 years, not even the name of one king has survived. This was known as the Dark Ages of Cambodia, and the next thing we hear about is the report of those Portuguese explorers who opened this area, stumbling into the city deep in the jungle. What happened in those dark 200 years when the Cambodian inscription to a stop? A profound great empire that had once been one of the world's mightiest powers. How did the world's largest city string of scattered ruins? What do you say? The Mongol Empire, the dragon throne of sent to their southern neighbor, the Khmer. One member of this mission was a man who spent a year in Angkor, in China. Zhou Tuquan wrote a long report to the emperor of the society and culture. This document, to this day, forms one of the most crucial pieces of what life was like in medieval Angkor. Zhou was particularly struck by the Khmer capital. All officials and hosts of the aristocracy, including the royal palace east. The royal palace stands for the college of gold. It is 1.5 miles inside Angkor. All the dwellings are yellow-colored pottery tiles. Painted Buddhas, the roofs are impressive corridors, arranged in harmonious patterns. All sides. Showed the Guan, just the large numbers of Theravada monks walking the streets. After a century of growing influence, King Indravan III had finally made the official state religion. But despite it seemed the pomp and magnificence hadn't dimmed in the slightest. When the king goes out, troops his escort. Then, in music, vast women, 300 of them, wearing flowered cloth. With flowers in their hat, old candles, wearing royal treasure of cargo, and horses, all gold, complex. Behind, standing on an elephant, holding in his hand shows no country, the inequalities of Cambodian society. Only the ruler can dress in cloth with an over story. Around his neck, he wears about 3 pounds of big pearls. It wrists and fingers. It's a set of colours. Meanwhile, the common people dress from the king down, all where they had wound up in top near the waist. But alongside this remaining arrogance, there were signs of extreme stress already beginning to show beneath Angkor's society. By this time, Farman VII had been dead years, and it's clear that the empire had begun to decline. One of the reasons for this was due to the rise of powerful enemies in the region. The Vietnamese and Thai people had grown in strength and confidence around them, and were beginning to put pressure on their lands. Shunta mentions this at one point in his testimony. In the recent war with the Siamese, utterly devastated. These Siamese were the kingdom known as Taya was once part of the Khmer Empire, but it had grown in recent centuries. Now it was a rising power in the region, a trading kingdom, as well with the wealth of trade in the Gulf of Thailand. French explorers visited Ayutthaya. They would compare to its size and wealth, and by this time to exert influence in the region, conquering northern kingdoms. And by the year 1350, had gained enough confidence to start challenging the great power of the region in open battle. For a period of 100 years or so, wars between the Thai were incessant and one-sided. The Khmer lost several large and profitable territories, which weakened them and further reduced their ability to defend them. And as the mid-14th century neared, the Thai to invade the Khmer heartland and take a swipe. The Thai marched a great army into Cambodia and its Angkor. Angkor was large, surrounded. It was not a defensible stronghold. In the west of Cambodia, while attacks were mostly coming from Champa, this was in a strong position. Attacks were coming from the west, and Angkor was basically vulnerable. The very features that made Angkor perfect is wide, flat plains, city to defend in time. Some historians, extensive system of roads built by Jayavarman VII, which had boosted the empire's economy, would now work against it. These well-maintained roads, its enemies could now march across Cambodia at great speed. Since the road was so dispersed, the choke point entry was at the gates of the city. And by the time the enemy had reached them, it would have been too late. King Utong's siege succeeded. The Angkor fell. Defenders were overcome. Thai soldiers sweaty and toppled its king. For a period, ruled by a series of loyal to the Thai, as always, were people used to accept foreign rule. Again, with the Khmer king finally retaking. This was until in the year 1431,
Siege lasted for 7, and the Khmer resistance was terrific. But the Thais completely encircled Angkor, cutting off its supplies on the land and blocking the canals. We can imagine the drums of war beating the elephants, the smoke from the siege camps as the city of Angkor was slowly throttled with life. After 7 long months, and the Thai forces sacked it completely, looting it of all its valuables. Or have been found dead in the ancient Thai capital of Ayutthaya, organized campaign to loot and despoil the city and its region. The Thai conquerors put one of their own princes on the throne of Angkor, but they never conquered the whole land of Cambodia. The usurper sat on the throne for only a short time before away and reclaimed the crown. After this humiliation, kings could no longer rule the great city of Angkor. Moved the king and his court south. Location where Phnom Penh, the modern Cambodian capital, is today. It was the end of the great era of the Khmer Empire, and for the it was the first step capable of collapse. It's worth noting at this point that Angkor had recovered from the destruction of war in the past. In fact, some of its greatest arguments out of the ashes and destruction, such as the Thai Giant VII. And this shift of power to the south seemed to explain the wholesale abandonment of the entire city. What happened? Many explanations have been given of abandonment of Angkor. Some a cataclysm, like a great birth or the arrival of bubonic plague, can account for the disappearance. But because of the scarcity of we're left with only the archaeological and recent evidence suggests that Angkor's decline. It didn't happen all at once, and there was evidence of a mass die-off of people. New scientific evidence shows that the intensity of land use in the center of the city had declined for more than 100 years before its supposed collapse. Sediment cores shows that in the first decade of the century, tree growth, while signs of soil erosion and burning pointing to a reduction in activity. By the end of the 14th century, Angkor's moat was covered in a floating map of swamp vegetation, indicating that it was no longer being made. And as with the many civilizations we've looked at, climate was to play a large part in the research archaeologists by the global medieval warm period to the Little Ice, a shift saw in the period had devastating effect on Vikings of Greenland. The impacts of its monsoon season, this period of climate change seems to have had somewhat contradictory effects. If we look at the canal, we see around this time they became filled with a large amount of coarse-grained sand. This suggests a period of torrential during which silt deposits moved down from those around the exit channels that usually drained water deliberately blocked, while others were turned into inlets to encourage the lake. This all seems to indicate a period around when the fighting to keep the rainfalls high.
damage was it? Droughts? Floods? Archaeologists for many years. But an answer came in the recent publication of a study of tree rings in Cambodia, covering a period of 1,000 years. Tree rings experience of heavy rainfall and years of this study shows that after the year 1950, rain in Southeast Asia incredible. In the years 1330 1975, 20-year drought. This happened between 1400 and 1420. Between these extreme droughts fell in a deluge. The period from the mid-14th to the mid-15th century contains an astonishing number of both the wettest and the driest years. This is the city of Bangkok. Were well prepared for droughts that lasted 1 or 2 years. 30-year drought would have caused immense damage to this primarily agricultural, and the people must have to their water system. They hurriedly built emergency running from the hills directly to the city, long and slow to the reservoirs, fields. They might have celebrated, having solved what they had learned to do over the. But when the drought came to an year or a deluge of unexpected force, there would have been little time to react before water rushed down from the entire system was overwhelmed. The inlets that had increased water flow during the drought would now become the city downfall. Would rush down the volume the city was designed to withstand. The command may have made some attempts, tanks, desperately digging emergency canals they had built only years before. But it would do no good. The reservoirs must have been a terrifying sight. Pour down the sides of the bank, flooding into the city, turning sewers and sweeping away fragile wooden houses in a torrential flood of water. The people of Angkor would once again work to engineer the water back to its the new inlet canals widening the reservoir. The drought would return, and the whole would begin again. This repeated cycle of severe drought and flooding seems to have been a stress that Angkor's water system is versatile enough to withstand. Cascading. The cascade system of interconnecting parts, when one part of the system fails, other pieces of it must now compensate, and this in turn overloads them. One after another, grinds to a halt. One temple complex tells a chilling story of what happened during that time. The first thing we notice is the bridge constructed, with none of the refinement by constructions. And when we look closer, we see that it was built by locals from nearby temples. Some of its stones, script carvings of a temple wall, smashed and jumbled structure. This bridge showed terribly wrong. The fact that they had to reuse stones from their most sacred shows it was desperate. By the damage done to the bridge, efforts to control successful. The river that was supposed to run under it after and it collapsed. But one question, did the people of Angkor leave because the infrastructure failed, or did the infrastructure fail because people had already left? The answer to this. But I would argue that a feedback loop exists between these two. A vicious cycle came into play, diminished in relevance. As this happened, fewer resources were spent in its vast and complex water system. The cycle of drought and flooding finally broke it completely. As larger parts of flooded, sewage and sanitation systems existed would have failed, and dysentery and cholera would have spread in streets. As water in some flowing stagnant, mosquito populations may have thrived. Malaria would have increased. As has happened with other dying cities around the world, words may have curse that devils live there that disease, but now ever fewer resources will be spent maintaining the water systems of a dying city. The amount of maintenance required in the water they had minimum possible population below the certain number of people to maintain it. The city would have flooded permanently. Now, on the temple roofs, the jungle would amass out city walls like an invading army, ready to reclaim streets and palaces. Shrubs and wild grasses through the once opulent streets. Since fewer artifacts are covered in Angkor, it's likely that looters scoured the ruins too, stripping of value. Most buildings in Angkor were wooden and thatched with palm leaf. As the first passed, these disintegrated quickly and left few traces. Stone buildings remain. Someone entering this half of the 15th century, a scavenger or a fisherman's way to the Great Lake, would likely have found streets still flooded by the bursting of the city, now overgrown with lilies and lotuses, and covered by the shade of the jungle canopy. The writer described the eerie quiet of these ruins after his visits in the 1950s.
Daylight filtered of green foliage and mysterious eerie quality. It is half light and darkness, a green light, a lifeless, haunted sort of illumination might glimmer in a god underworld.
Those stone buildings still standing would soon become vines and creepers. Vast crowds of people had gathered to watch royal. The only sound was the chirping of parakeets and the movement of the trees. The stone arches, palaces, bats and owls, species of tree that we might with the ruins of Angkor begun its steady conquest of these crumbling ruins. The banyan tree is an the closest predator in the world. It lives by devouring other trees. The tiny banyans then deposited in their droppings. Banyan seeds that fall on the ground die, but when they land on it, they put down roots into its bark. From point on, it grows of the put down hanging roots that reach to the ground, wrap themselves around the unfortunate host, growing to cover it completely, and eventually strangling the boa constrictor. The host tree dies, decomposes, and soon only the banyan remains, with a hollow space in the tree's center, where the unfortunate host was happy growing
on a human construction on a host. For this reason, back to build an important part of maintenance in Cambodia, much as it was. Within Angkor, there was no longer anyone left to do this. Soon after its abandonment, seeds of the valley would begin to form on its abandoned temples. They would sprout and soon put down their hanging roots like bunches of hair, which they hardened into woody trunks. If you watched a video of this, it would look like some mountain wrapping its course around the stones. It slowly enveloped the temples and palaces, crushing beneath their weight, driving between crashing pillars like twigs. Today, these sites, draped over them, intent on devouring the world's ancient walls. Today, when we visit Angkor, it reminds us of the dangers, challenges our own societies face. They remind us the growing inequality as the rich become rich, the poor become poorer around the world. It also shows us posed by global climate has become increasingly predictable. We may hope that our system to withstand whatever the global climate century. But as the example of shows, this may not be something that we're able to take for granted. I want to end the episode by listening to it a few times already. Ancient Cambodian epic performed by dancers in Cambodia. It's the Khmer version of the Hindu epic Ramayana, called Rama, whose wife is stolen from him. It's a song of loss and love that sings down to us through the millennia. Formed in Cambodia. To listen, try to live in that vast sea of golden towers as its age of glory came to an end. What it must have felt like to live in a time when the great machinery of water control built by our ancestors was, and people are leaving the roads. And markets closed, temples and the fires in the restaurants. Imagine being one of the last people to live in the city of Angkor. The sun set over the cliffs that are already beginning to crumble against the skyline, sprouting eyes of the parakeets and the monkeys sound in the
She also noticed her thinking.
For listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. My voice Reed Rignall, Lou Millington, and Sebastian Garbage. I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter. You have me at Paul M. Cooper. If you'd like updates and announcements about new members, as well as images, maps, and reading, you can follow the Pod of Civ Pod with underscores separating. This podcast can only keep going with generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running on my costs. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, and editing. And bring as much life as possible. I want to thank you for making this happen. If you can afford to, please contribute something. Running. For now.
Yeah. Right. Well.
So they can find it and shape the sky.
In the early 18th century, a Dutch explorer named Admiral Jacob Roggeveen was sailing to expand the Pacific Ocean. He had been on 17 days, searching the mythical continent known as Terra Australis, a small island on the horizon that must have scared the beat, as Roggeveen recounts in his diary. This new land might prove to be a full token of the unknown southern continent. But as their ships approached, this was no continent. Only a small island, a dot of land in the middle of the ocean. Roggeveen was curious. He ships to prepare for landing. Today, 1722. As the Dutch got closer, it became ahead of them was inhabited. They saw smoke rising from villages along the coast, but it was a seemingly. We originally, from further distance, considered Easter Island to be safe. For that is that we counted as sand with the grass, hay, or vegetation, because its wasted appearance or impression of a singular poverty and barrenness. As they sailed closer, the island's inhabitants came up, greeting them with friendly. This was much like other islands Roggeveen had visited before. When he saw what he found on the eastern, along the beach, lined up in rows with their backs to the sea, was a line of statues. They were carved from wood, some of them standing on 10, wearing crowns of sandstone. But Roggeveen and his men understand how these statues are stone images. Astonishment, because we couldn't comprehend how it was possible these people were able to him both making any machines as well as strong ropes. Nevertheless, had been able to erect such equipment fully 30 feet high. And thinking of Mad Dog. Roggeveen and his men stay long, and set sail away from the island and on. But the remarkable image stayed with them themselves. How did those people so many statues when so little buildings seemed available to them? Built so many, and if such ones lived on this island, and had vanished too.
Different things, but retired special forces warrant officer. About this topic, a publisher who was interested in having me write a book. I was hesitant about it, and I realized at a certain point, like as a writer, as a journalist, I call up people and tell me some of the cases.
My name's Paul Cooper of Civilizations Podcast. Each episode is a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person at the time who witnessed the end of their world? I want to tell the story of one of archaeology's most enduring puzzles, the mystery of Easter Island, or why it's not actually much of a mystery at all. I want to examine how this unique community grew up in complete isolation, how it survived the test of centuries against most, to take you through the evidence about what defines society and its enormous snap crashing down. The Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest of Earth's ocean. At over 105 square kilometers, it covers a third of the Earth's total surface. It's so vast, Earth from outer space, it's just impossible to yourself. So that only the Pacific Ocean is. You can imagine that you were looking at a planet completely composed of water. But the Pacific is not an unbroken sea. There are over 25 islands of varying size. Many of them thrown up by volcanic eruption, lively tectonics. Easter Island is at the eastern corner of an area, the Polynesian Triangle, a vast region of the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 volcanic islands. Easter Island itself is a loosely triangular shape too, of 3 extinct volcanoes in each of it. The one of these volcanoes is called Terravaka. It's a young volcano, see, less than 400,000 years ago. It's rising a peak that looms half a kilometer above the ocean. When it first arrived, Terravaka, so that it joined up 2 older volcanoes, the landmass that today we call Easter Island. The people who have lived on Easter Island for centuries call it by the name Tepito Te Henua, which translates Little of the world. Other names translated as Frank Earth, and today's Polynesians call the island Nui. Rapa Nui is a small island, only about 24 kilometers end to end wide, and it's and isolated places on Earth. From the coast of Easter Island, it would take 3,000 to the nearest continent of South America. Distance, and even the island is over 2,000 kilometers away. Who first settled the island arrived from the west. Sometime before the year C, they had left the mainland of the Asian continent. These sailors had perfected their craft, successful ocean-going settlers in history. They built large, sturdy canoes with 2 hulls. In fact, effectively 2 canoes joined by a deck with 2 masts with sails. The captain's ships was incredibly sophisticated, and in fact they looked like a modern sailing boat, racing, full and fast, and they allowed the Polynesians to gradually settle the entire Pacific Ocean. These early navigated oceans without a physical navigation device. They knew the stars well enough, astonishing calculations of altitude, using only this detail now. Used only stories and positions of the stars, islands, and known sea routes. The natural world was an aid to their navigation. They followed the flight paths of sea, black, and tern, and this ancient sailor's song is the significance of these birds.
My bird. Bird knew my eye was unfashioned.
These voyages, more impressive, the South Pacific blocks the direction of the Polynesians' expansion. To travel these distances against the winds, the explorers developed the craft zigzags against a prevailing wind in order to catch some forward motion, and storms in early explorers. It's been recorded when a severe typhoon These sailors had a method of survival that seems unthinkable to a modern sailor. They would actually purposefully flood the holes provided enough float, but with most of its body submerged, it would survive being burnt with the gale force winds. The storm went on. The sailors would climb inside the flooded hull above water and wait for the wind. There was long been a debate when exactly these intrepid Polynesians arrived on East. It was long assumed they had arrived some to the 4th centuries. Studies of the island radiocarbon dating recently revised that estimate to somewhere, and even more modern analysis has pushed that date forward even further. Many scientists today believe that Rapa Nui wasn't settled until 1200 AD. At this time around the world, the Mongols of Genghis Khan were finalizing their conquest of northern China. The 4th Crusade headed for Jerusalem, instead sacked the Christian capital of an exotic from Arabia called sugar was tied in an English text, and on the other side of the world, in the vast expanse of the Pacific, a small band of Polynesian sailors landed their boat on the shores of a new land. An ancient piece of Rapa Nui folklore credits the settlement of the island to a Polynesian king.
In Kiva, how much in which a spirit travelled to a far country, looking through his king Hotu, arrived at 3 small islands, and another with a large crater. The island was the 8th twilight of the rising sun, counterclockwise around, leaving 28 Anakena, a landing place on the North Island and future residents of the king. When Haumaka told his brother Kuatava the dream, after hearing about the dream, Hope ordered Haumaka to send some young men to explore the island. Dumatua told his 2 sons to build a canoe around his dream. So the 7 men left in a canoe, stocked with potatoes, they left on the 25th day of April and arrived in June, a voyage of 5 weeks.
These brought everything that was required for the style. Their most crucial foods: bananas, a root vegetable called leaves, as well as sweet and sugar cane. They also brought saplings of the paper, fibers of which weave clothes. Animals with them, although only those enough to be transported. They grew, and also the Polynesian, which was a food for common people. This was an entire ecological system in waiting, packed up in the hulls of boats, optimized for transport, to be transported to land. May not have realized it, but his arrival on Easter Island was of profound significance, not for him and his people, but for all of mankind. That's because it was the final stop on a journey of 60,000 years that had taken mankind out of Africa, through and on. The final chapter of this journey was the gradual colonization of the Polynesian island, and Easter Island was the furthest and final inhabited land. Mankind's of Africa ended on the shores of the island, and with that step, a new phase of humanity's history. Worth noting at this point that apart from the evidence we can find in the archaeological record, actually two sources of information about the history of East Ireland, and each of them has their problems. There are the accounts of European visitors to the island, like the Dutchmen. These accounts come down to us either in the form of ship's logs or in the form of written down when these explorers returned to their homelands. The biggest problem for researchers of rapid these left behind accounts their content and their reliability. Sometimes directly linked most of the few days. They rarely wandered far from their landing spot. Little on the culture, language, or society of the islanders. In the debate that has raged over what happened on it, many writers have tried to use a selective reading of these accounts in order to their own favoured argument to be very careful about, forward, and assess the evidence. But these written records provide us with some useful information. See, they give us fixed points in time around the second source of information, folklore of the islanders themselves. Through the generations, long and stories, and this can give us a wonderful sense of their own history and their own sense of. But this source of information is difficult to rely on to sort historical fact. The law is also often extremely contradictory, and the reason for that isn't hard to imagine. Detailed observations of songs and stories written down until the 1880s, and by that time the culture of Rapa Nui had already undergone. By this point, they had been in contact with the outside for 150 years, and their population reduced to a tiny fraction of what it had once been. Now, the survivors passed down the stories they remembered, and to add another level of confusion, these stories were written by early European explorers who may have mistranslated as embellished elements that didn't exist in them. One example of the name of the island's first king, we've already Matua. The name is so similar to the folk hero of another nearby island, Raven. I've questioned whether this name is foreign import to Egypt, and we can't trust it to have been fake. Perhaps we can't be too sure. These stories, refracted through these various mirrors, are now connected to the true facts of the system, but only the most fragile. This is all to make clear to you island being a total matter, and it often relies on fragmentary and today, which has begun to challenge the thing we've all grown up with. And we will have to deal with a lot of uncertainty as we forge ahead through the trend's most remarkable island. According to tradition, Polynesian settlers arrived at a point called Anaken, a white coral sand beach on the north of the island, owns a natural harbour. It's worth mentioning that the land settlers would have was very different to see today on Rapa Nui. The bare grassy slopes first spied by Rothschild in the 19th century, and which we know from images today, would have been nowhere to be seen. In fact, covered by a thick forest of tropical palm trees. If you dig down into the earth of today, you can still see the molds left by the roots of these trees. Studies of these root molds, as well as pollen analysis, settlers arrived on Rapa Nui, the island to over 1 species. Some of these, including at least 3, which grew up to 15 meters or more. One species of palm tree, the Easter Island, may even have been among the largest tree in the world. Extinct tree, known as Pacifus, seems to have numerous species on the island, and its closest relative today, Jubea chilensis, the Chilean, communities of over 25 was truck, the thickest in the world, reaching a diameter of more than a meter. The soil of Easter Island has now, but the forest would have provided a small amount of food for settlers, palm nuts and fruits too, along with trout. Luckily for archaeologists, Kenna Beach, the site of that first settlement, is preserving bone and human remains. Skeletons here have given insight into the lives of the ancient Rapa Nui. Studies have shown that as well as these plant crops supplemented their diet with a mix of, including dolphins they trapped in the Bay of Anakana, sea turtles, fish that they caught with hooks carved from bone. Yeah, got about foods in earth are known as umu. Cavities dug in burning grass placed on top of them, so the heat radiated downward. These people were ingenious and inherited knowledge from. They made textiles of the paper mulberry tree, spun rope from a tree known as the tree. And with this healthy and diverse resources, their settlement became successful. Using slash and burn methods, the original settlers spread quickly across the small land, and they soon began to plant their crops, until the whole of Rapi was fully populated. 3,000. That primeval palm forest began to disappear from Easter Island. Think of this running route on Easter Island. It has been a about this island, perhaps even days. It was done by early European explorers, propagated by Victorian century anthropologists, and finally popularized by authors. And you might find it familiar. Easter Island of their own demise. The story goes that their population grew no longer supported the trees to use as firewood for consuming and to use to transport their enormous statue. Island resulted in an ecological collapse. The ability of the soil and of the island fell apart. Along with the collapse of the island's ecology, the complex and centralized society that had built 100 coast began to collapse too. Resources became scarce, starvation ran rampant, and this led to a period of violence. The Europeans in 1722, the whole society was apart, and only a few thousand survivors were left. Diamond, perhaps the greatest champion of this day, puts it bluntly. Few centuries that alone wiped out their forests, drove their plants and animals to extinction, and caves. This story has a wide number of reasons. In the 10th century, as we became concerned humanity's destructive impact on our Easter Island became irresistible as an example of the fate that might befall us if we fail around us. And the stone statues, too, have proved irresistible. And with folly, to always build bigger and better. In his book, Jared Diamond even makes the comparison to Hibbert, building ever bigger and better mansions in an effort to prove their status. The islanders were so obsessed with these statues, the narrative goes, that they cut down all their trees to this single-minded obsession, then cannibalism, and finally to the edge of extinction. But there are a number of seriously questionable assumptions, and over the course of this episode, I'm going to try to unpick 3 of the most so you can assess the evidence for yourself. First, there's the assumption that the Easter deforested their island, or even a maniacal obsession with statue building. Secondly, there's the loss of the forest led to a societal collapse. Assumption that Easter Island society, at least before contact with the outside. As we'll see, each of these assumptions has single problems. Dealt with them, we can get down to what actually happened to Rapa Nui and of its plant life. Leave those famous stone statues mouldering on the lone grassy hill.
It was such a great time. No one was what to do. Exactly what to do, the way I felt it should be done.
Actually, as soon as probably 1200, the islanders began carving the monument that would one day make them famous around. Stone statues across the Polynesian world, but no other island could compete with the size of the Easter Island statues. With the incredible number of carved statues are called moai. Moai are known for their large, broad noses and strong chins, rectangle-shaped ears and deep eyes. For the Easter Islanders, these statues were what they called Aringa Ora Atateku. It is living faces. Ancestors. These are stone representation of the islanders that have gone before. Of the moai that was a place, the vast stand on the coast of the island, stone platform. It's called. These are drawn by the statues. These are themselves impressive. They are built of enormous stones, cut so precisely that they fit together in a perfect jigsaw to fit a razor blade between the stones. The largest of them, Ahutonga moai, lined up in order. Nearly all moai stand with their backs to the sea, staring inland over the fields and hills of Nui with their deep, expressive eyes. Almost all of the statues are carved from a volcanic stone, tuff. Tuff is formed and is thickly underground, and is then made into solid rock. Tuff is relatively soft and easy, so it has been used for construction since ancient times. It commonly occurs, for instance, on the road often used it in their buildings. Carved in a quarry on the outer Raku crater. Site today. Here and there, the faces of half-finished giants here out of the stone. The Raku 100 meters across, ash and volcanic tuff in an ancient explosion and rings by cliffs The Wide Volcanic Bowl is one of the 3 places on Easter Island where fresh water pools or lakes. Here are kind of bulrushes called totora on the water's edge. And the Rapa Nui people once collected them. But it's on cliffs that the truly important activity took place. Here, the islanders chipped their statues directly using a kind of sizzle as a token of perfectly suited for carving the softer volcanic tuff. This would have been incredibly slow work. Like a modern craft one might take an Easter Island top 2 days to complete. Estimates vary. It's thought that an entire statue could take over a year for a team of 12 people to carve. One fascinating aspect of this quarry is the huge number of incomplete moai abandoned here. 7 in total. That's the island's total population. And this shows just difficult statues was. These abandoned moai, some more obvious than others. On some statues, it's clear there was a seam of hard rock somewhere on the body, which would have been virtually impossible with their stone tools. Others have obvious flaws or cracks in them, while some moai have fallen over while raising them. Other moai simply seem to have been too ambitious. The largest of these, El Gigante, is nearly 22 height. That's twice the height of the size of a 6-story building. Still lying on his back is almost twice the size of any moai ever completed. This statue would have weighed in ounces. And it's hard to imagine how the islanders ever intended to. We might just ancient crafts overseeing the carving of this vast statue, determined to the island has ever seen. Or perhaps, as we'll later, the islanders believed they had to suffer and truly to defend their island against the threat. To get for how these people must have felt about these statues, let's ourselves into the role of a team of moai carvers during golden age of Rapa Nui statue carving. The work would have been slow and painstaking, but it would also have carried a great deal of ability. Carving a moai, you weren't working in the fields, and so your community was investing in you. There must have been a lot of pride in the creation of these tombs. Before the carving began, there would likely have been ceremonies and rites that had to take place. Chantations designed to summon the spirit of the ancestor to inhabit the stone. There's often attributed to the sculptor Michelangelo.
Block of stone has a statue inside it. It's the task of the sculptor to discover it.
Whether or not he actually said this, it's something like what the people of Rapa Nui felt as the months passed, and the great its head and arms and body materialized from the cliff face in front of them. The days will be hard. Working dogs. And we can imagine the workers singing while they chipped away at the cliff. One song even took rhythm from the striking together of stone, emulating the sounds of the toki tools napping away at the snap. Here it is, recorded especially for this podcast by children from the School of Music on it. The must have been covered in the blackish dust of the stone, and they would take breaks to eat meals of sweet along with being white in earth openings. After much arduous work, the whole alloy would be carved out. They would then deepen the cuts, statue to clambering arrows lying on their bellies as they carved. Even with the back carved out, the statue would still be attached to the bed below, with a narrow keel around the length of its spine. And so the final and most painful stage of the process would begin. They would gather up stone in order to support the moai so that it didn't fall. Then this spine of stone would slowly be chipped. It must have been an incredible moment when that last bone umbilical cord was cut. It was the culmination of it, of course. But it must have sent shivers. Broke free of its stony spine, finally filled with a living spirit. Ceremony. The chanting of holy men, plugs, and the beating of drums. The moai was edged clear of its place, with huge teams of workers pulling ropes spun from the hound tree. When the statue fit it, so that it could be stood upright low. This dangerous part of the moai's journey, as the great number of cracked and abandoned below the quarry shows us, they look like an army of wanderers. Somewhat ironically, these abandoned statues, buried up to their necks in the refuse from the quarry, form some island today, more familiar to the layman than the completed ones that stand on the apple platform. This is why people talk about the stone heads of Easter Island, ignoring the fact that the moai have bodies. At the bottom of the hill, the workmen standing position, so they could finish cuts on its back. Soft pose. And then they would prepare to transport the statue into its place. Carvers could wipe the sweat from their foreheads. But this was just the beginning of another long and arduous chapter in the moai's journey. At this point, I think it's worth noting how the vast statues. This question obsessed early visitors to the island. They looked around at the seemingly landscape of Rapa Nui, as it seemingly devoid of large trees, and asked without metal tools, Huli could transport nearly 500 statues. The largest successful one, nicknamed Paro, 10 meters tall, which is longer than a London bus, estimated that it weighed about 82 tons, heavier than a Boeing 737 aircraft when fully of fuel. And the ancient islands transport statues for distances of 20 kilometers across the island's rough, undulating terrain. A question that has been asked of the islanders since Europeans arrived. How did your ancestors move these statues? And for a long time, the island lived the same. They would simply say, foreign visitors would always roll their eyes. This must be a piece of local. A kind of magic that imagined the statues to be the spirits of the ancestors. Some may even have thought that the researchers today have discovered legend. Believe that the Rapa Nui moved the greater place using large rollers. In archaeologist Joe Ann van Tilburg successfully tested
for this theory, using a large number of transport a statue for a short distance. But recent research has cast doubt on this theory. An incredible alternative, and the key to discovering how the statues were actually moved lies in the ones that never made it to their intended location. Littered across Easter Island are the sad shapes of statues that broke during their transport. Only about a fifth of the moai ever carved would reach their destination on the platforms, and these total about 200. The rest, 700 more, were either abandoned or along the roads. Stone heads, cracked bodies, decapitated statues, mouldering and moss-covered in the log. For the ancient islanders, this must have been a heart-rending sight. Successfully slid this statue down the volcano. Then, somewhere along its journey, it had cracked, and the statue would have to be abandoned by the sea. These so-called road are a number of interesting features. We know that the islanders waited to carve the eyes of them until the statues were in place on their platform. This may have had a ceremonial purpose, which has around the world. For instance, in that are built, the eyes are open, and only the painter is allowed in them while doing their work. But archaeologists, led by Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo, also found something else interesting about them. They noted that when abandoned road moai were found on uphill paths, they usually lay on their backs. And when the cracked statues were abandoned on downhill paths, they usually on flat ground. It was more likely to emerge. If possible, were transported upward. Once this detail, other details about the road moai place. For instance, the lower halves and rounder bellies. This had puzzled archaeologists. Seemed to make the islanders were designing the moai in two phases. In the first, the transportation phase, the moai were bottom heavy like a bowling pin, and once it had been rocked in form, it was then carved into its an elegant final shape. And so Lipo and Hunt proposed that the statue rocks back and forth, just actually see over the ground. Their team caused an international scale able to successfully a scale model of a moai cast in concrete, with 3 teams holding ropes. Could literally walk down the path, just as ancient folk counted. The team managed to move the statue to an hour, meaning it could have walked around a quarter in a day. If this is indeed how the statues were moved, it must have been an incredible sight indeed. The tallest moai weighed about 80 tons, and each one of the statue's footsteps would have thundered on the earth. Was towards the platform. There would have likely been a ceremonial activity around walking these statues. People coming from all over the island to watch, dancing and all kinds of activity. For the days it took to transport one of these, it would have been like a god had come down to earth. I love the romance and imagine Lipo and Hunt's theory of a convincing case that this was indeed how the statue. When you might ask, statues were moved. Isn't this a minor of the story of society's collapse?
This question has come to take on an enormous significance for the mystery of what happened. The traditional narrative, if you remember, was that the Rapa Nui Islanders were obsessed with news. They destroyed their environment to do so. Cut down all their trees that they had in order to use a scaffold and road. If this was the case, then each statue would take up, if not thousands of them. And this seemed the obvious answer to why the island was so deforested, collapsed, and its society followed. But if Lipo and correct, and the statues were walked into wood, and the whole narrative of the collapse of ecology comes into question. And so, the whole Mr. Island seems to be of whether the statues roll.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So
what do we know about the loss of trees on Easter Island? One thing we can say sure, the subtropical forest that the first settlers found on the island wouldn't long survive. Of this deforestation was the largest of the islands, the Rapa Nui palm. If we want to guess how it grew, we can look at the surviving relative, the Chilean wine. This tree takes years to reach its full height, and until then it doesn't produce fruit. This slow reproducing tree, one of the most affected by the arrival of humans. Some theories, Jared Dye, have argued that the East Island palm would have been in high demand for use as rollers to transport the giant moai across the island. Found that the palm would have been badly suited for this job. The hard palm trunk and center would be crushed beneath the heavy stone statue. Diamond has even argued that the palm may have been cut down in order to build large canoes. In Polynesia, a canoe for this purpose. So what did happen to Easter Island's trees? Well, undoubtedly, much of the was cut down by humans. But they didn't do this unconsciously or foolishly. They did it for the same reason people in their forests, because they were farmers. The Rapa Nui, like all regions, farmed energy-rich foods like sweet potatoes, taro, and sugarcane. Vastly more productive on whatever food they could have gathered. Much of this deforestation was controlled and conscious, and actually improved the quality of people's lives. But that isn't to say that on Easter Island, modern analysis shows that virtually all large trees within a matter of centuries. Far the largest factor appears to have been that's one of the animal companions that the original brought with them. Wherever the explorers went, they brought animals with them. Each Polynesian island, a combination of these four animals: pigs, dogs, and rats. On Rapa Nui, only rats and chickens were introduced. Some rats may have stowed away on the canoes, just as they do on the vessel. It has actually been a foodstuff that Polynesians have relied on. It was never a delicacy and seems to have been considered a food, as rat bones are found in the rubbish dumps of high-status houses. However, they were a good quantity on voyages. I can't speak to personal experience, but accounts say that rat tastes oily and gamey, a little like rabbit. And another advantage to this source of food is that rats reproduce incredibly quickly. Polynesian rat was introduced to Easter Island. Its spread would have been unstoppable. The millions of giant palms covering the island
inhabitants of palm nuts. Recent labs of the reproductive potential of rats under these can be enormous. In fact, the rat population have doubled every 47 days until they reached a population of up to 3 million. Overrun. The rats would have quickly eaten nuts from the trees in the forest. In Anakenna caves, archaeologists have found the palm nut shells showing the tooth of rats. As well as rats would also have eaten the eggs, finishing off those the islanders hadn't trapped and eaten. And since the seabirds fertilized, this would have spelled disaster for the biodiversity of the island. But the question, did this loss of trees cause a societal collapse on Rapa Nui? And the answer to that question is almost
pretty much like when I published it, and I published it on Christmas Eve.
This is didn't present a number of challenges to the islanders. By around the Holland studies show that the deforestation of Easter Island was complete. Without trees and winds, that now blow right across the island. Wind and sun to blow away the topsoil, and salt effectively salted the earth in coastal regions, damaging the soil further. But the Rapa Nui Islanders reacted to these challenges with ingenuity and creativity. They transformed their excellent wasteland, but into an astonishingly effective system of gardens, orchards, and farmland. In fact, archaeologists would the island, where the islanders planted groves of palm trees and cultivated. And around this time, they also farmed using a technique known as rock mulching. This involved laying rock around the island, which prevented the soil from washing and blowing away. It also removed water evaporated by the sun and increased the amount available to grow plants as the rainwater flowed over the rocky minerals to their roots. Rock mulching has been used by cultures around the world who live in harsh, water-poor environments. It's been in the Negev desert in Israel, the ash fields of the Canary Islands, and the field of Alsazi culture in New Mexico. And the Rapa set about the task of rock mulching with the same energy that they used to carve and transform the moai, to really cover island in rock kind. It was an enormous task. It's been counted that over the 400 practice was engaged in, it would have taken over 150 men. These vast assemblages, millions of stone, and there's strong evidence that the right people also took advantage of the deep underground caverns of the island. Caves of the island were formed by lava tubes, which during the volcanic eruptions that raised the islands out of the sea. When lava flows out of the mouth of a volcano, as the lava on the surface cools and hardens into rock and ends of the lava stops flowing, the tubes drain their caverns, but look as though a monstrous worm has eaten its way through the rock, or as wide as a subway tunnel. And Easter Island has the largest systems of volcanic caves. The islanders' relationship goes back to the first known of their history, as this piece of Rapa Nui folk shows.
Tourists went to the west side of the island. They rode away to the right and called the place where they landed. Rode away to the left, landed in a itty and rested in a cave at Upaka China.
Some of these caves go kilometers into the island's rock. The forests of Rapa Nui retreated, its people increasingly turned to provide cover where they could grow sweet potatoes and yams to supplement their diet. They also constructed manifire that could be as much as 6 feet tall and where they could grow a variety of crops. From the destructive elements of water runoff and concentrated, archaeologists identified over 2,500 of these rocks around the island. Only a fraction. Studies today, active maintenance being done on them. These rings of rock, as designed by the levels of phosphorus and potassium plants, are much higher inside the manivide than outside, being sometimes 2 or 3 times as high. Their rock gardening techniques, the Rapa much more productive after the forest was cleared than agricultural potential is hinted at in the account of first Dutch sailors to land on the island. We'll once again caution about trusting too much in these accounts. Although Roggeveen Rapa Nui to be a treeless wasteland, when he actually landed on the island, he was surprised to find
it not only not sandy, on the contrary, producing bananas, potatoes, sugarcane from thickness, and many other kinds of fruits of the earth. As far as soil and good climate, such that it might be made in paradise. Author of Roggeveen's officers, a man named Carl Friedrich Benz, seems also to contradict this account of treeless island, reported on a wide variety of uses and as hat for palm leaves, which is as peace offering. Their houses were set up all domed and fluting, covered palm leaves. In fact, it's a remarkably positive impression of the island overall. Convenient place in which to obtain, as all the country is under cultivation, and we saw in the distance the whole tract. And Roggeveen himself also witnessed cultivated groves of fruit trees on the island. Principal place of their plantations and fruit trees for all the things that kind of fetch. It's beginning to emerge. We can say the arrival of humans on Rapa Nui resulted in the disappearance of most of the forest, but it's true of virtually every forested island on Earth full of people. And no one has a clear causative link with forest on Rapa and the collapse of so-called complex society. In fact, studies done of islanders for around this time showed that the average European, by Roggeveen's account of his first visit to the island, it's clear from his account that when he arrived, the Rapa Nui was starving. They didn't make any food from the newcomers. In fact, they were much more interested in the Europeans. And one brave a porthole on Roggeveen's ship to steal a tablecloth. Count of them stealing the Europe. In fact, it was the Dutch on a diet of salt meat and tang. After weeks at sea, begged the islanders for food, giving them cloth and lid in exchange for 60 chickens and 30 bananas. None of this sounds like the behavior of nation. With multiple abundant sources of food, alongside the efficient and written evidence, begins to make that popular scenario of starvation and
even cannibalism look patently absurd. Part and parcel of the narrative is the assumption that the society of the island into a period of brutal conflict once its rent scarce. Can we this assumption? The folklore of the islanders does require after which the Moai building comes security. But as we've seen, folklore can be unreliable at the best of times. Much more reliable is the archaeological record. A period of conflict occurs, the evidence is usually hard to miss. One great example of this, the Nordic island, 6,000 kilometers away, in Fiji, archaeologists have found remains of strong and fortified towns, all pointing to a period in a way that chiefs fought each other in large battles, featuring hunt-armed. The signs of war in the archaeological record are difficult to spot. Increased number of weapons of defensive measures and skeletons marks of violence. Let's look at the islanders did make obsidian forms in the vents. When lava reaches the surface and cools quickly, glassy material that is brittle has exceptional edges. In fact, obsidian blades have been measured to be up to 1,000 times sharper. Rapa Nui gave their blades names on their shape. Fish tail, rat spine, examples. Writers have argued that the large amount of blades found point to a mass production of weapon and a period of. But studies of these blades have found that they're covered in vegetation. That's sweet tape. Found in the highest concentration in the area of the island of rock gardens, where they were used for every like the preparation of food. Studies of skeletons also seem to undermine this picture of conflict. In a historical you would expect to see skeletons missing heads, for instance, or skulls, bones bearing scratches. But studies of skeletal remains on Easter Island have shown islanders mostly peaceful. Only around 2% have been to have suffered trauma from blunt weapons. A large proportion of the population. I do think here it's also worth observation that the islanders, when they first came to meet, and in the search for defensive structures, also found themselves frustrated. The island of Rapa Iti, for instance, is 5 times taller than Easter Island, and yet fewer than 14 hilltops. Life on the island actually did bear with violence and civil war, and the signs of this are hard to miss. Fortifications on Rapa Iti involve watchtowers, ditches, and wooden palisade fences. We find weapons and human remains bearing the marks, but on Easter Island, no such fortifications exist. As the point ditch was long assumed to be a defensive structure, but recent events show a natural feature of 2 lava flows. Some consist of caves of others fortified. Other evidence of caves being used as military strongholds, and it to be more commonly used. Another one will be taken away to explain how Rapa Nui's have been less violent societies. Violent than any city at the time. We may never know whether a small community will descend into a violent hell like Rabbi whether they will work together to maintain the peace like on Rapa Nui. Some have suggested Nui Islanders, all descended from that first nation, would have had many relations between us, and so it may have been unthinkable to or skirmish. Is also the husband of your wife's sister. You might try to avoid excessive conflict and reach compromises. That's frosting at your dinner table. On a small island, words and it doesn't need to be viewed as overly aggressive. Some historians have even argued that the construction of conflict amongst different communities to compete for dominance and non-violence. And another may have occurred which known as the Birdman competition. The later history of the island, by the cult known as the Tangat cave paintings on Easter Island, only with the body of a man and the head. Each year, Louis took part in a ceremony to become the human embodiment of this figure. It was a test of strength and daring that is astonishing to even contemplate. The contestants who competed to become the had a simple enough task. Off the southwest coast of Rapa Nui, there is a small cluster of islands. These is a known as Rapa Nui. To say among these is the black turtle. We've already seen held a mystical significance for Polynesians. These birds seem to be gifted with a magical to lead sailors, and it's not one of a powerful race. The Birdman contest spring during the laying season of the black terns. Young men who wanted to become that year's Birdman would have to swim out to the rocky island of Nui, a distant kilometer from these seas and powerful currents. Once they reached the island, they had to climb up through the flocks of cackling seals and search through them, looking for the first of the season. Some there for days. But when they found their precious prize, they had to swim to Rapa Nui. Then, with cold salt water, they had to climb the sheer cliff. The triathlon would be Birdman. It's unclear how much power this figure actually had. In terms of status, there was no higher honor. But allowing men to battle it out with strength every year and reducing the violence of the island. So on Easter Island, the evidence seems to suggest there was no widespread warfare. And so you might be left asking, did their society even collapse at all? And the answer to that is yes, but not when you think it did. European explorers, and what they called the riddle of Easter Island. The French seafarer and artist Pierre Lottier wrote about it in the century.
There exists in the midst, in a region where nobody goes, a mysterious element. The island is planted with great statues, the work of I don't know what race, today degenerate. Its great remains an enigma.
We've actually encountered a number of times discovered the ruins of past civilizations and found it hard to believe that so-called had a hand in their construction. Whether it's assuming that the ruins of Angkor were built by the Romans and ruins are built by the citizens of Atlantis, Europeans often struggled to believe people of other lands or of great constructions. This kind of thinking follows only a so-called advanced civilization could have built these things. The people I see don't look like that. Therefore, these people can't have built these monuments. The problems with this kind of thinking are obvious. It deceives us that an advanced civilization like a European civilization, highly centralized, and the very notion of a society being advanced suggests that human progress follows a fixed and inevitable path, and that our way of organizing our societies and economies is only one. It's this kind of thinking that made early Island look of the Rapa Nui people be only a wasteland of rocks. This belief system, its logical conclusion, Norwegian adventurer Theodore believed that the Polynesian islands had been Polynesians hopping the islands from the west, but from people from South America traveling raft from the east. These people must have been white European in origin, couldn't comprehend the idea that other peoples around the world could have developed such artistic skills. So what appeared to visitors wasn't actually a puzzle at all. The stone statues of Easter Island were built by some vanished ancient by the people who lived there already and seemed to be so simple. This idea of a collapse happening on Easter before contact has survived into our day, even though it has very little. But this doesn't mean that a collapse didn't occur on Rapa Nui. The island would soon undergo one of the most dramatic examples of societal and cultural destruction in history. But it wasn't because they cut down the tree. There is one event in Easter Island's history that I think encapsulates the complete destruction that came down on it and its poor toppling in only a few years every one of the island's statues. Centuries, the islanders had loved and revered the Moai, generations carving and sporting. In 1722, the Dutch sailor Barents recounts what he saw of the islanders' devotion to these statues.
They kindle fire in front of some remarkably tall and thereafter swing on their heels with heads bowed down. They bring the palms of their hand and raise and lower.
When a visitor to the island, his situation seemed to change. 8th of November 1770, 48 years after his first European visit, two Spanish ships landed there and spent 5 days performing a very thorough survey. They renamed the island Ulas and claimed it on behalf of King Charles III. They also ceremonied wooden crosses and a Spanish flag on a hill. And when they explored the island, it seems that all of the statues standing. The famous British explorer Captain Cook passed the island much different. Cook's diary of 1774 gives his account of the island.
The same island was seen in April 1722. The description given on the page no means correspond with it now. The nation will ever contend Easter Island, as there is hardly an island refreshments and conveniences for shipping than it does. Fit for man to eat on his plant no themselves.
If Cook's account is to be believed, the eyes of Easter Island also have taken a serious hit.
The inhabitants of Isle being able to see them do not exceed so 700 souls.
And there's another significant detail too, is that the islanders now carried weapons when approaching foreign visitors.
Their arms are wooden pataus and club very much like those of New Zealand. It's about 6 or 8 feet long, one end with pieces of black flint.
But the final tragic detail is that in the 4 years since the Spanish expedition, virtually all of the standing moai on the island
on the east, near the sea, they met with 3 platforms of stone, or rather the ruins of them, and 4 of those large, but they were all fallen down. One was broken by the fall, or in some measure defaced.
The practice of statue toppling is called huri moai, and it continued into the 1830s. In 1838, every single coastal moai had been. Now the only standing statue on the slope was Hori and Rano. So what happened to make it start to carry weapons? What caused that population to reduce so heavily? And what made them turn so dramatically against them? Well, the answer to that may lie in the very event that opens this episode, and which we times. That's the horizon, 1722.
So I think that's sometimes overestimated our enemy's capabilities.
At the dropping anchors, the coast, the Easter Island gathered on the shore in astonishment. They must have how we would feel if a vast were to one day materialize over one of our cities. It must have been a mix of fear and wonder. A sight would never quite be the same. They selected one of them. Must have been the bravest of them all. It's not unlikely, I think, that he would have been the winner of the most competition. The islands. This man and rowed out to meet the strange vessels, whose white sails must have looked brilliant and dazzling in the sun. We immediately realized how large they were until we got in their prows began to loom over his side. When he approached, gave to them, Adrian Barons wrote about this.
During the morning, Captain Cook and Easter Island together with his craft. This creature seemed to be very glad to behold us and showed the greatest wonder. Our shall notice of the tautness of our spars, of our rigging, and the sails, the guns, which he over with minute attention, with everything. When the image of his own features was displayed before him in the mirror, he started suddenly back and then looked towards them. He expected discovering there the cause of the after we had sufficiently beguiled ourselves with him, and he with us, started him off again in his canoe.
But this light heart conceals a dark truth about Rob's visit. In fact, when Roggeveen and his men went ashore, to return to tragedy. accounts that the Europeans, when they stepped ashore, had stories of violent encounters with indigenous people. It's worth noting that the novel Robinson Crusoe had been published before, full of garish and murder. It's clear that the islanders frightened them, and the natural curiosity of people seemed to make matters worse. When the Dutchmen pressed around, grabbing at their hats and clothes, and even touching the guns they carried, it's not clear which Dutchman shot, but the situation spilled out of control. The Europeans fired into the unarmed of islanders. Their guns were flintlock pistol rifles and would have sent up puffs of smoke, and the cries of people shot would have rang out, with the smell of gunpowder filling the air. He recognized a familiar face among the murdered islanders.
Many of them were shot at this juncture. Among the slain lay the man who had been with us before, of which we were. In order to obtain possession of the bodies, they congregated, bringing with them presents of various kinds of fruits and vegetables. We might the more readily surrender to them their slave. The constellation of these people means that even with their children's children, the place will, in times to count the story.
We can assume that what Marin said is true. It must have reverberated in the Raccoon people. It would have destabilized their and rocked their very sense of the world around them. Mentions that the islanders didn't have any weapons at this point, but they prayed to their gods for protection. Now imagine what would happen to this belief system when visitors killed multiple islanders with what must have appeared magic. And then when these visitors walked around the island, even approaching the statue, and then sailed away unharmed. When you think about this encounter through the lens, it becomes a lot clearer that the Nui might have lost faith in their ancestors. The truth is that the but not that they left. The truth would have been something like invisible microbes, viruses, to which the islanders had never been exposed. Europe has always been a crossroads between peoples, sometimes separated by hundreds or even thousands of miles. Constant wars and exchange localized diseases across the Silk Road brought fresh shipments of disease from China and India, along with silk. This all resulted in Europeans becoming immune to a large variety of diseases. But although the diseases didn't affect them, they could still carry them. Populations that had not suffered the same exposure could be devastated. This phenomenon is known as the virgin soil effect. It's not recorded in other parts of the uncontacted world. Cholera, diphtheria, bubonic plague swept through nations. But indigenous populations were reduced by 80% right across the Americas. 4 out of every people died, and it's that in the even more isolated environment of Easter Island, the effects are devastating. Another better observed the reduction in after contact was as much as 7%. And so in the Dutch visit, we can imagine ravaging the helpless population of Rapa Nui. It's possible that of the island may have crashed from a high to only a few hundred. The population may have only by the time 48 years
But the Spanish arrived, dose of invisible death. The Rapanui people wouldn't have been able to tap it. In fact, the Europeans at the time would cause these diseases. Wouldn't know either. Caused by miasmas, bad night air, the prevailing theory at the time. Whole families of islanders died. The Rap believed that the ancestors they had so laboriously carved to protect the island had failed them. By the time the Spanish brought the second wave and it began ravaging the population, those looming monoliths on the coast may have begun to represent not protective spirits, but the very spectre themselves, and the islanders, one by one, began to bring them down. Soon these giants would litter the land. Now only half buried in the runoff upright. And the age of Easter Islands would come to an end. The loss of culture, incalculable track for our understanding. Since this is true, it has been one of the few places where writing was independently invented. A script called Rongo Rongo has been found in wooden objects that have survived. Many of them burned or otherwise damaged, and they were all by private collectors in the 19th century. In private collections around the world. Every modern attempt has failed, and as one of the true mysteries. Many of the glyphs are representations of the islanders saw around. We can see familiar shapes of cedar and bird. The islanders say the original family, man they called Hotamatua, had brought tablets with him